Well, for this week's Made in Maine, we head to the village of Bar Mills, where tiny models are big business.
And despite these modern times, a very busy business for the company's founder. And the company name pretty much says it all. Bar Mills Scale Model Works, one of the world's largest manufacturers of high-end scale model kits, made right here in Maine.
Essentially, this represents the Wiscasset area, here again about 1925.
Long before Art Fahey ever dreamed of selling scale models, he was an ardent builder. It's a hobby that dates back to his childhood.
But it's always there if you really have a passion for it.
It was 15 years ago Fahey parlayed that lifelong passion into one very successful profession. And though each year his company still manufactures and sells thousands of kits worldwide, he's the first to admit that each year it's getting tougher.
You know, like any other craftsman kind of hobby, this hobby is shrinking. It's not an RC, remote control hobby. It doesn't run on an iPad.
Ironically, though, Fahey himself has turned to modern technology in order to keep his old-fashioned designs atop the competition. Precision lasers cut the many model pieces, and the materials used are actually developed by a moonlighting physics engineer at Johns Hopkins University.
It's the same guys that design accessories and so on for space missions are actually helping us design our kits here through their knowledge of SolidWorks and CAD.
Still, it's the simplicity that sells this hobby, which Fahey touts encapsulates the history of the United States. A point well emphasized by the company headquarters in Bar Mills, an exact one-for-one scale replica of the former railroad station up north in Strong.
The key thing here was to take some of our main history and kind of revisit it, and that's what we've done here by building the station.
In this day of instant electronic gratification, Bar Mills Scale Model Works is proof there's still room in this world for a little old-school fun, and a little old store, even a little old train. Try it, Fahey claims, and you'll understand.
It's something that stays with you. It's like music. It's something that once it's inherent, it doesn't really go away.
And if nothing else, there is your answer to why there is a train station in the woods of Bar Mills. It definitely gets Fahey and his crew in the mood when they show up to work.
Yeah, and I recognize that little store.
Yeah,
that little store, huh? A lot of us do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, how special was that? Really, how special was that? Oh, I'm not getting any younger. And from looking around this room, neither are any of you. So it's either time to introduce the Bar Mills crew or take a bathroom break. I tell you what, you take the boys from Bar Mills, and I'm going to go visit a far more comfortable room in the building. I'll be the same.
Welcome to Bar Mills. My name's Artie Fahey, and this is
Jack Ellison. Good morning.
And Jack will be doing clinics, and I will just be flapping my gums as usual here. We're working today on a very cold Maine day. Very good Springfield weather. If you've been to Springfield before, you know exactly what to expect, and this is it. We have a lot going on. We're doing an 8-hour broadcast today and a 7-hour broadcast tomorrow that will feature some specials, some general information. We invite comments and questions, and we will handle them as best as we can. And Jack, of course, will be handling clinics. What do you have for us today, Jack?
The first clinic this morning at about 10:35, we should be running our first clinic. We're going to do it on adding details to your models, and I'll be back then, and I'm going to give you over, let Art give you all what's going on today and see what we got to give away and have a good time.
And he's going to be heading out of here right now.
Nice to see you.
He's going to be heading out right now as we start to encroach upon the first few minutes. We are also emceed and produced and directed and pretty much everything else by Len Lednam, who's normally our production manager. Anybody who knows Lenny who's called here will know who Lenny is. Appreciate all of you coming aboard. We know there's a few dozen of you. Lenny, is your mic on?
My mic should be on. Good morning, guys.
Let me ask you, what's the count right now? Because we have some business to get to.
Right now on Facebook, we've got 33 viewers.
Great.
On YouTube, honestly, I'm not too sure. YouTube isn't as isn't open with those numbers, but I would imagine we've got to be close to 50 guys at this point.
All right, that's 50. It's a good start for the first few seconds. Now, if you have questions, we will be monitoring them there. I will be talking somewhat about building techniques. Of course, that's Jack's bowl game, okay? So what we're going to do today is we're going to start with something special for all of, well, not for all of you, but for 6 of you. I'm going to talk about a little bit, and let's see, how's this camera, Lenny? Is that working?
Looking good.
Okay, we have here a 6-inch stainless steel ruler made by a company called iGaging. It's a very high quality ruler, and it has certain properties to it. One of which is it doesn't have a cork back, which is really not very good for modeling because it throws off. If you want to use it as a straight edge, a cork backing will screw up your alignment with your hobby knife against the ruler. Of course, unlike a wooden ruler, these will not disintegrate when you rub a knife against them. And it's actually marked not only in inches, and let me hold this properly here, not only in inches, but in eighths, quarters, sixteenths, and 32nds. Now, you may wonder why that's a big deal. If you model in HO, it's an eighth of an inch roughly equals a foot, quarter inches. In O scale, quarter inch equals a foot. And N scale, it would be a 16th roughly equals a foot. And frankly, in S scale, if you happen to be in S scale, 3 of those 16th inch marks will roughly equal a foot. So what we're going to do is we'd like you to get on your computers. We're going to pick randomly 6 viewers based on the comment, and all you have to do is write in the word ruler, R-U-L-E-R, and we will randomly pick 6 entries. And we will announce that in a matter of a few minutes, and you will be expected to follow up with your name and mailing address so we can get you a stainless steel ruler. Now, I have to tell you, I am a woodworker on the side as my hobby, and I go to Rockler Woodworking, and these are $5.99. We rely upon them here, and I think you'll like them. This is not a sales pitch. This is simply a giveaway, and I appreciate that you guys are out there getting involved with this. We're actually going to pay the postage within the United States and even Canada on this one. So 6 random comments with the word ruler. We will let you know who wins that in a little while, and we're going to be doing other things as well later in this hour before Jack picks it up and features his clinic. So Lenny, do we have any comments or questions yet?
Well, we have a whole lot of ruler comments. Just to let Wayne Hatcher, he asked if we were on YouTube. We are on YouTube. I'm actually replying to your comment now with that YouTube link.
My name's
if you would rather...
this is Jack Ellison. Good morning. There's a little guffaw there. Lenny pressed the wrong button.
I did.
There you go. I'm sorry about that.
If you would rather watch it on YouTube, you can. All you have to do is go to our YouTube page, scroll over to live video, and then you'll actually see the live video there. And
do we have any comments other than a lot of guys saying ruler?
Right now, everybody is really into that ruler.
It's a good thing, and this is part of what we're going to be doing every hour for the next 17 broadcasting hours here at Bar Mills. Little things coming, little things going. Just so you know what this is about, we're going to be discussing what's coming in the line, what new products are coming. We're going to be discussing certainly building techniques, answering questions. If you have a question, I'm a new modeler, what do I buy? That kind of a thing. We get that a lot on email, and sometimes it's very difficult for us to get back to you. We're just bludgeoned to death with emails, and of course we've stopped our answering machine on our phone because that's even more cumbersome. But we do try, as I think all you guys know, we do try to be there for you when you need us. So today we'll be discussing an array of topics, and of course keep in mind that the Springfield show would normally start 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and I know you all understand that we've actually bounced this back so the guys in the Midwest and even the West have a little friendlier time zone. So where the Amherst show, which is also featured live today, you want to look them up as well, goes from 9 to 5 Eastern Time, we go from 10 to 6 p.m. So it's a long day for us. It's a lot of talking, a lot of things going on here again, Eastern Time. Tomorrow, Sunday, is a little bit later. We start at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. But here again, we go to, is it 6 p.m. Tomorrow night, Lenny? Do you remember Eastern Time?
I believe 6.
I believe 6. Okay, which means, you know, if you're out in the Midwest or something, it'll be a little bit earlier. But it's we're not getting you up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Although I understand a lot of you people, you know, may raise chickens and cows. I don't know. And maybe you want to get up early. So to start the day today, Lenny, if you do see any questions, We know the first portion of this will be a little slow because, people are just getting out of bed, hopefully joining me in a cup of coffee.
Kurt would like to know, where do you get your inspiration for designing kits?
I'll tell you what I do. First of all, I have an iPhone. And I got to tell you, whether it's an iPhone or a Samsung or whatever it is, having a camera with you, which is really the name of the game here, is a big deal. There are a lot of buildings that are kind of interesting, but not really all that interesting. But we look for things that are really kind of interesting to get a concept for a kit. But what I do, the most important thing for me, is to keep the phone handy, keep the camera handy, and I look around for doors and windows, freight doors especially, and I will take pictures of freight doors and windows endlessly, because even a kind of a mundane building, because let's face it, John Allen is not the one who designed these buildings. George Sellios didn't design these. They were designed by builders that had a practical responsibility as opposed to an architecturally unique responsibility. We're not doing Frank Lloyd Wright here. And by taking what could be an average building and integrating some incredible freight doors, that's my favorite part, or some windows that are just somehow different, or maybe some exhaust pipes or ventilation systems, we can combine these things to make, honestly, a prototype-based model, but with enhancements. And that's basically we do it, even if it's changing the kind of shingles on the roof or eliminating shingles and going with a different method altogether. So if you're looking for inspiration, just look around you. And remember, it's there. Just put the pieces together and see what you come up with. Lenny, do we have anyone else asking anything at this point?
Dennis would like to know if you can magnetize the ruler, because he'd like to stick it to the steel plate in his head. I think he needs some more coffee this morning.
I think, I just went out to Rockwell recently, and I have some of these rare earth magnets, and I'm sure if you were to stick a rare earth magnet on the other side, you'd be, what do you think? Right? Little like that. I think you'd be, I think we'd recognize you in the crowd, put it that way. So Dennis, I don't know. But that's probably going to be the best question of the 17 hours. and naturally it came in the first 17 minutes. What else do we have?
David would like to know, was the mural in the background commissioned and painted on the wall, or is that a print?
Well, actually, the mural in the background shows Strong Station. Now, I don't know if you know, but we are, you should. You may have seen the video just now. There was a painting commissioned to do this particular scene that was sold as a print at the local historical society right here in Portland, Maine. It's the Maine Narrow Gauge Museum had these prints at one time. And I spoke to the fellow who commissioned the print originally, a guy named Matt Sharp. I don't know if he was the original guy, but he was involved. And he used to own a place called Train and Trooper. And anybody out there who's ever done narrow gauge probably will easily recollect that name. So I did ask him, I said, look, I'm not looking to sell something that you're intimately involved with, but would you mind if I turn that into a mural, because we'd like to display it in the station? And we sent out to a place that did murals, and that was when we were building the station. The station was built in 2005, so this is our 16th year here in this location. Previously we had been in a different location. When we first started the billboards, it was actually out of the back of a sign shop we owned at the time. We had extra space and I had some ideas, and we were able to start Bar Mills. Honestly, to tell you the truth, we started the company with $600, and here we are today. We owe thousands, so it really can work in a weird way.
Jordan is actually working on our Christmas kit, the J Bombs.
Good. And
he was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how you did the brickwork. Painting and detailing and. Well,
Jordan, I got to tell you, if we can, we'll try to remember that. But when it comes to that kind of work, Jack Ellis is the specified expert. I mean, we all know how to do these things personally, and you might want to re-ask this to Jack. Personally, my favorite way of doing brick was taught to me by a guy named Earl Smallshaw. As a matter of fact, we'd like to dedicate this whole weekend to Earl. Earl was a great friend of ours who passed away a few years ago, and he was part of the Hartford workshop and he was in Middletown, Connecticut, and he was a legendary modeler. His first magazine articles were published in 1950, and you had to be a modeler back in 1950 to have a model railroad. And what he taught me was this. First of all, I always use some kind of a primer on no matter what I'm painting. This way everything starts out the same color. In the case of the way I do brickwork, and it's not the way that Jack does it, I use orange paint. Flow Quill used to be, or Polyscale used to be a ready source for this, but these days you have to go to art supply stores to find a good orange, because most brick, at least in this part of the country, and it may vary depending on where you live, most brick is clay, and clay is orange, and is very visual. A lot of people just assume, let's start with red brick. That may work. I see a lot of red brick in Pennsylvania, but up here in New England, what we're used to is more orange. So what I would do is I prime the surface, and then I would either spray. If you have an airbrush, it's nice. You're not going to probably get any orange paint in a can these days. Honestly, you don't want a glossy paint or something thick. And once you paint the orange, then all I do is I enjoy using Rick Hunter's a line of Hunter line washes, and the ones I keep on hand are generally creosote and dark brown and cordovan brown, I think it is. And I will give the wall a wash after that, and that will bring out any mortar lines. And from there you can texture it with a little bit of pan pastel, which I love using as well. And you could shade different areas of the structure in different colors. Now I know there are guys out there teaching this, and you know, to me they're also complicated, and they don't have to be. The results are in the photos that you see on J-Bombs. So I'm going to go to another question, but here again, I'm not the only so-called expert on this. There are more of us. What do you have, Lenny? Anybody else?
Well, let's see here. Dennis Cox says bricks made from Georgia clay would almost be neon orange.
Well, there you go. Mr. Cox, Mr. Dennis Cox, I know the name. Hi, Dennis. Welcome to Bar Mills Live, and Springfield Live in this case as well. Orange is orange. Neon orange is one thing, but remember, everything you do has to be painted very flat. You certainly don't want anything glossy, whether you want to use the word neon or not. That's another story, but flat colors like you'd find it in a military situation would be very, very useful for this.
Ron is desperate for an HO scale roundhouse and would love to hear about one coming up.
Well, Ron, I'm afraid you're on the wrong channel for that, because we are going to be coming out with an engine house. It's part of our ongoing Cranberry Yard series. We haven't settled on something that, quite honestly, was interesting enough. There have been interesting things done in the past, and our mission is not to emulate somebody else's work, but to come up with our own designs, make them affordable, and make them applicable. Also, we have a saying that I did years ago. I think it's on the box. Maybe it's not. Keeping it simple, making it fun is one of them, but attainable excellence. You know, we don't try to make the kit so difficult that just because you built one makes you a master modeler. We try to make it more fun, and that's an important thing. Now, Lenny, you know, I need 6 names, and I don't know if maybe Nancy can text us. If you're on the phone, Nance, please text us 6 random names to win these first 6 rulers. Now, remember, if you're picked out, please send us an email with your mailing information and the name of exactly what you won, okay? And we will look at this information on Monday when we get into work and start mailing these things out to you. So Nan, honey, if you're out there, please take care of this. We are working basically a 5 to 7 man crew, so you know how it works. Now, we are going to be giving something else away. Now, we have a picture, I believe, on the screen, or should be up on the screen, of a kit called Starman Spindles. Now, we consider this a collectible kit. I'm sorry? Now,
Old Man Heart.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, where did I get that from? Wrong one. Old Man Hearts. Lenny corrected me. He was whispering. You probably heard him. Old Man Hearts is a popular kit that we do that was originally in HO, went to O-Scale, and is still available in O-Scale. But we have an HO version. Lenny, how much did this kit go for?
In HO scale, I think right around $80, $79,
about $80. Now, we're not giving away this kit, but we are offering to one person, and you would have to write Old Man, and I won't take it personally. First person, who, not the first person, but a random selection. If you write in the words Old Man, you will be entitled to a deep discount. What is the discount? Well, you have to pay $7.50 postage, that's for sure. But the discount is, instead of $80, give or take, is that what it was?
Yes. Yep.
How about 100% discount? This will be no charge for this kit. You pick up the postage. We only have one kit at this point to give out, and send in the code Old Man, and this will not be addressed until after the top of the hour. In other words, after 11 a.m. when we go back on the air. Okay. So there's something else. We're trying to keep it fun, trying to keep it interesting. We could certainly use your support whenever it comes to earning a living. We have 7 people that work here, but this is not really about that so much as sharing the hobby, and it's important to us. Anybody who knows me personally knows how important it is to me, because I am a modeler more than I am a businessman in a lot of ways. So at this point, we're looking at a clock of 10:24. Lenny, do we have any text from Nancy or anything with 6 random names on it? Have we gotten anything?
I should have those names momentarily.
All right, as soon as you get the names, announce them, and anybody announced will please send us an email. You know, it's barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Don't do it through Facebook or whatever it is. You have to go through regular email with your address. You don't want to share that information online, okay? We're closing in a little bit on the 10:30 hour, and at 10:30 we actually take a break for 5 minutes. You can get up, stretch your legs, empty your bladder, or fill your coffee cup, whatever works for you. And Jack will be with us at that point from 10:35 till 10:55. Now basically how we're going to do this is allocate the last 5 minutes of Jack's clinic to open questions, preferably on the subject he's covering. His subjects, I think he brought enough different stuff with him to just keep going through the next 2 days without even repeating something. I, on the other hand, will be repeating a lot depending upon the questions that are posed to us and the situation at the moment. So we are waiting right now for Nancy to send us some names, and I hope she's listening, because she's my wife. She's involved.
Sadi Daisy checks in.
Sadi Daisy, that's Willie Clance. I know that.
It
Okay,
is.
Willie Clance, send us an email, and we will make sure you get a postage paid. Really nice ruler, $5.99 at Rockler's. So you know we're not giving away crap. That's not what we do. What else do we have?
A Wig Wag Workshop. I love the name.
I don't know. I don't know who that is, but that's great.
Says, I really like the packaging of Bar Mills kits, and also the instructions are best.
Well, you know, I don't know what's best, and we like to think we do the best we can. A lot of you guys have mentioned that I make spelling errors, which is not necessarily true. I actually make typing errors. It's funny how I can do little things with my fingers, but I can't hit the right keys on the keyboard. I don't think I'm the only one out there like that. Anything else, Len?
Right now, no. Everybody is yelling "old man" to me. I'm starting to feel pretty old now.
Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen here, folks. If we don't get the first 6, this is the first segment of this, and this is something we may have to tune up. We will announce the 6 choices, picks, whatever it is, for the ruler at the top of the 11 a.m. hour. At that point, you're going to have to come back. Hopefully, we're not boring you guys. We're trying to keep it interesting. Right now, we have a time of 10:27. We have 3 more minutes according to our clock, which is not etched in stone, but are there any other questions, comments, or anything else?
Not current.
Not currently. Okay. So Jack will be here in a few minutes. What else is there to talk about? I could tell you about a new kit, but let's save that for another segment, okay? I don't know, techniques, anything. So we have a little dead air space. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut to a break right now. It'll give Jack a little bit more time for his clinic. And Lenny, can you cue up a 5-minute break, by the way, these are. And we will see you back in a few minutes as soon as we launch this great music. Not music, video. Lenny, how are we? I'm getting this.
1 second.
This is our COVID-19 train show. Unfortunately, we're all at home instead of being in Springfield, but I think we'll have a pretty good time. We're going to go over adding details to your model, your kits. Some kits like ours, they have details in them, but you can always put more details onto a model, because the more detail, everyone says, the more details, the better the model, the better the scene. You're creating a scene with each of your models, and the details are helping you do that. I've got a model here in front of me that I did. It's Tylic tool, and I added a bunch of stuff, and it's kind of hard to see this, but I can probably get them a little close up. But you want to start creating little small scenes within your scene itself. So if you can get an idea on this back porch, you can see how we've added all the details and just one little man walking away, and I have a whole scene there in a very small scene in a very big scene. And then if we go around to the front, by adding this forklift and a couple of guys working in some tools, we've added a whole nother scene in this big scene. So in this one scene, I probably have 5 or 6 smaller scenes. Some are look active, and some are what we call static. So if you look on the back, we have a lot of crates and little garbage and stuff thrown around to add to that scene. So this is what we're talking about, adding things to the scene to make it even more than what you have. So I'm going to put this back here a second. And most models come through, and they some of them have foundations and some of them don't. So the easiest way to add a little more detail to your scene or your building is to add a foundation to it. If you look on this little display we have on the left-hand side here, you see that we've added a small concrete foundation with a little window in it. That probably wouldn't have been on a kit that you got, but you could add this, and it adds a lot more detail to your scene. Lights above the doors, you know, we have put the little precast shepherd's crook lights in our kits, but you can also use different ones, but it adds a little more detail. One of the things I like to say is that when your details are light and feathery and you can see through them, they add a lot more detail because they're not hiding the other detail behind it. On this little display, we have signs on the wall. We have posters and things, and then some junk along an old hot water heater stacked out back. We have curtains. We have shades on the windows. You have a roof detail. I'll go through some of these pretty quick, and we'll make it a little easier for you to figure out how to do these. If you go into one of the box stores like Michael's or things like that, you're going to walk in and they have a whole big display of nothing but colored paper for the scrapbooking people. So if you're looking for colors for your shades, you can buy a sheet of each color. I like to use this bright yellow, this light green, and this dark green. You can see the 3 shades that I like to use for my shades, depending upon what color the building is, because I need that contrast of the shade. So if I have a green building, I'm not going to put a green shade in it. I'm going to put the bright yellow shade in it, and that's going to pop. It looks very bright here, but once you get it inside the building, it's going to tone it way down. So you don't want a dark color building with a dark color shade. It's not going to show. So you can get the colors you want, have a couple of the colors on hand, and then just cut them up in strips and paste them on from the back. I use regular old tacky glue, little bead on the top of the shade, and glue it in. Don't make all the shades at the same height, unless you have some anal people in there that would go around and measure all the shades. You can have a couple crooked if you like, but try to put the shades at different heights. It adds a little more interest. The other thing you can put on some of your residential buildings is window curtains. And I like to use the window curtains. I don't know if you can see it on this one. You can see that we have right here, we have a curtain that's actually blowing out the window. And you got the open window. And to add that touch, if you make your window shades out of regular kitchen foil, you can see we have them pasted here on the back. You take your kitchen foil, if you look at it right here, you can see it's wrinkled, and what I've done is I've basically taken it flat and kind of squeezed it together and then pulled it back apart, like an accordion. and it puts some wrinkles in it. And then by priming it a gray with a gray primer and then painting them white, I'll cut them into small strips like this, and then I'll paste them on the back, and I can make them curved, I can make them straight, and it gives you a texture to them like a hanging piece of cloth. So a real simple thing is a little piece of foil from the kitchen and painted and put in, and now what I've added is when I look through my windows, it looks like there's something inside the building. So you're adding more detail to the building by putting some shades in. Very simple to do, very inexpensive, and it adds a lot of detail to your building. So this is something you can do very easily. And it's kind of fun to do it. It makes it look kind of cool. You got an open window, they can blow out, as I said. But if you look on here, we have window shades. We put the green on the bottom and we put the white on the top, just to add a different contrast. The other thing is we do a lot of signs, and we're going to go over signs later, like signs that will be painted on the wall or cardboard signs. We'll go over a little bit how to do it later, but these are added to the wall to add more detail, more color, and can tell you what the building does, a lot of things. Signs are great. My buildings, when I build them, until I put my signs and the coloration on, the buildings look kind of boring. And then I start adding my color and my emphasis on those types of things on the building. Signs are easy to come by. You can pick them up on the internet. I happen to have a couple when I give out things that have signs for windows, signs to go on the buildings. The only thing you want to make sure when you pick them up off the internet that they don't have watermarks on them. And the watermarks might be from the person that is advertising them. And sometimes you don't see them until you make them a little bit bigger. So you want to check and make sure if you're pulling them off the internet that they don't have watermarks or identification logos on the signs. The other thing is on your roofs. It's very interesting. We can do roofs in many different ways. And we're going to go over most of those roofs. We're going to do tar paper, we're going to do shingles, we're going to do standing seam roof. So we're going to go over those, how to do them. I'm just going to mention them now. This little detail part we happen to put on some shingles that look like slate. But remember, the roofs on your buildings are the things that people are going to see the most because they look down on your models most of the time. So they're going to see the roofs. So the more you can make your roofs interesting, the more you are. And this just happens to be a couple instances where we've made different color tar paper roofs, and we've added some battens, and we've added some corrugated metal and torn pieces with shingles. This just adds the detail to the roof, so you're not looking at a plain, almost plain black roof or something that just kind of is plain. So you want to add the detail to the roofs. I mean, if you have chimneys and you have stacks and you have things like that, you're going to add so much detail to the building. Detailed parts, I'm going to go over a little bit too. Excuse me here, but I'm not doing it.
Jack, we have a question from Jordan.
We can do that.
He would like to know, do you add signs and other details before assembly or after?
If I'm doing a big sign on a wall, maybe a one that I'm going to use, a technique I use with tissue paper. I'll talk about this later. I like to do it sometimes when it's flat. That's before I assemble the four walls. I'm going to paint most of my walls before I put them together, especially if I want to paint my corner boards a different color. I like to paint my walls, and I'll paint my corner boards and put my corner boards on, and then I'll put my walls together. So it's sometimes easy to work on your signs when the wall is flat. Not all the time, but most of the time that's the way I do it. And then sometimes I'll get the building put together and say, oh, this spot here just screams for a sign. So I'll need to put a sign on later. You can do it, but it's much easier to do it when it's flat. And you're going to weather a little bit over it, so you might do a little bit over it later. So if you're using paper signs, and if you're pulling them off the internet, you want to make sure you seal them because the ink will run. And I'll talk about that later on too. The other quick little easy thing you can find around a ways, is these are newspapers. So they can be spread around on the ground or in the gutter or in between. kind of think about your newspapers, the light piece of paper they blow around. Look at the places that might look like they would get caught, and that's where you want to stick them. So the best thing to do is cut them out, soak them in some 50 white glue and water, and they now become pliable. You can scrunch them up, and the glue and the water will stick them down wherever you put them. So you can make these around. You put them in the gutter, you put them against the building, against the foundation, and it's just a little more clutter. So that makes it really, really easy. If you're doing detail parts, and I'll go over this later too, if you're going to paint them, the easiest way to paint them is to stick them on. These are tongue depressors. You can buy these at any of the big box stores like Michael's or things like that. I don't know what you have in your area. Michael's, or even some of the dollar stores, you can pick them up. And it allows me to hold this and hold it in any direction I want, so I can paint it from either side. I use a little bit of tacky glue, put them on, and when I'm done they'll pop right off when I'm done, and because I'm going to glue them down on the bottom, I'm never going to see the bottom, so I don't have to paint the bottom. I'll go over this painting them later, but this is just one to show you what I do. And I try, if I have them, to do more than one of the same piece. If I have 4 like this one, I'll put all 4 on the stick and do them all at once, because I have the same colors out, so it makes it so much easier and so much faster. If you're building buildings and you want to add something to it, that's the thing. Sometimes you want to add another wall or something like that. It can be stucco, it can be brick, depending on, or wood. If you need a substrate, there's a material called mat board, and it's basically what they use to mat pictures. Comes in different colors, comes in white. It's a strato board. It's kind of got some nice stiffness to it. Easy to cut. It's really great to add extra buildings. It takes paint and adhesive quite well. I make most of my stucco buildings out of this mat board. If you're lucky, take a trip down to one of the sign shops and ask them what they do with their cutouts. If they're really not into a lot of recycling and stuff, sometimes they'll give you a big chunk, a big stack of it, and they're usually big enough for what you need to use them for. And you'll have all the mat board you can use. So it works really well for making these smaller buildings. Stucco, brick. Don't be afraid to experiment and add something to the building. I'm going to show you something we did here. This is the REA at Cranberry Yard. I went a little bit farther because I wanted to make it a train depot, and I added a steeple to the middle of the building. Now it's the same building, but it adds a little bit of different, and it gives you a steeple. Now I have a depot instead of the shipping facility. Now it becomes a people person type of thing, and it's very simple to make these and change over the design, so it makes the design a little different. Very simple to do, very easy to do. And we have any more questions, Len?
Currently we do not.
Oh, that's okay. Let's see what we can do here. We had a question before. I heard somebody talking about how they were doing brick coloring. So I can...
Yes. We had a question, I believe, from Jordan, possibly,
yeah,
about the brickwork on the J-bombs, actually.
Okay, I have a piece of the J-bomb right here that I did. I'm going to go over this quick, and we'll do it. I'll do this later as a part. But we have a couple of minutes here. We can do it. Here's one of the side walls from the J-bomb, and if you look at it, this is the plain material. And what I've done then is I've painted with this orange paint, which is basically a acrylic paint. I do it this way so you can see the difference. And then I'll take a brownish paint and I'll kind of go randomly and color a couple of bricks here and there. So it's completely random. And then I need some kind of mortar. And what I've been using for mortar is what they call like a one-time spackle. It's an acrylic spackle. And if you buy this one from the dollar store, it's only $1. You buy it from the big box stores, it's $5. What I found is the stuff from the dollar store doesn't dry out anywhere near as fast as the stuff from the big box stores. So for $1, you're better off to buy it there. And then just use your finger and you just mush it right in and rub it right in, and it goes into the cracks and into the mortar lines, and you keep wiping it off with your finger till you got all your mortar lines showing, and then with a little weathering you can be all done with your mortaring and everything done. Real simple. It's not too messy. If you get it in the cracks, you can scrape it off with your tweezers. I use the edge of my tweezers take the bit that kind of cakes up around the detail. So it's very simple to do, very fast. And then I do my weathering on top of that. I'll use ink and alcohol, or I'll use underline, depending upon what color I'm looking for.
Okay, we've got a few questions. Pat would like you to talk a little bit about exposed tar paper details.
I'm going to go through that tar paper detail in a whole detail, but I'm going to show you how I do it. I had a question from a while ago that somebody, I just saw on the internet one time. He asked me how I did it, where the edges of the tar paper were dark and the middle was light. And I will go through that on a whole different thing, but I can tell you right now, it's the way we put the paint onto our tar paper, and the way I put the weathering onto the shingles. It's very simple to do. It's not artistic, it's very simple to do.
On a similar topic, Clark in Canada would also like to hear more about the painted corrugated paper. I also know you have a clinic on that, I believe, as well, correct?
Yes, corrugated metal. Yes, I'm going to do a clinic, and we're actually going to do some rusted corrugated metal right here. I'll show you how. This is not my technique, but it's one that I learned from someone else, and I'll give him credit at the time. I think it's very simple and easy to do, and I'll show you how to do to rust out some corrugated metal, or less rust corrugated metal. We can have really heavy, or we can have really light. And I'll show you the way we paint them and get them to look like corrugated metal.
Iron Dagger over on YouTube actually chimes in and says he has a bunch of acrylic paints and he wants to know if he can use those on his kits.
Acrylic paint is basically, I'm almost to the point where everything I use is acrylic paints. The only solvent paint I use now is mostly the stuff that comes out of the rattle cans. That's where I use my acrylic paints, believe it or not, because I find that's much easier. But if you look, I have mostly all the colors I need that I brought with me. Let me turn around so you can see. Every from metallic colors to dull colors to, you can even get bright colors if you want. So I work with acrylics, and the real, I think the plus of the acrylic paints is I can create washes, and I can create things like that where I can't, you can do it with your solvent paints, but to do that I have to use those smelly, stinky solvents and do it in my spray booth, so it doesn't, I guess, just bother me.
James actually writes in with a topic that you and I were discussing yesterday. James says, I noticed the lamps for over the doors have a base at the wall they're going into. What is being used for that?
Unfortunately, at one time I would just cut small squares and punch a hole in it. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of advantage on most people, because I have some people here that will cut me my circles with holes in it. But you can use a piece of plain old, I used to use a piece of the tar paper material you use that's pressure sensitive on the back. I would cut a square, put it on, I would paint it the same color as the, lamp itself, the wire, and glue it right on the wall, and then I would punch my hole right through both that and the wall, or drill it through. Start it with a punch and then drill it all the way through, and then slide my lamp in, and it will look like a base for it.
Philip over on YouTube has a question, which honestly I would imagine a lot of guys question, but it really comes down to a personal, what you're modeling. His question is, I struggle with the history of roofing materials. I model 1914 and wonder what materials were most common then. How do you decide what is appropriate, and do you pick an error for your kits?
We pick more of a style of the kit that will cross the eras. I mean, most of our kits you could find somewhere in the back of a city that's not quite used as much because it's a little older architecture. But if you go back to the 40s and the 30s, they're going to be right up in there. But your roofing material, what we call tar paper, mostly what we use if we roll it out in long lines, was what they call roll roofing. Roll roofing is the same thing that shingles are made out of. It was probably more prevalent back before they had cut shingles, because it was easier to manufacture. Came in a roll 60 feet long. You'd roll it out, and it would stick down on the edge just like a shingle. But the thing that you want to remember, that roll roofing came in tan, black, red, and green, and that was the only colors that came in at the time. So those are the colors you're stuck with if you're doing rolled roofing. And that's more common on roofs that are flatter pitch than they are on a steep where where shingles shed the water quicker and that you don't have standing water on it. So they would have had the rolled roofing. Standing seam roof, it's been around for a while, but probably not quite as long. It was much more expensive to do standing seam roof at the time. Now we have them, they roll them out in machines and they do it right on the site.
Now, I would also add that, you know, it also comes down to where you're modeling. As much as time, you know, error, you know, a lot of those things that were used 50 years ago, you'll still see in New England now, or if you head south to Georgia and places like that, you know, you know, a lot of people are still using the same thing.
Yeah, you've got corrugated roofing material that's out there that's still lasted 30 to 40, 50 years. So it's still going to be prevalent now for something if you're doing it in the 40s and the 50s. So roofing material spanned quite a bit of time. Cut shingles, tab shingles are probably 1950s and on because of the manufacturing processes. So.
Keith over on YouTube has a question about the acrylics. He loves the acrylic paints, but he has trouble getting good streaking. Acrylics give him a hard edge rather than an even fade. Do you find this problem? And if so, what is your solution?
What does he mean? But he wants. I have to figure this out. Streaking means does he want to fade one color into another, or does he want to if he's got that hard edge? If he wants to get rid of that hard edge, the easiest way to do it, believe it or not, is a little bit of alcohol on your brush, and if you wipe it along the edge, it's actually going to dissolve a little bit of that paint, and it's going to dissolve it into a wash, and it's going to soften that edge very, very nicely. It's going to actually melt the paint and create another wash and work it right into whatever you're painting. That will get rid of your hard edges. If you're doing if you want like a stipple, not a stipple effect, but a dry brush effect or a heavy dry brush effect, if you put the alcohol over the top of it, and sometimes that can be with ink or without ink, depending upon what you want to do, it will soften that edge of the paint. You're not going to have a direct edge. It's going to fade into whatever the next color is.
Okay, we've only got a few minutes left. Let me see here. Anthony on Facebook was hoping that you could talk about the lighting base paper one more time.
The which paper?
The light base paper. What was that again that you said you like to use?
Well, if you're buying our kits or any kit, I guess, we give you a sheet of usually either pressure sensitive tar paper or pressure sensitive shingles. Around the border edge, there's a piece that's you know, in one side is a little thicker than the other. You can actually cut a small square of that same paper, paint it. Before you cut it, it's easy to paint it. If you're going to paint it, I usually use a black color. I paint it black, and then I'll cut it out, and then usually I put it with a little bit of ACC behind it and glue it to the wall, and then with my punch, I'll punch a hole in the middle and then drill my hole through for my lamp to go through that hole. And that can be a square. If you have a paper punch, and you're in a lot of the larger scales, you can actually paper punch that out with a paper punch. I actually have a small paper punch that I can do the same thing. I can punch out a circle if I want of that same paper with the adhesive on the back, and I can create that backing for the lamp.
On the same topic of lamps, since we're back to that topic, what do you do when you want to add lights to a you know, when you want to light up your light shades? Like our light shades are one solid plastic piece.
Yep.
So how would you suggest tackling that?
If there's a couple of manufacturers out there you can buy that have all the shepherd's crooks all made up with LEDs. So you can go buy those if you want, and you're going to apply them the same thing, and then you're going to wire them from the inside of the building. So.
All right. Well, I think it's about time for a break.
Okay.
And we'll be back in a few minutes.
Thanks. Yep.
Back at 35 minutes after the hour for a 20-minute stretch, and we're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to cover a few new things here, and here again, if you have questions, don't be afraid to ask them. I know with clinics it's a natural thing to be curious about different techniques, but there's so many other things to ask about as well, and with 17 hours to talk to you guys, I think we can cover a few things. I'd like to thank you all for coming back, and we're going to be actually starting this period. We're trying to work out a schedule here and trying to iron out anything that's going on. It'll take a couple sessions. I know you guys all know that. And just so as you know, I know I look a little fisheye on here, but I understand it's not really me, but the surroundings and the fact of it is I am a little fish-eyed, so it doesn't matter really. Anyhow, I have the announcement for the winners, if you want to call them winners. I guess you're all winners, but you know, the people that randomly was selected from both the Facebook and YouTube accounts for the two things that we did last time around. The first item was the stainless steel laser etched ruler. And I had to see if I don't have my glasses on, so you're going to have to stay with me on this. First winner, and remember now, if you're announced here, you have to write to us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your address and reference exactly what it is that you expect to get. Okay. The first winner is Willie Clance, a good friend of ours. Brian Cox. Brian, if you're listening, and I hope you are, because if you're not, you can't submit this lady. You've kind of got to do it in real time. Buddy. Boy, I can't read this. Is it Shorey? S-H-O-R-E-Y? Also, we have Super, my wife wrote this, Super B4. That's what Nancy wrote this, and she has a delicate feminine handwriting. So Super B4, you get a ruler as well. And then we have Richard Wiener. Okay, Richard, if you're out there, write to us, say barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. And finally, a guy named Ken Shepard. Now, that's for the rulers that we offered 6 of them, postage paid, and they're really cool to have on your workbench. So if you're a serious model builder, you need a straight edge, and it gives you some measuring reference as well. Now, for the Old Man Hart's kit, you know, I can't think of an older man, and I know he's not going to like to hear this, than Jim Hart. Not Jim Hart. Oh my God, that's not right. Jim Hart was who we named the kit after. It was Hart's Trading. Jim Armour, another Jim. Jim, I haven't heard from you in a while, but Jim, you want to contact us and give us a call, and we will need some credit card or something over the phone. We're not set up for this online, you understand, just to cover the $7.50 postage, but the kit is going to be free to you, Jim. So that's how we're winding up and closing out the first segment here at Bar Mills Live. But remember, there are 17 of these segments. You're at segment number 2. If you have any friends that are maybe getting out of bed and ready to get out of bed, let them know that we are doing this, and we appreciate it very much. Lenny, do we have any comments or anything at this point?
Bruce Fielder would like to know, when will the assortment pack of resin chimneys be available?
Okay, the assortment pack, we have not gotten the packaging in yet. Let me tell you what's happening. The resin chimneys, we've had a lot of problem with our internet, believe it or not, because we're talking on it here. And we've had a lot of trouble updating our website. We don't know why, but with 8 new kits, because there are 8 different sets of chimneys, 8 different chimney styles in HO scale we're talking. What we are doing is each pack is X amount of dollars, but we are selling them in packs of 3. Now we are also putting together an assortment that instead of 3, there will be only 2 of each chimney, but 16 chimneys in all, 2 times 8, 16 in a package. And they will be priced at about 20% lower to top it off than what you'd normally have to pay for individual packages. Two things here. Number 1, you can save money. Number 2, you will have an assortment, which I know for myself, and if Jack were here, he would say the same thing. It's the best thing. And number 3 is, if you favor one chimney, you can always just buy the single pack and replenish your selection on that. So as soon as we get everything posted on the website, remember, when you get an assortment pack, that's a Bar Mills Direct piece. A lot of things we don't distribute, like the Christmas kit is a great example of that. But the chimneys in the assortment pack will not be distributed, only in the regular packages of chimney selection 1 through 8, because here again there are 8 chimneys. Anything else, Lenny? All right, right now we're kind of quiet, but we are going to turn to something called Brick, because we are offering, here again, we're going to pick out 6 viewers, and we are offering a vacuum extruded brick paper. Now, I hate to say paper because it's plastic, and we're going to be putting that up on the screen. Now, this is suitable for HO scale or N scale. Anybody out there in N scale will know that the bricks in your N scale buildings are pretty much the same size as the bricks in HO. They'd be too difficult to see. But we are including quite a few sheets of very high quality paper, and here again, it's not paper. It's a plastic that's done with vacuum extruding, okay? And we don't sell these. This is something that we brought in special just for this. And for the first 6 guys that not for the first 6, but for randomly selected 6 viewers that use the code words bricklayer. This is the kind of thing that you'll be able to laminate over a piece of cardstock or the back of a piece of wood and introduce some masonry look to what you do. And frankly, if you see the picture up there, Lenny, is the picture up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. You can see, now that's a pretty close-up picture, but look at the detail with that. It's not something we sell, but it is something that we have in-house, and we're putting up 6 packages. We're going to include shipping on this, by the way, as well. So bricklayer is what you want to use on that, okay? Also, while you guys are busy scurrying around with the bricklayer idea, remember Springfield Live from Amherst, Massachusetts, is actually happening at the same time as this. And while we appreciate your all being aboard, don't forget they have something going on as well. Not everybody's a structure builder, unfortunately for us, I guess. How many viewers do you figure we have on right now?
On Facebook we have 50. On YouTube, again, it really doesn't tell me.
I know we were hitting about 100 before, and we've hit many. The funny thing is, a lot of people will watch this 10 minutes down the road, and at the end of the day, we'll look at the numbers and find that supposedly we had 100 viewers. It turns out we had 700 viewers. Of course, if you watch it a little bit later, these contests, these little giveaways are not exactly pertinent to you because you won't have a chance to send in your chance to fill out your ticket, so to speak, with a text. Have we been getting anything for the bricklayer?
Yes, we are getting many bricks thrown at us right now.
And well deserved, I might add, yeah.
In between the bricks, Lloyd Landon would like to let you know that he takes the cake at 86 years young.
You know what, Lloyd, a lot of us are in competition for that cake. So, as a matter of fact, I have a birthday coming up, which we will not discuss, thank you very much, because I enjoy looking 28. But unfortunately, February, especially Boy Scout Day, you can look it up, is when I click another year on the old odometer or ageometer, whatever it is. Anyone else offhand, Lenny?
Well, Dennis says that this is much more interesting than a political science class. So,
well, I got to tell you, it's certainly a lot more filled with facts than a political science class, but I don't want to go there. Now, we're going to be talking about a new kit, something that is in the works and will be coming out. We're releasing new kits. This is kind of like February, even though it's not. But in February, in March, and in April, each month will feature one brand new kit. Now, the first one we're going to be speaking about, I could sit in front of myself here, but I'm not going to do that because the photos that I had taken earlier are a much better representation than a fisheye camera could be. The first one is something very unusual for us, and if you'll notice, it's not weathered up and beaten to hell. It's a fire station. We simply call it the Smoky Hill Fire Station, or Smoky Hill Fire number 3, or whatever. And you can see this is this prototype here was actually built by Jack Ellis. The deal was not to lift boards, not to do anything that would make something look unkempt, because if you notice the fire engine in the picture, it's nice and shiny. It's a different world than, say, building pretty much anything else that we build. So this kit is it's what makes it work really well. It's very tall, and it has a very small footprint. So even if you don't have a lot of space on your lap, this is something you might be able to sneak in. What you don't see in the picture is something that was in development at the time, and we still don't have prototypes back. And that's a bell, because there will be a bell in the tower up above there, and of course you're going to want to paint that a bronze or a brass color when that gets installed. We have, I think, 2 pictures on that, Len. Have we used both of them?
Well, we have one up right now.
Okay.
And I will put another one up in just a second.
All right. Now, you understand that the fire engine does not come with the kit. The Woodland Scenics fire engine, which is beautiful, and if you notice, we're never going to weather a fire engine because we all know in reality that just isn't done. The fire engine goes for $50 from Woodland Scenics. The kit will be available through distribution, in other words, through your hobby shop or whatever. And through Bar Mills Direct, we will be running a special package where you can get the kit and the fire engine at a substantial discount on the fire engine, at least. And it will, when you're dealing with a $50 item, you can really have a lot of room to work with as far as making sure you can save money on this. If you have any questions on this, let me know. It's not a very big footprint. It's quite tall, and we think Jim Mooney has really worked, Diamond Jim Mooney as we call him, our engineer, has really worked miracles in trying to get something that is just so reminiscent of everything that most of us kind of picture for a backwoods, small town kind of fire department, a one engine capability kind of fire department. Len, are we doing anything else with questions or comments about this?
Does the flagpole come with the kit?
The flagpole does, and I'll tell you what the flagpole is. The flagpole is well, it's a graphic of the flag, but it's also just a piece of skewer. And what we've done is we simply sanded it down. Now, if you have a lathe, you can actually spin it really quick. Actually, all you need is a drill. You stick the skewer in the drill, take a piece of sandpaper, run the drill at whatever speed you prefer, and just work your way down it so you have a slight taper. And that will be with the kit. Yes, it's not a big project, although it sounds, I think a lot of people might think it is. And if you want to buy a flagpole, I don't know who sells these. I'm sure someone else is selling something like that out there. It'd be several dollars. And all we're talking about is basically a dowel, a drill, and a piece of sandpaper, and of course the graphic. And this, yeah, that'll be included with the kit. Absolutely.
Bruce was wondering if we have a footprint on the structure.
You know, we should have a footprint, and I have the structure here, but I really can't get out from behind my desk. I'll tell you what, next segment, after, we're going to be heading out because of the way we time things here. Right now, and I have to look at my iPhone, it's 11:15. Now, I start my next segment at noon, and I will have the kit in front of me, and I will measure it out for you, Bruce, okay? So, that's a good question. I kind of have a good idea what it is, but I don't want to just throw a number at you just to keep you happy. So if you come back a little bit later, you'll be able to do that. So right now we have the bricks, the brick sheets, the bricklayer sheets, all 6 of them up for grabs. And according, at least on the East Coast time here, it's 11:15. So we have another 15 minutes before Jack comes back on. And yes, we have another giveaway coming up. I'll call it a giveaway, but it's really a heavily discounted kit because shipping will be involved in the larger kits. Lenny, is there anything else?
Currently, no.
Currently, no. So is anybody watching? That's a fair question.
Yes, we definitely have a lot of watchers. Everybody seems to love the fire station.
Oh, good, good. I'd like, you know, this is the first time anybody's seen it. It will be appearing in the next issue of Railroad Model Craftsman, but that doesn't come out for a while.
David was hoping you could talk a little bit about the fire engine.
The fire engine is from Woodland Scenics. It's actually, on the package it says 7 pieces, which is kind of, maybe, it's 7 pieces because the ladders come off. So I guess there's some posability there. Many of the Woodland Scenics vehicles actually come with 1 or 2 figures. This one does not. But if you look at it up close and in person, it's really an amazing piece of work. And it's not something you tend to run into in a hobby shop. And even online, it's kind of an odd bird. Woodland Scenics actually developed the fire engine for a kit that they put out. And that's the only reason it exists. And I called them up and I made them a deal because, you know, we do sell Woodland Scenics. And I got a good price, and we're going to make them available at a serious discount to you. Now, anybody who doesn't know this, I'd be surprised, but we do retail Woodland Scenics in N scale and HO, and we haven't been able to update the website yet, but we also have the O scale versions of the majority of Woodland Scenics figures and vehicles. The difference being we discount them 20%. So you can load up with them at a 20% discount. If you happen to purchase a kit, regardless of whatever the kit is, and you're paying the flat $7.50 shipping within the U.S., any additional items you get, there's no shipping. So it's a chance for you to get your figures, get your vehicles, save 20%, not pay shipping. That's a pretty sweet deal. But of course that is contingent upon you getting something else with it at the same time. You can order them by themselves at the same 20% discount, but of course you'll have to pay the $7.50 shipping. The fire engine is beautiful. My best suggestion is to take a really close look at the one in the photo. I've seen it, obviously, and I'm very impressed with it. I think it's crazy pricing, but the quality's there, and I'm sure there's a good reason for that pricing. Anything else, Lane?
John, I believe John, yes. John would like to know, is there any way that the firehouse could possibly be released in N scale as well?
You know, it's early on. We haven't done it yet. The firehouse has a fatal flaw as far as construction goes. The tower on top is very delicate. Undoubtedly, it'd be easier to build an O scale than HO, and HO to N. You know, if we can work out a way of using castings more and developing more prototype resin castings to help build that the situation up on the top, yeah, it could be realistically done. But we are working on a new N scale kit, and we haven't announced it yet because we're a little we're on shaky ground about it. But N scalers have not been forgotten. We've had a great year with N scalers. I think you know that, and we continue to support N scale. And I just can't say this is a new kit. We'll have to see how it works out. We have to see if it sells as well. If it's not a popular kit, we certainly don't want to duplicate it in several scales. It just doesn't make sense. It takes weeks and weeks to do one kit just to develop it. So we want to make sure that time is as well spent as it can be. And we're always cognizant of trying to be a good value.
John would also like to know when it might be possible, when it might be available.
Well, here it is, January, but let's say February. I'd like to shoot for the end of the month. Right now, our inventory, we keep about 3,000 kits right here at Bar Mills. Kit is anything from a package of castings to a full-blown kit. And we are down probably the better part of 50% as far as inventory goes. We have been very, very busy. You guys have been great supporting us. You know, I should tell you, and Lenny, I don't think knows this, we had an order today, and I have it on my phone. It was an unusual order. It was actually a letter from, I'm sorry, not a letter. It was an order from St. Petersburg, Russia. And I can't figure out the address. It's going to be some work. But Australia is not uncommon, and we've done Russia before, to be honest with you. We've actually done Antarctica at one point. So it can happen, but just to give you an idea of how a small company can have such a big reach around globally. Okay, and I'm sure we're not the only ones. But we have to catch up on inventory, and we have to work on that kit, and that's going to be, I think it's going to be February's release as far as the end of the month. And we don't make 2 or 3 of these. We generally will gravitate towards 100 of them or so. Once it's on the website, you'll be able to order it, and you're going to more or less have to reserve one, maybe, depending on how early you do order the kit. Lenny, anything else, sir?
Horton Monroe says he loves the music behind the breaks.
Thank you. That's not something I've recorded. Both Lenny and myself are musicians as well. I'm a bassist as well as a valve trombonist. And Lenny plays, I was going to say air guitar, but it's not true. He plays pretty much everything, and he's the one responsible for setting up this, what I think is a really passable, I like to think it's passable broadcast today. Now, before we go too much further, I do have to glance down and say it's 11:21, and with that in mind, it's the bottom of the hour, and we're going to have a deep discount kit. Okay, so what we're going to do is put a kit up on the screen so you can see it better than I can show it to you here. And this time, I have the kit here. I have to remind myself what it is. Here again, more or less a collectible. It's one of my favorite kits, but one that we haven't made available in a while. And when I say there's hardly any available, I mean there's none available, seriously. And this one was actually named after Jack Ellis, who's been doing the clinics for us. And it's a seaport kit. It's a waterfront kit with an incredibly complex roof from a manufacturing standpoint, because it's all shingles and may take a long time to make, which is probably why you don't get them in many kits. And it's called Captain Jack's. And this is the kit here. Lenny, do we have the picture up on the screen?
I'm pulling it up right now.
I was asked earlier about how do we determine what we're going to use for a building and come up with the ideas. Well, Captain Jack's was a compilation of a couple things, but the thing that really made this building work for us was the doors in the front of the thing. You'll see they're quite unique. And I don't want to sell you this kit because we don't have any to sell. But I'll tell you, if you put in the word Captain, just Captain, C-A-P-T-A-I-N, we've only got one of these, and the deep discount will not be 10% or 20%. Of course, you will have to pay shipping, $7.50 within the U.S. The deep discount is 100%, but only one. So as we monitor what's going on, If you happen to be the guy that can scream captain, say mama.
Kurt Schneider, I apologize on your last name there, has yelled captain as quickly as you could say it. Oh, Capitan.
Well, you know what? That's on one form, but I got to tell you, we have more than one, so we can't really judge it at this point. And it's really not necessarily the first guy, but it's like putting names in a fishbowl and pulling one out. We have to be fair to everybody here. What else is going on right now? On the time on the clock, we have 11:23. We have 7 minutes left. Do we have any before the segment? By the way, when I say 7 minutes, we're not going off the air, but we are going to take a 5-minute break at that point to kind of change captains here. Matter of fact, Captain Jack, it was named after Jack Ellis, and he built the prototype that you've seen on the screen. Lenny, is there anything else coming in?
Kurt would also like to know what the kit on the table is.
You know, the kit on the table is what I call a placeholder, but it's one of my favorite kits, and we actually brought it out here. Let me do this for you. And who's this again, Kurt?
Kurt. Yep.
Kurt. Okay. We actually brought it out here because we're trying to deal with camera focus. We are using a GoPro on me, and it's good 6 feet away. And you know that means that with the fisheye, you're going to get everything pretty much in existence. Hopefully, you guys are not having an issue with viewing any of this. But we have to use what we have, and we spent a lot of time, and I have to thank Len Lednam, who's been our announcer, as well as our production manager here at the shop. This here, and I'll hold this up a little bit. I can use this, as a matter of fact. That's right. I forgot about this side camera. I can put this right here. Lenny, is that a good angle, I hope? Sure this is called Dunphy's Hardware. It's one of my favorite kits, and it was engineered a bunch of years ago. I can move this around a little bit because it is live, and if it's a little out of focus or maybe my hands are a little shaky, I apologize. And this is mounted on a piece of gator foam, and what makes it very unique is if you look at the siding, we call that a waterfall siding. That's actually a shingle siding that you still see today, but it's rarely modeled. Why is it rarely modeled? Well, frankly, it costs a lot of money to do anything on a laser that has to be done as much as cutting shingles, or in this case, siding. But this is one of our favorite kits. It comes with the sidewalks and details, as you might expect, and it's called Dunphy's Hardware. Now, Dunphy's here is a sister kit to something called Curry's Mercantile, isn't it?
Correct, yes.
Right, Curry's Mercantile? And they kind of go together. These are perfect New England buildings. They were modeled actually after the area around Syracuse in Skaneateles, where Martin Collard, a friend of ours, lives. And it's just all American. We call this our Norman Rockwell building, more or less. A lot of structures you'll realize are heavily dependent upon a lot of junk and clutter to add interest to the scene. It's a diversion, just like a lot of signs. A boring building can be made interesting with a lot of signs. Doesn't mean the building is particularly interesting. It just means there's a lot of signs to divert your eye from one area to the other. Certain structures are so strong architecturally that they just don't need that. And this is one of those buildings. It's just a lot going on. We don't tend to use a lot of signs on our buildings because honestly we spend so much time working on the architectural elements that the signs are simply not all that necessary. Although obviously you do want to label and give an era to what you're building, and signs do a lot to bring you into that direction. Lenny, anything else, sir? Sue Cooley. Susan Cooley, one of our sweethearts. Yes.
Yeah, she said it's a great model and it'll be on the shelf. It's on the shelf to be built very soon.
Wow, thank you, Sue. Sue is one of the ladies of the hobby, one of the model railroading ladies, and matter of fact, we're friends on Facebook as well. Sue, hope you're doing well. We certainly miss seeing you guys this year at Springfield. They say we'll be better next year, and I am going to stay away from that because I don't know what's better anymore. But what was the question? Did she actually ask something? Now I kind of lost.
No. Okay. How do you order the fire station kit, or to get on the list for the fire station?
When it's available and ready to be shipped, we put it up. We will let you know what's coming, and maybe we will let you purchase it maybe 2 weeks before release. This way you have kind of a pecking order, which is really how we do it here. Also, we're going to have to come up with a price, both as a single fire station and as a combo kit, in which case we have to have in stock enough of those fire trucks to make sure that we have them ready on demand, because we keep hundreds and hundreds of figures and vehicles, but the fire engine is a new vehicle for us, and it's really dedicated more or less to this specific project. We have 2 minutes left here on this one. Is there anyone else?
We do. We have 2 minutes left. Nope, not right now.
Okay, you know what? I have 6 names here for the brick shingles, I believe this is, all of them. And let me tell you who they are, because Nancy, who's working with us, but from remote, has been monitoring what comes in. And I'd like to know exactly what these are for, but there are 6 names, so I assume these are for the brick overlays, which are really nice, I have to tell you. Jackie Howland, if you're out there, and stand up, Jackie, you know, come on down. You picked door number 2, and this time it worked. We have Ricky Mills, John Malkowski. Hi, John, how you doing? A good friend of mine and a cyclist, meaning a bicyclist, not a motorcyclist, Jerry Bengston. I don't know if I ever say his name right, but it looks like Jerry Bengston to me. Phil Sellinger. Phil, how you doing, sir? And this one, I don't know. This is, I'm sure this is nobody's name. Servel-O-Maniac. Or Servel-O-Manic. Remember, what you have to do is write to us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Write bricklayer so we know what you're getting, and include your address. Although we generally have it in our files, you want to include it anyhow to simplify things, okay? And I got to tell you, Kurt Steinacker, Kurt, you know, son of a gun. What happened? Did we get a lot of references for the Captain Jacks to win that?
We did.
And Kurt, you know, you came up, sir, so you scored. You happen to be one of the first ones, and I'm not saying the first one. And you're going to want to call us, because shipping is $7.50, and we're going to have to do that over the phone. But you'll be getting a Captain Jack's courtesy of Bar Mills. We're going to go to break right now, and in 5 minutes, Jack will be up. And you know, I should have asked him. Do you know what his next clinic is?
I believe it's going to be on corrugated material, painting.
I saw that question come up before. So stick around. Right now, Jack is ready to enter the building again. And we will be right back. Lenny, do you have our break ready to go?
We're all set, ready to roll.
That's it right now from Artie Fahey and Bar Mills.
building right here, and this is what he wants to, they want to figure out how we make it look either rusted or weathered. And that all depends upon how far you want to have it weathered. There are two types of corrugated metal out there now. One is the actual aluminum foil that's corrugated by Campbell or by Northeast Scale Lumber. Northeast Scale also has come out one that is made out of paper. It's like a manila colored paper, and it has the corrugation just like the aluminum. This is so much easier to work with. It's easy to glue, it's easy to paint. Paint sticks to it, doesn't fall off. I can scrub it and I don't have to worry about it. And I don't have to go through the process. If I'm doing the process for the aluminum metal corrugated, I have to put some kind of usually an automotive primer on the top of it so paint will stick to it. And then I'll go through the next step that I do, that you're going to do both to metal and both to the paper. To make it easy to work with, I'm going to take my corrugated metal and I'm going to cut it down into small pieces, the size that I want to work with. I usually go by 3 by 5 pieces I usually make, and these are easy to stick on and I can overlap them, and it's about the right size. These are scale 3 by you can go 3 by 6. The next step, what I do is on the back, you can see on this one, on the back I'm going to use what they call transfer tape. And if you haven't used it, it's a great tool in your toolbox. Basically what it is, it's a double-sided tape, and when you put it on and then peel off the material, all you leave is the adhesive, which makes it very sticky, and it works very well, and it glues down either the metal or the paper, and it just sticks down. It sticks down everywhere. It's great the way to do it that way. So the first thing I'm going to do, if I have the metal, I've already primed it. If I prime it in a gray, I don't have to paint it gray. On the paper, it comes in this beigey color. I'm now going to take it and I'm going to take a primer, and I'm using this Touch and Tone because it's a cheaper one. I think this is Aubuchon's. It's a $2 spray can. It's worth grabbing a couple of these when you get them because I use them on a lot of things. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to paint it a gray color. The next step is I'm going to take, this one happens to be acrylic metallic silver paint, and basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of that paint. I'm not going to do the whole piece here, I'm just going to do a piece of it so you can see. I'm going to take a little bit of it and I'm going to kind of just scrub it across the top of the corrugations. And what that's going to do, it's going to give it a little metal effect. But I'm not making it all metal. I don't know if you can see that or not. I'll see if I can angle it so you can see it. Once it dries, you're going to get a metal shiny effect, but the gray is going to show through. That's going to give you some depth of the corrugations. So once I did the whole piece that way, the shiny material, I'm going to do it on the big sheet so it's easy to see. Normally I would do it on a piece maybe this size. I'd have a whole bunch of them surrounded on my paper, and I would start doing my rusted material. Now this technique was done by Jason Jensen, and I liked it so much I decided I'd try it, and I like the technique a lot. So I'm going to use that same technique, and I'll give him credit for it. I'm going to use a terracotta color, a burnt umber, and a barn red. So these are the 3 colors I use: barn red, burnt umber, and a terracotta color. These are 3 colors I'm going to use. I'm also going to use a sponge, and this one happens to come from Michael's. You can grab it, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to tear off a piece of the sponge. It's not as easy as it looks. About so big. You can see that right there. Not very big. You're just going to use it. So I'm going to start with my burnt umber. And I'm going to use my piece of paper that I have here as a palette. And I'm going to squeeze out a little bit of it and put it on my palette. And now I'm going to take my sponge and I'm going to kind of dip it in, and then I'm going to work it on the paper so I get it so it's, I don't know if you can see that, it's very spotty. See, it's just giving me dots. And I'm going to go along the edges with the darker color. I'll bring it up to the camera in a second, but I'm just lightly putting it in. So this is what you're going to see. You can see it right along the edge. I'm just doing this dark color. That would be your really dark, heavy rust. My next color would be the red. I'm going to mention something right now. That metal, any kind of metal, is going to rust from the edges to the center because the edges are usually where they've been cut and the metal is exposed. They don't have the galvanizing on them. So most of your rust is going to work from the edge to the sides. Now I'm going to take a little bit of the barn red. Same thing. And I can work the same sponge. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to put it on there. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to get over here so you can see. We're going to make it kind of feathered it out. And we're going to, same thing, a little bit more red than we did before. You can go up in the thing like this if you want. Remember, I would have been doing this on a very short piece, a very small piece. So what I'm doing is I'm getting dots. I'm not getting a full coverage. It makes it very easy to do. All right, I'm going to wipe some of this off on this one because the next one is a lighter color and I don't want so much of it. So the last color I'm going to go over the top is a terracotta. I like to shake them up too so I can use them. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put a little dot on the paper. Oops, too much, but it'll work. And I'm going to dip the sponge in it, and we're going to get rid of most of it. 98% of it. This one's a little more aggressive, so I'm not going to go quite so much, but I'm just going to touch it. It's going to put spots on the weathering. Just touch it up. If you get too much, wipe it off. Put a little more red over the top of it. And then you can go back one more time with the darker color, and now we're going to be very sparse with the dark color. So we put on basically 4 layers. So I don't know if you can see that, but I'll bring it up the best I can. What I've done is I've done the bottom edge. You can see it with the 4 different colors, and you've got the light rust color on the top of this. Now remember, we would have been doing it on a piece this big to replicate each piece, and if you look, we've created a basic U shape around the edge because the edges would have rusted. Okay, it would have been rusted quite a bit. Now the only thing that's left is when you cut these, you're going to have an edge on here that hasn't been painted. So what I'll do is I'll take a fine brush that I have, sorry, here, let me find the fine brush. And I'll take some of this dark brown, get most of it off, and I'm going to just wipe the edge dark. It gets on the top, you just wipe it with your hand or your thumb. So I make my edges dark. So that would be on this little piece. All these 3 edges are dark now. So when I lay this down, I'm going to get some, it's going to create like a shadow with one piece on top of the other. No, let me get them so they're right, stupid. So they look like this, a little like this. Once I'm done and let that dry, I'm going to take some of my pan pastels, and I like to use, this is the burnt sienna. What I'm going to do is, it's a lighter color, I'm going to go over the top of it. I can't really go over this one because it's still wet. It'll just glomp up. And it's going to take a little bit of the shine, and I can put a little bit more, I'll give it a try. A little tap, and I kind of go on the paper first to get most of it off, and then I can drag it up into the parts that are maybe not rusted, but it's going to give it a slight rust effect. And now this can be used not only on corrugated, but if you have a big, something that's large and you want rusted, you can do the same thing as to this. Again, I would have had this cut up into little pieces like this, and then I would have had them with a pressure sensitive on the back. So this would have been cut up, and probably not so big. It would have probably been about that big. So now I've rusted the whole bottom of this. Now you can use this on automobiles. You can use it on anything you want to use it on. This same technique. It works very well. So when you're done, and you lay them all up on this is a section of roof that I've created. This is what it looks like when it's done and it's rusted. Very simple. And now all I had to do was stick each one of those overlapping a little bit so they made a seam. And I might run a little black, a little tiny bit of black along the seam to accent the seam. So that's the easiest way to do it that I've ever seen. I mean, I'm not experimenting, and if I don't like one of the small little pieces, I can throw it away, or I can use it depending upon what I like. Do you have any questions?
I've got a couple questions here for you.
Sure.
Jim on Facebook would like to know, where can you get the transfer tape?
Transfer tape, okay. The one it's called 3M. You want to make sure you're going to get a 3M product, transfer tape. I'm going to plug another manufacturer right now. I know that Foss sells it on his site. He sells it by the roll. It's not cheap, but in the end, I've had this roll for about 4 years. So it's one of those things you're going to pay maybe $12 or $13 for it, but you're going to have it for a while. It works great for doing metal and things like this, but if you wanted to put wood on the side of a wall, you can put the transfer tape and use the wood to hold it just like glue. Anything else?
Yep. John over on YouTube has a question. Is that a dry brushing across the top for the metal effect, or just a light layer?
On the paint, or
correct, on the paint.
On the paint, I'm using the sponge, okay, and it's basically I'm just touching the sponge, creating. It almost looks like what they call a stipple effect. So I'm not getting a smooth finish. I'm just getting light, random splotches. Let me see if I can show you on the piece of paper. If you look on this piece of paper, you can see right here how I've weathered it out to be just splotches. And what happened is once all three colors kind of mix together, it gives you that rust effect. So it's not really a dry brushing, it's more of a stippling with a sponge.
Now, Jordan and Clark up in Canada chime in that Amazon is a wonderful place to find the double-sided tape.
That's great. Good information.
And Mason over on Facebook has a question. The corrugated metal in our area is light blue instead of gray. Any ideas how to duplicate?
The light blue?
Yes.
Again, when I use that silver wash over the top of it, if you guys make a wash of light blue paint, now this is a wash. This means you're going to take a light blue paint and add some water to it. After you've got some kind of a primer on it, if it's metal or paper, because you don't want it soaking into the paper, and lightly wash it across the top. You can put more on one sheet, less on the other, because you don't want it all consistently the same. You can get that light blue haze is what he's talking about. I know what he's talking when you get out into the west. It seems to be that way.
Now, John over on YouTube has another question. For small pieces of foil, how do you keep them from crinkling and then silver showing through? Okay, so he's talking about the traditional actual metal corrugated, as opposed to the corrugated that you're using, which is the paper material.
Yeah, you have to get some kind of paint that has a tooth that will stick to metal. My favorite one, believe it or not, is called Kills. It's a shellac-based product. You can buy it big box stores. It comes in an aerosol can. The only thing you have to be very careful with it is it's kind of thick. So when you spray it, instead of doing it at like the 8 inches, move back to a foot and spray it lightly. Get a coat on it, because once this stuff is on, it won't come up. You can scrub it all you want. The silver will not show through.
Well, it's very similar, wouldn't you say, to painting metal castings. You're still trying to get rid of the shine and things like that.
The only problem is if you go to an automotive primer, they sometimes are very thick because they're made that way to be sanded off. So you begin to lose some of the fine detail. That's the only problem you have to be careful with when you do a primer. We've got a couple minutes here.
We do. We still have about 4 minutes.
Yeah. So, any questions? Any more questions on that? Remember, if you're doing like a big cyclone on the top of a building and you want to do the rust technique, you can use the same rust technique. Just remember, if it has sharp edges on it, that's where it's going to rust first. It just seems to be you want to work from there to the middle of whatever you're doing. So you can do detail parts the same way. When we do detail parts later on, I'm going to show you another way to do this with weathering powders and alcohol.
I have a question for you. You showed how to use the corrugated roofing for roofing,
Right.
but in many areas that same material can be used for fencing and things like that.
Yeah.
Now, would you approach painting that and weathering that differently?
I would probably not. I would probably, again, if I had a piece of fence that was corrugated, you're going to find out the bottom of the corrugated is going to be rusted a lot more than the top. So you're going to kind of deal with the same piece of corrugation, but now if you stand it on its edge, it may not be quite as much rust on it either. So you're going to lightly do it. You're going to stay with the lighter colors and not the darker colors. The darker colors are a real heavy rust, almost, rust through. So stay with the lighter colors on things you want less rusted. And remember, just do the edges, make that U shape, as I said, on the things, and you'll probably get away with it.
We've got 2 more questions. Let's see here. Dave over on Facebook would like to know, maybe he missed it, would you use sandpaper to make jagged holes to represent rusted out areas?
You can do that with the paper. Just be careful you're not sanding too much of it away. There is a technique with the metal that it's an etchant material that you use for PC boards. You have to be very careful with it. That's a whole nother category. It basically is an acid and eats the metal away, and it's the best looking rusted hole through I've ever seen. But it needs to be done in a specific way, and it takes more time than I have to tell you about it.
Now, what do you use to cut your roofing material?
All right, my roofing material is I will cut a sharp knife to cut my pieces the long way. So I'm going to make a strip like this. I'm going to cut it with my knife this way, and then to make my individual rectangle pieces, I'll set my chopper up to my 3 feet and chop them all right up with the backing on them all at once, and they all come out the same size.
Now, Pat would like to know, do you use an airbrush in your modeling at all?
Very rarely, believe it or not. I've gone to the rattle cans. I don't like to clean the brush, but I have used it in the past, especially when I was shooting polyester scale, because polyester scale you can almost shoot directly out of the bottle. I don't have to, but I have, believe it or not, I have used this acrylic paint in my airbrush with thinning it down with windshield washer fluid, which is alcohol and water. So it works pretty well to do that too. You can do both. The problem is you don't get the stipple effect with the airbrush quite so much, or you get a random one with the sponge. You don't get that much of a random one with the airbrush. So I think we're all set. The next one I think I'm going to do is tar paper. So if you want to come back in about half an hour,
yep,
and we'll be back with our
about 35 minutes.
Our next clinic. Thanks for coming by. If you have any questions, we'll try and answer them on the next one if we didn't get to them.
All right, we're back here at the, we might call it the anchor desk here. We appreciate you, those of you who told us the microphones have either been on when they shouldn't be or maybe disappeared for a while. But that was a technical glitch. As far as the mics being on when they shouldn't be, appreciate the heads up. We do have a little setup work to do in between shots here. So we're back at Bar Mills. It's actually, I should look this up, in case you haven't been up to Maine, and understand that, you know, the shop generally truly is open for visitors, especially on season. We have hit a sizzling 16 degrees here, so if you don't live in Maine, you don't know what it's like. And it says no pre-sip for at least 60 minutes. Pre-sip meaning in this case snow, because it's 16 degrees, nothing is rain. We're going to be talking about a couple other things right now in this segment. I know a lot of you have questions that you haven't been able to get answered, but you know, we have so many questions coming in, and we just don't want to say yes, no, yes, no. We could, if we say yes and no, and we could probably get through 50 of them in 10 minutes. We try to give you some serious time, because this is a rare opportunity for us to speak to you direct and live, whether you're on Facebook or whether you are on YouTube. We've had hundreds of people, at least in and out at this point. I think there's about 100 or so at this point. Lenny, do we know?
Yeah, roughly. We do have a question that holdover from the last time.
Okay, that's important.
Ron Mackey has a question. Last year you brought out a retired kit for a limited production. Is there any plans to reintroduce any retired kits?
You know, it's a possibility. I'll tell you what we are introducing, but it's an O scale. And it's a retired kit. You remember Cigar Corner, which honestly, the problem with Cigar Corner for us, and I don't want to bounce back and forth, but the problem with the Cigar Corner diorama is it's exceptional. I'll say it, and I normally am a little bit more diplomatic about it and saying it's pretty good. We did the best we could, which is all true. But not only did we sell the first 250, but we're into almost better than 60 or 75 additional that we have to make. Remember, today is Saturday, tomorrow is Sunday, and Sunday in this case is the last day of the month, and we will no longer be accepting. we will no longer be accepting. That's it. Orders for Cigar Corner after midnight tomorrow night. So come February 1st, Cigar Corner is gone. Yet in some ways there is a reissue, because we are taking the downtown garage and we have rescaled it, and we have not finished it, but we will be introducing it in O scale. Lenny, do we have a clip of the downtown garage that we can bring up?
I believe we do.
It will not be available on HO at this time, though. Certainly no reintroduction. The kit is actually not even out of production yet, not until tomorrow night anyhow. But for those of you unfamiliar with the downtown garage, it scales up really nicely. We've made up new castings in O scale, and they're quite incredible, the resin castings. And when we're up on the screen, anybody who's into O scale, or anybody who just wants to take another look at the downtown garage, should be up on the screen.
It is.
It's up on the screen now. Great. I don't have a monitor here to look at, so you know. So that will be coming out in O scale. I wasn't really going to talk about that right now. As far as any other kits coming out, generally there'll be something coming out, but not that much, because our limited run kits and our older kits generally stay within that pattern of we'll sneak one here and there for those of you who really just kind of like something and maybe didn't get the whole thing at the time, the entire package.
Jordan chimes in on Facebook. Cigar Corner has been a blast to work on.
That's great. Now I have to tell you about Cigar Corner. We've made almost no mistakes, but there's never 100% perfect. Hard to believe, right? We have on the Cigar Corner page, on the website, we have some minor corrections, including some additional signs that did not make it into the kit. And of course you can print these out. And we will update that as needed, because if we find something's wrong, we certainly want to be there to support our customers. So please keep that in mind with Cigar Corner. There's one video there. We actually have 2 additional videos. Here again, I mentioned earlier, I don't know, who knows if you were on, but we mentioned earlier that we've been having some uploading problems with our computer. So it's not so easy to update the, especially something like a video that's very memory intensive, to get it onto YouTube, to post it onto our website. Now, this time around, Lenny, we are going to be promoting, well, it's promoting, but it's really kind of sharing a special product that we invented many years ago, and it's called InstaFence. Now, InstaFence is amazing stuff. There was a time I'd build my own fences out of wood, but this was actually far superior to something I could have done. And the first InstaFence actually appears on my Niagara and Pearl Creek Railroad, the N-scale railroad you may have seen during the break. And I made it for myself. I had the idea one day of why not put a piece of it in a kit, and then it became its own product. We are going to be using the keyword, and I know you're going to jump at this, keyword fence. Now, if you don't, well, let me go back. We're going to use the keyword fence, and we are going to be giving away 12 packages, not 6, 12 packages. And what you're going to want to do is enter your name with the word fence, and then if you are announced, only if you're announced, because we have people claiming prizes that we know didn't win them, only if you're announced, write to us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your mailing information and the scale of the fence you want. Now, InstaFence we have in N, HOS, and O scale. So this opens it up to pretty much everybody. So the word fence, we have 12 packages going out. We will pick 12 selectees, if you want to call it that. Please follow up with an email. Give me 1 second. I tell you, coffee or not, it gets a little dry up here, especially with all the heat on with this cold weather outside. So that's the news on InstaFence. Anything else going on as far as questions, like?
Right now, no.
All right, slow down.
Actually, let's see here. Any chance individual buildings to be released from the Delancey Street kit?
You know, I have a favorite building in that kit. Well, there's more than one. A lot of guys like the diner. They really, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you can see this here. This is the Delancey Street diorama. I can step out of the way here. I know you can't really see this. I'll move this. This is the Delancey Street diorama behind me here. And up here is the cigar corner diorama. So there you have, these are encased in acrylic, and we keep them like this to keep them clean and to help us bring them around to normally what would have been the Springfield train show. These would have been at the show this time around. There is one building in particular that I really like called J.W. Ricketts, and yet I've had a lot of requests. There's a small diner that we place alongside of the movie theater that we've had a lot of requests. Let me get back here. To use and to use as a basis for a new release. And of course, sometimes we'll look at these same kits and we will reinvent them in other scales as well. The diner is small. To do it in N scale could be difficult, but to do it in O scale wouldn't be so hard. Certain things just work in certain directions, and we always try to picture what works, not so much for the diorama builder, but what works for the model railroader, the guy who's limited on space on his layout, and we have to be kind of aware of that because at heart we're model railroaders, even though we do build dioramas. Is there anything else, Len? All right, right now it's a little quiet, so let me see what time it is. It's only 12:07, and I'm on until 12:30, so I got 23 minutes to kill. There was a comment before by Sue Cooley, and she wanted to know about a model that we had sitting on the side of the table, and what I've decided to do was, in no particular order, when we did have some time, was to place a different model rather than have the same model sitting there for 17 hours. This time it's in O scale, and I put this up here because O scale is a little bit bigger, a lot bigger actually, as far as visually. Does that work, Len? Does it look okay?
Yep.
Okay. The thing of it is, this is also an HO scale. This is just easier to see. And this is something called Curry's Mercantile. This was named after Brian Curry. Now, before we mentioned it was Dunphy's. Now, we have two sister buildings, Dunphy's and Curry's, and we consider both of them part of the kind of Rockwell series, named after Norman Rockwell, along with the American Seltzer Company, which maybe we'll get around to showing later. So this is yet another one, if you like, typical small town Bedford Falls kind of Mr. Potter, Jimmy Stewart modeling. This is a perfect thing. You don't need a lot of clutter and garbage. What you have is a really pleasant small town building, and available this time in both HO and O scales. I don't know if we can even do this. This is pretty big, so I don't know if this will fit under this camera okay. Is that pretty close? So there's a close-up for you there. And that's a part of our regular Bar Mills lineup. This one is only available, is it as a direct sale only, Lenny?
I believe so.
This is from Bar Mills Direct. At a certain level, we only sell kits directly because they are they're more intricate than the average model, and they will not appeal to everyone. So we sell them directly only, and they are done in smaller quantities, and this is one of them. And of course, O-scale is always done. We don't do as many O-scale kits as far as production-wise as we would say an HO kit, for instance. So this is called Curry's Mercantile, and very simple, but the roof lines are kind of significant. And what really works, if you look closely, is the upper windows. And that we got, those windows, someone asked how we got ideas for buildings. Those windows there we actually got from a masonry lodge. Okay, it was a club, and we had seen those windows, and we incorporated them into this building. Also, this was also inspired by Mike Tylick, a friend of ours. He had something similar years ago on his layout, his HO layout, which unfortunately today no longer exists. He had moved and the layout went away, okay? If anything comes in, then let me know. Sure, otherwise, absolutely. I'll just keep going.
Well, Bruce, let's see here. Bruce, Dave, and Jim are protesting for more billboards.
You know what? Stick around. We're not releasing more, but we're going to do something special today, but you may have to wait a couple hours. Hopefully you're not going too crazy, too bored. We do give you 2 5-minute breaks per hour. And so if you want to do what I do, I head in, I grab a cup of coffee, and well, I actually went inside Lenny and practiced valve trombone for a while. It just got me away from this for a few minutes because this is a long day. And I appreciate the idea about the billboards. And there's a little something coming up that you're going to want to be around for. We are also going to do, now we talked about earlier, we gave away the InstaFence, or we are giving it away. We're collecting those entries, so to speak, on this site right now. Now, we came out with a kit many years ago. It was a casket maker. And it was called Mortimer Stiffs. Now, we had to play on words. Mortimer was based on the name morte, which is dead in Latin, and stiff is something we tend to use. Jimmy Cagney would use the word stiff, so we kind of came up with the words dead stiff as the play on words here. And this is the kit here. Lenny, do you have that up on the screen?
We do.
This was a small casket maker, and actually this kit came with didn't it come with a horse and wagon?
It did.
And at the time, now I have to tell you, these prices are somewhat antiquated, but at the time, wasn't this kit $47.95 or was it more? Do you remember?
I believe it's about $47.95.
And today, we don't even make it anymore, but it was a popular kit for years. And we are going to be giving away 2 of these today. When I say giving away, deeply discounted is the way I have to say it, because there is shipping charges involved, $7.50 within the U.S., and of course the Canadian ones are a little bit more, obviously, to ship. But this is $47.95, and the discount will be, and I know you know this because we've been doing this for the last couple sessions, not 10, not 20, not 30%, a 100% discount. But I had to come up with a keyword for this. What do you think, Len? What should we use?
Maybe just Mort.
Mort, M-O-R-T, not Mort from Ort, but just Mort. And so if anybody's interested in getting a 100% discount and helping us out with shipping, you know what? Enter your name, and it's a random pick, just like little pieces of paper in a bowl, okay? Now it's important to go back a little bit. Many of you weren't on 2 hours ago. Right now we started at 10 o'clock and it's 12 o'clock. So if you weren't on, there are certain things worth remembering. One is that the Amherst Railway Society that runs the Springfield show is running their own, I guess it's called a broadcast as opposed to a podcast. I don't know much about those things. So you might want to go there also for some variety. Not that we don't love having you here. Also keep in mind that on the 35s, in other words, 35 minutes after the hour, Jack Ellis will be conducting clinics right here at Bar Mills. And we do have a 10-minute break through the hour. One break at 30 minutes after the hour and one break at 5 minutes to the hour. So you can sit down and grab yourself a cold one or a hot one and join us and be comfortable. It should be an interesting day. If we have any other questions, Len, you're welcome to join in.
Well, there was a question earlier about shipping.
I don't know what kind of shipping question that was.
How do we get the free shipping on online orders?
You know, I did. This is something, even in the last 2 hours, I totally forgot about this. What is the code, Len?
You know what? Give me 2 seconds and I will look it up.
We forgot it. I totally forgot
it.
about this. We are offering today and tomorrow. We're going to keep in the spirit of the Springfield show. If you go to Springfield and you pick up a kit, obviously you're not paying shipping because we're together, uno e uno, or however they say that. And we are going to do that here. We are going to give any orders over $50, because that has to be reasonable. Any orders over $50, we will be giving a $7.50 credit on the purchase. Now, we're taking this approach because Canadians pay a different amount for shipping than the people in the U.S. And we have to do something to treat the Canadians well, because they'll keep going, hockey. and you know, after a while, you know, the bottom line is we're going to give you a $7.50 rebate or refund on a purchase of $50 or more that you would normally spend on shipping. So you will see a shipping charge of $7.50, but a discount of $7.50 if you're in the U.S. would have been taken off of your order to accommodate this. So in essence, we're going to be giving free shipping today and tomorrow, but only until midnight, for anything you order online. Now, there's another online thing. I get the question a lot, Lenny. I don't know if you do. People say, you know, I'm looking for this kit or that kit, but you don't make it anymore, so not online. We have a little thing. We've been running out of a lot of kits, and we thank you all very much for that. But as we run out of kits, we have a tally on our website that lets us put in inventory number of, in this case, 0 when we're sold out. Now, when we put 0 on, it doesn't say sold out. It actually eliminates the product from our website. And we do that because we really, really don't want to see you guys order stuff that we don't have and in stock. Some of these things may take 3, 4, 5 weeks before we have them back on the shelf. And we feel funny about taking your money and then hanging you all out to dry. It's just not the way we like to do things. Eventually, these things will all be back in stock. We normally have almost everything, almost all the time. But right now, we've been running through an inventory shortage, trying to keep up, and keep up we do. And the only thing is we don't want to take your money unless we've earned it, and we don't want to just have you pay and then have you wondering if we've just ignored you. We make mistakes. We make enough mistakes. We certainly don't want to make any intentional mistakes. Lenny, anything else coming in?
Let's see here. Would it be possible for Bar Mills to produce letters so we could build signs? That's funny. We actually used to do that.
We did. We used to have something called, do you remember the name, Len? Oh, come on. Billboard in a bag. There you go. And we used to actually, the letters were made out of brass. And we used to have, the letters were out of brass, and the sign components, which was an open face sign component similar to our billboards that we had been manufacturing at the time, is a grid work. And we have not manufactured those again, and we have all the tooling. I don't know. If you think there'd be enough demand for those, you guys kick it around, talk yourselves into it one way or the other, and let us know what the consensus is. But we actually had something called Billboard in a Bag that we had done probably 10 years ago, but it's been gone for at least probably 5 or 6 years, maybe more. But we have all the tooling, so we could do that, absolutely.
A couple questions here. Jim on Facebook says, how about a series of kits focused on a village or small town? Sort of the idea of Cundy Harbor.
Well, you know, we had Cundy Harbor, Jim, but I think you skipped it by a year, because I think the year before that we did Cundy Village, which was the best-selling kit we've ever done. I think we sold close to 400 of those units. And I have to tell you, we overworked. Because we didn't realize how much was involved when we offered them for the price we did. And many of the Cundy Village series are still available as separate kits. They include, and I can look up here at a diorama, they include Potter's Pub, that was part of it, Alvin's Hat Shop. What else we have in that series, Lenny?
Let's see.
Chalky White's Pool Hall.
Flaherty and McCabe.
Flaherty and McCabe, the Cundy Hotel. Those are all available as separate kits, and they work together as a diorama. And if you need a link, do we still have a link available that we can send them to the Cundy Village originals?
Absolutely. There is the shipping code. And it
is this an O? I can't. It was a D?
PDC 750.
PVC 750, and that is what he wrote. And that is if you purchase make a bar mills purchase today or tomorrow over $50, and enter the code P like Peter, D like David, C like cattle 750, you will be refunded the $7.50 shipping charge. So there is no shipping charge for the show, and that's it. And of course, there's no tax unless you live in Maine, and I'm betting that not too many of you actually live in Maine.
Any plans to produce more flats or background buildings?
Big plans to do flats and background buildings, and we haven't been able to put it together because we've been so tied up with Cigar Corner. We haven't been able to move off of that aspect of business, let alone the fact that we are running out of everything else. I have a lot of plans, and I have some plans that are very different and very unique and will require a unique technology to do, and you're going to be seeing that, and I guarantee you they're going to blow everybody out of the water. And I say that with no modesty, because I am very excited personally about this, and as a model railroader, as opposed to simply is an understatement, but as opposed to just being a diorama builder, these things are important to me. And even in N scale, which is my native scale, I also model. We have an SN2 an S scale layout here. I model in all the scales to some degree. I don't think there's a scale that really couldn't benefit from really well detailed background building. So absolutely 2 thumbs up. If I had 3 thumbs, I'd give you 3 thumbs up. Okay, so that should do that. And Jim Mooney had a suggestion. Jim Mooney is not here today. A lot of you do not know Jim's name, and you really should. I call him Diamond Jim Mooney because he's our engineer. Everybody, I would hope everybody appreciates the incredible drawings on our kits as much as I do. I don't know what other manufacturers do. I have no interest. I don't care. But I know we do our best, and you're not going to do better than the drawings by Jim Mooney. And old Diamond Jim is with us today, so he's pretty cool. And he had a suggestion that I will not repeat right now, but Jim, it's good to see you here. I very rarely look at my iPhone during this, but his name just happened to come up. Who do we have here? We have, it says fence. I think we have on our fence one, I said 12, right?
Yes.
Now, look, if we don't mention you, please don't write in with your name and address because it won't do you any good. We kind of know who you are. And we have Daniel Lutz. Daniel Lutz of the of the Lutz families, yes. Jeff Brown, Jeff, the easy one. Wayne Hatcher. Now, Wayne's been on with us a lot lately. Wayne, I know you're out there, bud. Brian Thompson, I got to get that right. Joseph Engler, another regular guy. Hi, Joe. Nice to speak to you. Bruce Felder, who we definitely know. Who am I missing here? Sue Cooley. Sue. More fence? Really? Darrell Smith and Mark Sisk. I don't know how many that is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know if there's more coming. But that's what I tend to show here. Not to short anybody, but that's what I show here. If there's any more coming, I'll let you know. But so far, I only see... Oh, I take it back. I am wrong. That's the Mort entries.
Okay.
She says Mort. I'm not sure. You know what? My wife is monitoring this. She wrote Mort. Brian Thompson. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what? Scratch all of that. Fence, I know, was definitely Dan Lutz, Jeff Brown, and Wayne Hatcher. Mort, oh, I see, Mortimer. Let me get this straight, and I apologize for giving anybody agility here. On the winners of the Mortimer certificate, and I said we're going to give away 2 of them, so let's get that straight, would be Brian Thompson and Joseph Engler. So that's straight, okay? As far as the fencing goes, I'm not sure. Hopefully that we'll be able to straighten that up, and I'll get that for you on the top of the hour. Now, I had a question here. Who did the effects on YouTube Live? I'm not sure of the effects. Lenny, what are we talking about here?
I'm guessing the graphics and things. What I'm doing here, producing. I'm not really sure.
All right. Well, you kind of heard it there. Len Lednam, our production manager, is actually producing everything. I personally put together the videos. We have 4 intermission videos of 5 minutes each, and that was all done by myself. And we need a break between things to catch up on information like this, okay?
Now, Scott has a question about the Cundy Harbor kit that we did a few years back.
All right.
Is Mid-Coast Whale Oil still available as a standalone kit?
It never was. That kit was only involved in that one diorama, and that's not unusual. I mean, we don't really put out limited run kits just to make them unlimited. Some of the things are kind of specific. We had spoken a little bit about doing that specific building. I would like to personally see it done in O scale. I think it would be a terrific addition to a scale that's sometimes difficult to come up with a model that works with a small enough footprint. That's something that we could think about, but I would not commit to that at this point, that's for sure. What else do we have going on? We've only got 5 minutes left before break. If anyone else has any questions, get them in quickly, and break will be for 5 minutes. And what is Jack doing on the next clinic, Lenny? Do you know?
Honestly, I'm not too sure.
I think he's doing rolled roofing on this next clinic, so you know. So I will straighten out with Nancy, my wife, and many of you have spoken over the phone with her, and we will straighten that out on the fencing situation. But here again, what works for the Mortimer Stiffs was Brian Thompson and Joseph Engler. Let me go over that when we take a break, and on the top of the hour, I'll let you know who's getting the fencing so you can write in. We do document all of this, so please, if you didn't win it, you can write us, and not to be rude, but we're not going to get back to you. You can hear the phones are even ringing today, and we're not even open today. Lenny, is anything else going on, or is that
Are
about
you
it?
going to do some more videos on the building cigar corner?
Yeah, there are two more videos. One is on the centerpiece with the AAA and the tall background buildings, and the other one is, I believe, it's on the downtown garage. I think, but I'm not sure. I did them a while ago, but we've had trouble with uploads, and they are ready to go. They're actually stored, curiously enough, in my phone, because our videos are shot here. Whether I'm sitting in my camper and just talking out with you guys or not, everything is recorded on my iPhone. Kind of a low-key approach, but just a way of sharing the hobby. And at that point, 4 minutes to go.
What were the two stations called again? The two stations we just put out. One would be REA.
One was the REA Depot, which wasn't, it looked like a railroad station, and you could certainly use it as one, but we themed it as an REA Depot. And the other one is Springfield Station. Now, it gets a little confusing here, because if you're an HO scale, you have a Springfield 2-pack, which is a kind of a bonus pack, available only from Bar Mills Direct, and that's a 2-pack, and that comes with figures. And then they're also available individually. Springfield 1, we simply call it, and Springfield 2. Now, if you're an O scale, we have a Springfield station available. It's the same kit, but we don't offer two versions, just one. And that's available through resellers, in other words, stores and online, wherever you buy your stuff. And we also have, is it not the REA in O scale, if you buy from Bar Mills Direct, which is our kind of a secondary company that we have. If you purchase through Bar Mills Direct, we can do something that you cannot get anyplace else, and that's a special deal on some figures. Because of our Women's Cynics connections and our willingness to sell at or below cost to make it more attractive for you. So there are two versions available in HO and one version available in O scale, with and without figures in O scale.
Now, Jim asks, are the videos available for download? Currently, they are not. You have to watch them online, either YouTube or on the Bar Mills website.
Okay, you know more about that than I do, Len, so.
Yeah, yes.
What else do you have?
Dave happens to mention how great it is to have the deals with the extra figures, which is why we did that.
Right. We cannot discount our own products because we have resellers, and it's not fair to compete with resellers. They are trying to make a living. But it doesn't mean that we can't do a little extra for our customers, whether it's a discounted shipping situation or working with Woodland Scenics, and we do work very closely with them. There's all kinds of things that we can do to maybe make life a little sweeter for all of you. Not all the time, because that wouldn't be special. We have specials, and that's what they're for. And right now, we're going to have to fade out, because if I'm not mistaken, Jack is kind of breathing heavy here because he knows he has to set up his clinic. And unless we have 2 minutes, but it's close. Do we have anything else, Len?
Currently, no. So
currently, I'm glad to see my son Devin. who's my big pride and joy, is watching this right now. He's at home and tuning in. And Jim Mooney, of course. Jim is invaluable here. Jack Ellis is involved. Len, our production supervisor, is also producing this. Nancy is remote monitoring responses to the giveaways, so we had an accurate, clear listing of those things. And my grandson Zach is here, and he's been here helping setting up the sets through this cold winter that we've had over the last couple of days. And I got to tell you, it's a big deal to have somebody help you with these things. We're going to take a break right now, and then we're going to head back, and Jack is going to do, I think, a clinic on rolled roofing, which is, roofing is so important, and he's going to walk you through some techniques that he uses on the models, that many of which he builds here for Bar Mills. Are we good, Len?
Almost. 1 second here.
1 second, and I'm out of here, and I'm just going to have a cup of coffee, and you can watch me. Let me go, Lenny.
Hey, I didn't notice you standing there. Hey everybody, this is John Sacerdoti from Bar Mills, or is it Amber's Railway Society? I think today it's both, but that's only because a shout out to Artie and Lenny at Bar Mills is well deserved. Thank you guys so much for doing these 2 days of clinics, etc. This makes it a great weekend. We're doing our virtual stuff, you're doing your virtual stuff. There's so much going on this weekend. We're both all recording, you'll be able to see everything. So a real nice shout out, and Art, thanks very much for doing this. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see everybody back in person at 2022's show, which is the 29th and the 30th of January. So hang in there, guys, and I need to go back to work on my Berlin, Bangor, and Maine. Take care.
Hi, we're back. We're going to do another clinic. We're kind of stuck on roofs for a while, but there's nothing wrong with that. As we said before, it's one of the most important things in the models that we do, because most people look down on our, well, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. People see our models from the top and look down. So I'm going to go on and do some tar paper now, or what I kind of call, actually, is rolled roofing. Rolled roofing is a little bit of different material from tar paper. Tar paper was a temporary thing. Most of the time we use on buildings that were probably going to be torn down very quickly, so they didn't want to invest in any kind of shingle material. Tar paper and rolled roofing is a shingle material. It has a gravel on the top of it. It was made for low pitch roofs. So it's one of those things we use on a low pitch roof. If you take a building like this one here, which is an adaptation of one of our buildings now, you'll see that we have two smaller buildings here, two smaller additions that have had some tar paper put on them, so, or rolled roofing, excuse me, on them. So I'm going to show kind of how I do it. Because I had a question from a modeler on how do I get the tone of the edges being dark and the middle being light. I use our tar paper, or rolled roofing that we use. It also comes this way in a small sheet. It also has all the nail holes in it, which are very interesting, and we can make them pop later on. So I'm going to take the sheet, and what I want to do is I want to paint it. Unfortunately, I didn't bring any of the light gray, so we're going to make this. I'm going to show you how to do it, how I do it in the green color. This happens to be a vineyard green. That is a acrylic paint. So you want to give it a good shake every time, just so they don't. And I use the top of the bottle like a little bit of a dip, so I can get just a little bit on my brush. And what I'm going to do when I put it on here, I'll show you. I'm going to scrub it on. I'm not going to paint it on. I want to scrub it, and I want some of the white to show through in streaky. It's going to be a streaky type of thing. Like this. If your paint's a little too thick, you can add a little bit of water, or you can add a little ink and alcohol. It doesn't hurt. If you get globs on it that's a little darker and lighter, it doesn't matter, because you're going to peel these strips off, and they're not going to show as a stripe. They're going to just look as like a drip. So what I'm trying to do is get a strati. It's going to mean that there are like little lines. The little lines. You can see here that we have actually lines going down this way, and you want that line to go with from the top, like the top of the roll roofing to the bottom of each line. So this is it in the green. I would have done this whole sheet and let it dry, and then I'd be ready to put them on. I'll show you this is a gray sheet that's completely dry. All right, so you can actually see the line. There's some light and dark sections. So I'm not going to have a uniform color of the roof. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my roof. It would be like this, a cardboard roof, or this happens to be thick laser board. And what I would do then is I would peel this off one row at a time, and I would take this with the nail side down, and I would run it right across the bottom. That way, I would let it overhang just a little tiny bit. Let it overhang. I'm going to cut that off as I go. And I might want to put a couple of lines. Not necessarily I'm going to be on every line, but what I want to do is I want to keep my rows from being clock. I want them straight across. I don't want them kitty corner or things like that. And if I have guidelines going up, I can keep them kind of straight. I'm going to work my way from the bottom all the way to the top. And it's going to create the effect of the overlapping each row over the next row. Some of the rows I'm going to stop and start in sections like I had patched it. Some of those, don't line them up, the bottoms line them up. Let them overhang just a little bit, like they didn't get lined up quite right. It's going to give you some visual interest in the wall itself. If you look at this piece here, you can see I have some patches put in. I have some ends that don't line up, but you can still see those strata lines. See how there's strata lines in it? And that's from the painting. That's before we do anything else. So once we get it all done, my next thing I like to do is at the very top, I'm going to take some sea mist acrylic paint. It's a green. It's a very green paint. You can see it here. I'm going to cut some strips. And I like to cut it when the nail holes, if I have some extra nail holes, some strips here, and that's going to be my metal copper flashing. And that flashing would have been against the building. So the very top of the wall is going to have a small strip, I don't know if you can see that, of flashing. So when I slide this against the roof or against the building, it's going to show it as a flashing material. And it's all on the roof before I even put it on the building. The next thing I want to do is I want to weather it up a little bit. And what I'm going to use, is a dark pan pastel, a black. Alright? And then I'm going to take a nice little round brush. This one's not round, but let me find the round one. It'll work. And I'll talk about the brush later. It's a nice little round brush. You can see the edge of it. It's not much. But what I want to do, and I hadn't mentioned this before, but if you need little palettes on your bench, Post-it notes work really well because I can do my stuff, and then when I'm done, to rip it off and throw it away, and I have a clean palette next. So what I want to do is I want to touch it in the black, but I don't want to get too much on it. I want just a little bit on it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of dab it across the top of where the lines are, the section lines, like this. All right? So I'm kind of shaking some of it off. I don't know if you can see that. I'm going to show you that again. So I'm just dabbing it on to get some on it. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw it down like this. And I'm going to get even more of the streaks. I'm going to get streaking. Okay? And I can probably add a little more. I'm going to go back and highlight this line, and then pull it down a little bit more. All right? And I'm going to work my way down the roof. I'm going to add a little bit more down here, and here, and here. I'm going to get rid of some of it, and I'm going to drag this down. And what I'm getting is, I'm getting both the streaking effect, plus I'm doing coloring at the same time. I can go back on these lines, and just bring them back this way, and keep doing it until you get the color you're looking for. I mean, if you want it really dark, you can make it really dark, or you can make it light, depending on what you want. If you have a patch, you want to go around the patch to make the edges of the patch dark, and do some dragging it down. So now your patch stands out. I'm just doing quick here. But that's basically what you want to do. You can fill in a little bit if you need to. So basically what I've done now is highlighted all the lines, all the nail holes, and all the patches. So the last step to do is I'm going to do, I got to put, this is what you should always do, and I don't always do it. Put your cap when you're done on your thing so you don't end up all over the table. Same thing with your pan pastels. My last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of dry brushing. And the thing about this is your brush is going to get caked up with some of the pan pastels. But don't worry about that. It's only going to make it a little gray. So I'm going to take my brush and I'm going to do a dry brushing. That means, well, that was a little green on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little color in it, not too much. And my first effect is I use my fingernail like this and go, oh, see I'm getting too much on it, so I know that, and I'm going to scrape off a little bit more, and I'm going to say, okay, I'm not getting much there. I'm going to now either up or down. I'm going to kind of scrub it in there. It needs a little more white paint. You're going to push it up and down, and what it's going to do, it's actually going to highlight, what somebody called a long time ago dry brushing is adding sunlight. This is where the sunlight would hit just the edges of this thing, the edges of all the thing. If you need to, you can weather it down a little bit with just your finger. If it gets too bright, weather it down. Because what you're going to do is you're going to move some of that pan pastel into the paint, and you're going to dry it up. If you want some starker streaks, you can actually do that, weather them up a little bit. So now what I've got is I've got my light streaks and my dark streaks already done in my weathering of my thing, and when you end up, you're going to end up with weathering just like this, where the edges are accented and the middles are lighter. So you've really accented your tar paper edges and your patches and things like that, and you've added interest to the roof. So that's a simple way to do it. There's not much involved here. A little bit of pastels or weathering chalks. You can do both. Weathering chalks are a little more aggressive, so you may want to go very lightly. I like to dab a little on my palette before I do it. Make sure I don't get too much. Very simple to do, very quick to do, and then you're going to glue it on the roof. And you're going to end up with the roofs very similar to this one. You can see it here where we've got the patches and everything else going on. Mix up a little bit of white glue and black, and then what you can make now is you can make a tar. And if you look here, we put tar in and around the chimneys or anything that comes up to the roof that would be actually had to be sealed up, and that gives you a little bit more interest in your roof, and it adds some realism that we normally wouldn't have.
Okay, Jack, I want to butt in here real quick. I've got a couple questions from Facebook. Sue asks, Jack, was the rolled roofing always a light gray, or did it also come in different colors?
It does. I'm going to tell you, as I said before, light rolled roofing came in tan, red, black, and green. That was the colors that came in at the time. So the gray is representing a black that's been on the roof a long time and weathered. You can go to do it a green. Green is not a problem. Green looks good. You can do red, and I'll show you what's happened here. Here's the same thing we've done. If you can see it, I've done it in black, I've done it in red, and I've done it in green. And then I've added some things where I've torn the paper and put some shingles underneath, or I put a batten over the top so maybe it wouldn't blow away, or maybe they threw a couple of pieces of corrugated metal over the top just to patch a hole. So I can do them in these multiple colors.
Donna asks, on the West Coast, most of the rolled roofing paper is black, as in real life.
Right.
How would you go about weathering that?
If I do black, I'm going to go to a dark gray, and instead of a black, don't start at black because I'm going to make it a little darker, because when I start to put in this black weathering chalk, I'm going to make it even darker. So start with a very dark gray and do the same way. You're going to weather the edges. Now the edges are going to become darker, and because you started with a black roof, the sun's going to lighten it some anyway, so you can go with a dark gray.
Now, Robert over on YouTube asks, very good question, what do you think of using masking tape as roofing? Masking tape works
Pretty good. They used the masking tape at one time because it had a crinkle effect, which gave you some texture to the roof. Really, if you think about how much texture in HO, or if you ever go to N, you might get some of that texture in O, but I don't think you're ever going to get that texture in HO. We do a lot of things with what we call, modeler's license. Some things we'd never see, but we do it. Do you have any other questions?
Currently, no.
Oh, okay. How much time? Well, we got plenty of time. Okay.
We've got about 4 minutes left.
I'll give you one more thing that you can do, which is Art likes to do. This roof was done in black, and what he does, you take a look at it, he does it in black, and then with a fine, like a 500 sandpaper, he will sand the whole top of the roof, and what happens is, the high spots, it takes the paint off and accents it with a white. So this is another way you could do it in dark black and highlight with white. So you can go either way. This is a very simple way. This is the removable way, and we do it this way. It's the way you add something. This is where you remove something. So there are two ways to do it. Both of them are quite effective. This is a little more uniform than this is. I don't like uniform roofs because they're very boring. They have a tendency for your eye to skip over them. When they're very plain and very boring, Your eye, when something's a little different, it'll look right at it. You know as well as I do when something's off, your eye goes right to that piece that's off. So I like to have a little more identity to the roof.
Now, I'm not sure if this is going to come up in another clinic later on, but what about when you're doing a roof with two different types of shingles? We have that a lot up here where, you know, an old shake shingle will get kind of covered with anything, really.
Yeah. Well, you can do, as I said, if you want to take this roll roofing we're talking about, shingle a section, and then you can shingle a section, but you can leave it where it's torn and have shingles underneath. So they found out that the shingles were leaking, so they tar papered directly over the shingles. That was very common. If you rip a little corner, it gives you more detail and adds some interest to the roof. If you're running multiple different kinds of roofing, like a diamond shingle or a slate shingle, it's just the way you treat and paint them.
Any suggestions on modeling the slating roof?
On a slate roof?
Yes.
I'm going to do slate roof on another time. I will show you how to do that. We'll go through that. I don't think I have quite enough time to do that, but I'll use it as a one in a later thing. But here's what my slate roof is going to look like when I'm done. And I'll show you how to do that later. What I'm going to do is accent it, because when slate roof was done, they had different colors of slate. They were gray and some were black and some were, so they mixed them all in, and it's a random pattern. And I'll show you how to do that later. Any other questions?
Not right now. We've got about 4 minutes left.
Oh.
So if you have some questions, don't be afraid to write in.
All right. I can do this really quick then. Let's look at this. What I'm going to do is, this is the most tedious part of most of my roofs that I do, because what this is my shingles are done in a regular pattern. The shingles are done. So you put on your first row. I'm going to talk about a starter strip. If you put a starter strip on your first row, and what a starter strip is a piece of the same material. You can usually cut it around the edge. The shingles come on a sheet like this. Around this edge, this is the same material. If you take a piece that's about a third the width of the shingle and cut it off and then put it on the bottom, the first layer of shingles will lay at the right angle. And then the next shingle will lay at the correct angle on top of it. If you don't, the next shingle is going to kind of step up in the air. It's not going to lay down flat because it's tipped at a wrong angle. And it's going to look funny. It's going to go all the way around your building. So you want to put a starter strip in if you can. So that's what I would say about getting to do slate shingles or any kind of a tab shingle or things like that, to make sure you get a starter strip on your first row. That's the way we really do regular shingles anyway, because we have that same problem.
Right, diamond shingles, you know,
Yeah, diamond
anything
shingles,
like that.
The first thing on a diamond shingle, if you have a diamond, you're going to reverse a diamond shingle, and you're going to use that as your first starter strip, believe it or not, because you don't want diamonds, you don't want bare roof showing under your diamonds. So a diamond shingle, you're going to flip it upside down, and then put the next row right side up, and it's going to make your diamond shape.
Now, Old Geezer recommends from YouTube, wet or dry, very fine sandpaper can be used and weathered, giving a grainy appearance, and one method of attachment to roof-based material with transfer tape. So, you know, he's just saying, you know, you can use
in
sandpaper.
my bag of tricks, I have strips of sandpaper that were cut in strips to use as the same way.
Well, I mean, you know, we kind of have to make up our own, you know, things here and there, just because.
You have to understand too that this is not the only way to do it. What I'm telling you, this is just the way that I've been doing it for a while, and some of the things that I've learned. So if you have something that you like better, there's no reason to try and change if you like it better. Thanks. We'll come back again in probably 35 minutes, 40 minutes?
Yep, about 35 minutes.
Yep, and I figure I might do how to color stone, block a stone. Thank you.
Hey, Artie Fahey here, live from Maine with Bar Mills Scale Models, sucking down my Poland Spring water. Poland Spring, by the way, is bottled about 4 miles from here, so you know. At any rate, welcome back to the, I think it's the third hour. What time is it here? 1 o'clock. We did 10, 11, 12. This is the fourth session of this today. We go through 6 o'clock tonight. So if you're joining us from the East Coast, or joining us from the the Midwest or the West Coast, hopefully these hours are more to your liking and suitability. Remember that the Amherst Railway Society has something going on for the Amherst show itself. Of course, this is the only broadcast, I guess the word is, that I know of that is really geared into the scale model builder that does a lot of structures. And of course, that's what we do here at Bar Mills. Yes, we do N scale, HOS, and O scale. Not so much S scale, but we do have some. And our website is available. And by the way, if you choose to get something through this weekend, and this is not really about a sales pitch. This is about sharing hobby and trying to do support our customers, because without you, there'd be no us. I've been saying that since the year 2000 when we started the company 21 years ago. We have a code. It's Peter David Cartwheel, I guess. PDC 750. That code will get you a $7.50 discount on purchases over $50. Now you may say, why $7.50? Because in the U.S., postage here is $7.50 to any place in the U.S. when you purchase Bar Mills kits, and that would virtually eliminate postage. If you're not in the U.S. and you're in Canada, for instance, we cannot accommodate overseas or international postage, but you will still get the same $7.50 courtesy that people in this country get, and that will be taken off your purchase price, and they will help you defray some of your costs as well. So we had a little issue, and that wasn't a big issue, but we've had so many people texting us to find out if they've qualified for a free postage paid thing. By the way, even if you're in Canada, when it comes to these free things, you know, we will pay the postage, which is kind of a big deal. And what I have to do is I have to find some texts, and I'm getting loaded up with texts here. And we're going to take a look here. There was a mix-up as far as fencing went before, because we just can't keep up with all the requests. So last time around we talked about fencing, the Instafence, and who won it. And remember, you have to write to us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your name, with the scale of the fence, because the fence is available in 4 scales, and also with your address. And we will send you a package of fencing at no charge. And who won that, I'm sorry about any confusion here, was Daniel Lutz, Jeff Brown, Wayne Hatcher. Again, I think Wayne is a multiple-time winner. He should host Jeopardy, I'm thinking here. John Justice, I know John. With a name like John Justice, how can you not remember that name? Jordan Stratman, I believe. Bruce Felder, a regular guy for sure. Sweet Sue Cooley, I know that song. Daryl Smith, Mark Sisk, Iron Dagger, which I don't think is his real name. Andy McVie, who I definitely know. Hi Andy, how are you doing? And one of our, a guy who's been with us a long time, Bob Gimbala, or Gimbella, I'm not sure how to say that, Bob. But at any rate, you will all want to be, and only you guys will want to be using the word fence in your email to barmillsmodels@yahoo.com, and please give us your mailing information so we don't have to go scrounging around trying to find it. And don't wait till a week or two from now to do this, because we have to close this out early in the week. Also, a reminder that this is the last weekend to get the Cigar Corner kit. It's been a fantastic kit. We are closing the run on Cigar Corner and taking the last of the last reservations at midnight tomorrow. So if you haven't gotten the kit, or if you're not familiar with it, it's an advanced Craftsman kit. But I think, honestly, I think our biggest problem is going to be topping it next year. I think a lot of you would agree with that. So I just want to let you know about that right now. Keep in mind that we cannot answer every question that's posed to us, especially with Jack's clinics, because there's so many things to discuss, so many topics. We're not ignoring you, it's just that we don't want to cut answers short just to expedite names on a list. It's just, it wouldn't be thorough enough to be the Bar Mills way. Lenny, if we do get any questions, any responses, anything, please let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, and at this point, I assume all is quiet on the Western Front?
It is. Max says hi from SoCal.
SoCal. Matter of fact, who else is out and saying hi? You can do this. You can do this, Ann.
There's lots of people. Let's see here. Tim Gilman has said hi quite a few times.
I bet he has.
Calvin Saxton. We have a lot of the familiar, long-time names that we've grown to know and love.
All right. Well, and if you just want to say hi, at this point we have a little lull. We will be talking about what's going on. I can't say auction because it's not an auction where this is free, but this time it's a little unique. I know there are some, I hate to say minority scalers because, I do personally N scale and S scale, and that's as about minority as you can get. But in this case, we're going to be looking at O scale, and we are going to be offering 6, but just 6 packs. That many. The O scale lobster traps, which are brass lobster traps. Lenny should have them up on the screen. They don't require any glue or any assembly. Keep in mind that we also make an HO version that also works for S scale, but those are not in this offer. This is strictly for the O scale version. So if you're an O scaler and if you do any kind of maritime things, we give you a pack of lobster traps as you see, I assume, on the screen. Lenny, are we up there?
Yep, we are.
And we're going to be let's just use the code word lobster. LOBSTER, which is something we know a little bit about here in Maine, okay? And we're going to give away 6. Now, normally, what do we sell these for, Lynn?
In O scale, I believe they go for $14.95.
$14.95 per pack, and here's a chance to get in for free. Just use the code word lobster and let us know. Later in the half hour, we will be bringing up another special, deeply discounted, as we call it, item, and you want to stick around for that. Up to this point, we're kind of caught up with everything, I would think.
Dave checks in from Facebook asking about Cigar Corner and how to order that. Dave, when you go to the Cigar Corner page on our website, there will actually be a secondary link that you want to click that sends you over to barmillsmoose.com. That's where you can learn more about the kit, beyond the videos on the regular page, and where you can also place an order for the kit until Sunday night.
And that was Len Lednam, our production manager, as well as the director, producer, water boy, and you name it. Everything but shoveling of the snow, that gets left up to me up here at Bar Mills. Do we have anything else coming in, Len?
People are throwing lobsters left and right.
Well, if you're going to throw lobsters, don't forget the butter.
Stephen really loves lobsters. So do I, Stephen.
We have our favorite places up here. If you're ever up in Maine, stop by here, and then we can turn you on to a couple of really good places to get lobsters. There is nothing like a Maine lobster, so they say. And while Nancy, not being here right now, deplores any kind of fish, I break it out once in a while and head over and get a lobster, or at least a lobster roll. Which, by the way, lobster roll is served on a hot dog roll, which is really kind of the best of the best and the least best of the best, because I think lobsters deserve so much more than a hot dog roll.
Max checks in, a new Bar Mills fan for a couple of years now. Thank you for your support, Max. We have a question from Facebook from Jeff. Do you custom lettering for your kits? For example, Jack's Place. Could I get letters for Jeff's Place?
No, I'm afraid we don't do that. We have thousands of customers around the world, and all that requires CAD work and then a special run on the lasers. And you understand, to keep the kits affordable as we can anyhow, we don't have a laser or 2 lasers or 3 lasers, and we keep going. We actually have 5 flatbed lasers as well as 1 special laser that we use for our roofing, and we do full production runs. We can't help you with that. There are a lot of smaller manufacturers that, frankly, are probably would like to hear from you just to make a few bucks. We do a lot of things as courtesies, but doing custom signs and so on, that would be opening a Pandora's box for us. And if we did it for one, we'd have to do it for the other, I don't know how many thousands of you that have knocked on our door and stepped through the store here for a Bar Mill store at one point or another. So I'm sorry about that.
Now, else? Max over on YouTube brings up a point or a question, kind of. He is fairly new to HO scale, and he purchases build structures from many different manufacturers, and he's noticed that sometimes, depending on whether he's going from wood to plastic and so forth, the scales may be a little different. Maybe you could talk about, a little more into how we scale things and, our process.
Well, have to tell you, you're right. Not everybody uses the same measurements. Now, if you're dealing with anything that's plastic and made in Europe, which a lot of them are, if you buy cornerstone buildings, they're made in Europe. Volmer is obviously made in Europe. Peabody is obviously made in Europe. Tomix is obviously made in Europe. And you understand the European sensibility is different. Now, Walters does most of their design work in this country, I think. But as for the others, they work with a metric, and it's different. And you understand that they use something called 00 scale as opposed to HO. So they not only have to appeal to their contingency overseas, but they have to appeal to our guys here. And you're going to find the sizing is different. As far as we go in bar mills, we are absolutely 100% to scale. We don't always go so much by the ruler as by what is right. We have to make sure that if you put an HO scale figure against a doorway, that he's not going to bump his head going into the doorway. We know doorways are 6 foot, 8 inches tall as the norm. Of course, there are exceptions. Windows and so on are meticulously fit here. We know there are certain manufacturers even within our border walls here that are less than fussy about it, simply because often you can manufacture a kit and save material if you just undersize the kit. So instead of using a sheet of, let's say, basswood, clapboard basswood, that comes in a 4-inch sheet, if your building is maybe 4 1/4 inches tall, you just bring it down just a little bit so you don't have to use the 6-inch basswood sheet, which is available but costs a whole lot more money. So there is some discretionary scale involvement there. But most of the time when you see something somewhat undersized, and this especially goes for end scale, by the way, it's going to be European made because they do have a different way of scaling things. And of course, you understand they're dealing in the metric system too, which affects their overseas customer relationships.
Another question from Bruce on Facebook. Any thoughts on doing a small generic icing platform for the Cranberry Yard?
No. The problem with the icing platform is we made one in N-scale years ago called Banks Ice House, and it ate up a ton of plywood because we built it in long things that you can put together, and plywood has gone from $4 a sheet to $19 a sheet for the stuff we use. I'm not saying we pay 19, but what we used to pay 3 or 4, now we're paying 12 and up. And the fact of it is there's a ton of loss when we're making a kit like that because we're throwing away more than we're using. The best way to do an icing platform, unless it's a small one. Now there is a small one that I have in mind that may work, but it would be a 1-car icing platform with a little ice house next to it, more of a branch line thing. That's something that would be very realistic. But typically on an icing platform, they would accommodate several reefers. I happen to have a couple long icing platforms on my own Niagara and Pearl Creek. You may have seen that in the video. And those were made by Walters, and of course mine's an N scale, and I think they made them also in HO scale. And you know, for the money they're great, and being plastic, they're not wasting anything, they're just injecting the plastic into a mold, and what they're not using, they're just, it stays with them, they don't throw it out. When you're making it out of wood, all the stuff that goes in between the holes and in between the braces gets tossed, and it seems like we're throwing away more than we are actually giving you in a kit. It reflects a very poor buy from our perspective, and value on a kit is always important to us. So maybe a small one. I have an idea for a small one, Lenny. So
Daryl asks, "Hey, what happened to the plastic kit boxes?"
The plastic kit boxes. There used to be a place in Houston, Texas called Papa Lou's. Not Papa Lou's, Papa Ben's. Papa Lou is my father-in-law. Papa Ben's. An amazing store that we were doing a show down there years ago, and Ben Perlman owned the show. God bless him. He owned the store, not the show. And he invited us over to his home and to his store, and his store was magnificent. And he said he loved Bar Mills kits. He always had Bar Mills kits, and it's nice to hear that. And we went over for a personalized tour with the owner of the shop, and I looked on the shop and I saw other companies. And I said, well, you know, Ben, with all this hype, you know, what do you mean you love our kits? He says, Artie, we can't put your kits on the shelf. He says, they're pocket candy. There are too many details. There are too many things that your kids have that, frankly, a lot of kids don't have. And people would open up the plastic boxes, and they would become pocket candy, as he called them. So what he had done is he put them in glass showcases that, frankly, you couldn't even find them. So it was at that point that we realized we had to do something to make our boxes bigger. Now, we did it for two reasons. One was because we wanted to be on the shelves in the retail stores. At that time, retail stores were still in their heyday. You understand, this was 17, 18 years ago. And the other reason was we had to shrink the instructions to fit into the small plastic boxes, which meant instead of using, say, 12-point type, we were down to 7-point type. Now, I don't know how you are, but at this point, these water bottles may as well be eyeglasses, because we're getting to that. And the larger packaging lets us produce much more detailed instructions. So there you have it in a nutshell.
Marilyn, you would recognize her from Springfield. We see her every year. Checks in to say hi, and that she just got the Office at Cranberry and can't wait to start on it.
Office at Cranberry is one of my favorite kits. It comes with the Office. It comes with a crossing thing, a cross buck. It comes with some ties and so on. Not ties really, but a railroad crossing actually that goes in the tracks, as well as a small shed. And I love the base on that, and you're going to have a great time with that kit. It's part of the Cranberry, the ever-growing Cranberry R series. So that's the big deal, and take your time with it. If you have any questions, you know, Jack is here, and while I built that prototype that you're looking at in your instructions, a lot of Jack's techniques are going to work really well with that kit. The Cranberry Yard series has been really good for us, and we're going to be expanding it by 2 or 3 more items. It's just a matter of catching up with what we currently need on the shelf and doing it right. We don't want to come out with a kit a month or something just to rush it through. We just can't do it. Fortunately, we have too many customers. Well, I don't know if that's even the way to say it, but we have a lot of you guys that depend upon us.
Jerry misses the wooden boxes.
The wooden boxes that we had. Okay, we used to come out with wooden boxes that said Saco River Structures. I got the idea from being in a liquor store, not that, you know, Sam's Club kind of a thing. I'm not, well, a liquor store. And I sold wooden boxes for wine. And I said, geez, I got to look into this. So I was able to find a place about an hour from here, about 40 minutes from here, that made wooden boxes. Now, the nice thing about them was the company that made them hired the handicapped. And that's something that means a lot to me, and I know Lenny, and I think most of us up here. And as a result, 2 things. Number one is the boxes were about half the price we'd have to pay for them if we went through a regular non-state funded facility, because they were getting state funding. And number 2 is, you know, it feels good to hire people that need help that possibly don't have a whole lot of venues or avenues to go down. The problem with the boxes was, number 1, they didn't fold, so we had to store them, and that took a lot of space. And number 2, the shipping was prohibitive, and the post office, especially in Canada, from our perspective, has gotten so out of hand that we just can't do it anymore. It was a great time, but between postage and manufacturing costs, and the fact that there was so much involved with helping the handicapped that time around, has dissipated. So I appreciate you like the boxes. I use my boxes, I take off the top, I put a little drawer handle on the end, and I built a little desk, and I use them for drawers. So they're still in use, and now they're full of tools and paints and you name it. Anything else, Lynn? Not at this moment. I'll tell you what. It's 20 minutes after 1. We're close to it. Let's see what we have here. Now, we wanted to give away some lobster traps. I don't know about this. I got to read this. Lobster traps. We have some winners. If you want to call them winners. And remember, you have to address us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Put in your full name, your full address, and make sure that you tell us it's lobster traps, okay? Because without a reference, we're just not going to be able to help you. Let me talk to, not let me talk to, but let me mention 6 names. Paul Roy, Kevin Widman, I believe, W-I-D-M-A-N, Max Grimes, sounds like a prize fighter. You've heard that before, Max. One of our favorite people right here in Maine, Dempsey McBride. Now, you understand these are O-scale Dempsey, so I know you, I don't say you go both ways, but you certainly cover more than one scale. Fran Phillips and Gerard, this rhymes, Gerard Bernard. Okay, so Paul Roy, Kevin Woodman, Max Grimes, Dimsey McBride, Fran Phillips, and Gerard Bernard are all going to be, assuming that you follow through and give us an email, are all going to be receiving lobster traps, whether you live in the U.S. or Canada. The free things are truly free because we're actually not only paying for the product, but paying for the shipping as well. Is there anything else, Len?
Clark says, forget the traps, just send lobster. I'm not surprised.
That's Clark Koenig. Clark, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, is one of our guys that does clinics for us when we are in Springfield. And Clark, I want to give you a wave, and I wish you were here, buddy. I'd be happy to give you some lobster. The water's cold, but you're used to it living in Canada. At any rate, Clark would normally be helping us with clinics along with Jack Ellis and the rest, and of course Jim Mooney, who is not here, but always has something to say as I've been editing his comments as we go along. Anyone else just wants a hello, a shout out?
Mark just says thanks for the giveaways.
Well, you know what? It's we've been taking and giving back and taking and giving back, but you know what? You've always been very giving. That's how we work things. And I know we're a business. I mean, we must be. We owe enough money, you know. But the thing of it is, we really have to be about the hobby and about supporting each other. That's one of the reasons we do clinics the way we do, and that's why we're not sitting here trying to pitch anything. We're not really selling anything, if you haven't noticed. We appreciate your support, and we're giving you the $7.50, which isn't a ton of money, but it's the postage off of our website, no matter what you buy, whether it's a Bar Mills Direct kit, which is a great deal anyhow, or just any other kit, $7.50 discount, whether you're in the U.S. or Canada or pretty much any place you'll get. Even in Australia, they can use the $7.50 on the postage, right, Lenny?
Yes, correct.
So it may not seem like a lot, but you know, we spend $20,000 a year on postage.
We have a question actually about the giveaways. Are the giveaways for us Europeans as well?
No. I mean, I love to, but the postage is ridiculously expensive, and we are picking up on the postage. And we don't mean to isolate you guys, but I'm sure you can understand. Even to send a letter to Europe, yes, it does take. Actually, sometimes the European shipments of parcels is faster than the American ones, so I can't knock that. But we cannot afford to lay $15 postage into a free item. We did get, and I mentioned this earlier, we actually woke up this morning to an order from St. Petersburg, Russia. So can you imagine? And we charge $37.50 to Europe, and I bet you the Russian thing, based on experience, what do you think, Lenny? Sending in oak leaves to Russia?
That'll take a while.
Yeah, but how much do you think it's going to cost us?
Oh, geez. $50-$60 probably.
Right, we charge $37.50. So are we taking a hit? Yes, but you know, it works out. We hope. It's just a matter of being fair and not being too much of a penny pincher on our end of things.
Now, Kurt asks more of a historical question. What was the first kit or diorama made by Bar Mills?
Very first kit. I was working at Northeastern Scale Models, not the current one. It was a different thing. Trust me. They hired me as a product developer, and I worked there for 3 months. And the first thing I did that I really wanted to do, and they wouldn't do, as a matter of fact, there were 2 other companies that didn't want to get involved in it either, were the rooftop billboards. And in 2000, I decided to invest some money and start Bar Mills Scale Models out of a small empty space we had in the back of our sign shop at that point. We invested $600 first month's lease on a laser back then, and another $600 the last month's lease. Our lasers back then were $21,000 a piece. They're American made and they're high quality. I don't want to get involved in the discussion there, but they work 40 hours a week for 20 years to give you an idea what high quality actually means. And it was suggested to us that we put out a billboard, because I wanted to do billboards, for a company called Moxie, which is a soda company that, originally being from Long Island, New York, I never heard of. Well, the guy promised us he'd buy 100 of them. It was a deal. It was Trade-in Trooper up here in Maine. And we ended up selling probably 30,000 billboards. The same product that other companies just didn't want to know about. And that's how we started. I was always interested in structures, and that did come later. It didn't take that long to get into structures, but that's how we started the whole company. First product ever, the original Moxie billboard. And you know, we're running low on time, and we have a special giveaway. Well, I can't say giveaway because there is postage involved, but a deep discounted thing and something really special. Lenny, why don't you tell us about it?
Let's see here.
You knew this was coming, Len. Help me out here,
Yep.
buddy.
Okay, so we've got, the phone ringing. That's what we've got here.
You don't know what it is, do you?
No, well, they're not here. Let's see here.
Okay, this is kind of a killing time. This is a shame because I really want to get this done.
They are not here.
You can't tell what's up there.
I don't have them.
You don't have Woodland Cynics up there.
Nope, they're
In the hourly folder?
Yep, not here.
Okay, we have a special giveaway from Woodland Cynics, and you know I don't have it here right now, so we're going to do 2 hourly giveaways next session, okay? Because this is something I thought I had prepared for to be put on the screen, and computers being computers, I guess, and me being me, I guess I missed out on this one. So next hour, our discounted things are going to include not 1 item, but 2 items, and one of them is going to be from Woodland Scenics. And I think a lot of you, and it's not scale-based, I have to be honest with you. So it doesn't matter if you're an O scale or Z scale, it's something you can use. And of course the Bar Mills kit as well.
I tell you what, I just grabbed them out of your computer. We'll do the first one. The first one is, let me pull that up here, the Landscape Learning Kit.
All right, so it's a very heavy package. It's called the Landscape Learning Kit. So this is not structure related. This is about the rest of it. And it must go, I didn't look up the price, but I swear if it's not $35, $40, maybe even more, I'd be surprised. It's a very heavy package. And we are going to ask for the winner of this to put the landscape in, type us a message of a landscape in either Facebook or YouTube, and we'll pick out one lucky winner. You will be responsible for $7.50 shipping, and I can guarantee you it will run us more than $7.50 to ship this one because it's heavy. So if you want to look it up on the internet really quick, you can, because this is a random drawing. You don't have to be the first one to claim this, okay? But it's called the Landscape Learning Kit. I don't know the price, but I know it's not cheap.
It runs, let's see here.
Lenny's looking it up as we speak.
It runs $18.
That's all. Wow, it's a big package, $18. And it's available for one lucky, I don't know what you call you guys, you're not subscribing, but enter your name and get it to us, and we will tell you on the top of the hour who has won the Landscape Learning Kit from Woodland Cynics. And that's it for me right now. We're going to get ready to go off and give you the 5-minute break that we've been doing while Jack Ellis gets ready to present his next clinic right here at Bar Mills. Keep the questions coming. And remember that we are online and we are shipping literally for free at this point. This is not to say we expect you necessarily to run and buy something, but it's kind of nice to be supported, and we certainly love supporting you guys. Lenny, are we about set to say goodbye on this one?
We are.
How about a countdown, sir? 5, 4, 2, 3, 2, 1. That's it.
for this week's Made in Maine, we head to the village of Bar Mills, where tiny models are big business.
And despite these modern times, a very busy business for the company's founder. And the company name pretty much says it all. Bar Mills Scale Model Works, one of the world's largest manufacturers of high-end scale model kits, made right here in Maine.
Essentially, this represents the Wiscasset area, here again about 1925.
Long before Art Fahey ever dreamed of selling scale models, he was an ardent builder. It's a hobby that dates back to his childhood.
But it's always there if you really have a passion for it.
It was 15 years ago Fahey parlayed that lifelong passion into one very successful profession. And though each year his company still manufactures and sells thousands of kits worldwide, he's the first to admit that each year it's getting tougher.
You know, like any other craftsman kind of hobby, this hobby is shrinking. It's not an RC, remote control hobby. It doesn't run on an iPad.
Ironically, though, Fahey himself has turned to modern technology in order to keep his old-fashioned designs atop the competition. Precision lasers cut the many model pieces, and the materials used are actually developed by a moonlighting physics engineer at Johns Hopkins University.
It's the same guys that design accessories and so on for space missions are actually helping us design our kits here through their knowledge of SolidWorks and CAD.
Still, it's the simplicity that sells this hobby, which Fahey touts encapsulates the history of the United States. A point well emphasized by the company headquarters in Bar Mills, an exact one-for-one scale replica of the former railroad station up north in Strong.
The key thing here was to take some of our main history and kind of revisit it, and that's what we've done here by building the station.
In this day of instant electronic gratification, Bar Mills Scale Model Works is proof there's still room in this world for a little old-school fun, and a little old store, even a little old train. Try it, Fahey claims, and you'll understand.
It's something that stays with you. It's like music. It's something that once it's inherent, it doesn't really go away.
And if nothing else, there is your answer to why there is a train station in the woods of Bar Mills. It definitely gets Fahey and his crew in the mood when they show up to work.
Yeah, and I recognize that little store.
Yeah,
that little store, huh? A lot of us do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, how special was that? Really, how special was that? Oh, I'm not getting any younger. And from looking around this room, neither are any of you. So it's either time to introduce the Bar Mills crew or take a bathroom break. I'll tell you what, you take the boys from Bar Mills, and I'm going to go visit a far more comfortable room in the building. I'll be the same.
We're back again. Here we are for another clinic, and this time we're going to try and do one on our water tower base on how I colored it, and you can use this on any kind of plastic or any kind of even plaster or things like that. If you use the same sequence, you should have no problem repeating the results that I get. That's why I like to do it. I kind of do the same results, start from the same color, and work my way through. Instead of starting maybe at a gray or a white or something like that, I try to start at the same color, and it makes it much easier. So what we're looking at is basically this water tower, and we're going to see if we're going to replicate that colors on the stone base. Let's put this out of the way. I have another building here that I'm going to show you what I kind of do first. Basically, the first thing I want to do is take the building and spray it a flat white. I use a nice inexpensive flat white paint, and that gets me at my base color. That's going to start me from flat white, and I know what happens when I do it from flat white, so I keep repeating using flat white. And this can be done on walls too. It doesn't have to be just our resin castings, but it's just the way I do it. The next thing I'll do is I'll take ink and alcohol, or you could use a black wash, which could be acrylic paint with some water in it, and make it kind of a light wash. And I'm going to take my ink and alcohol. This is the tedious part, but in the end it's going to look way better. I'm going to take a brush, a good sized brush, with a fine tip on it, and what I'm going to do is get it soaking, and I'm going to touch it to the edge, and it's going to wick itself. It's going to wick itself right in all the cracks. So I'm kind of drawing along the cracks with ink and alcohol. What it's going to do is it's going to sink into the cracks, but if it's not too dark, in other words, if you have a real good wash, it's not going to stain the face of the brick or the stone. It's going to leave them a lighter color. Some of it's going to wash through. That's not a problem. But you want to get it pretty dark. If you look at this one, this is pretty dark when you look at it. It's stands out very much. You think it's almost too much. But when you start to weather this down a little bit, it's going to kind of blend in. So what it's doing is highlighting each of the bricks in the space between them. That's going to give you that individual brick look. And basically I'm using a wash of ink and alcohol, but as I said, it could be acrylic paint. I just like to use ink and alcohol. So once that's done, and I get it all done, which usually it takes 2 coats to get it where I want it, go around the building once, twice, and get it done. And now I'm at that point where I'm ready to color my stones. Sometimes I'll go back to and I'll paint my doors. If I'm going to go with a green door like I did on this one, nice green door, that's not weathered either. Then another door back here, and actually this is an insert for a window. This is for another building we're doing for the Cranberry Yard. So I make an insert here for the window go in. Because it's a solid block, we paint the back of it a flat black. And when the window goes in, it just looks like, you know, a regular window. I have a wooden door on the end that I'll have to stain that a wooden color. The next step I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of my pan pastels, and with a nice flat brush, I have 3 different colors here. I have a orange shade, I have a red iron oxide, it's really dark red, and then I have a burnt sienna. I also use a yellow color too. It's another one I just didn't happen to bring in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip it into it, and I'm going to actually take the powder and I'm going to actually paint it on individual stones. So I'll do one color all the way around, and then I'll go back with the next maybe darker color and do some more random stones. And then I'm going to go around again all the way around, and then I'm going to go with the darker color, do some random stones. I even have a natural gray that I'll do some of the stones in natural gray. By the time you get that all done, you've done quite a bit of stones. You're going to leave some of them white. Because one of my last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my light wash of ink and alcohol, and I'm basically going to go over the whole thing. And what's going to happen is it's going to wash all those pan pastels right into all the texture of that stone. So it's going to look very natural. It's going to look like the stone is a dusty color. It's not a brash color. It's going to look like rock or stone. And when you do the wash over the whole top of it, it's going to blend them all into a little bit. This one here has the stone color. It's not quite as good because it's one of the early ones I did, and I'll show you a better one later. But what you get kind of an idea on this one. And let me show you on one other one. This is the office at Cranberry Yard, and if you can take a look at this wall, you can see how all the different colors in the stones, and you can see how each stone is highlighted with the black between each of the stones. And this is a very quick and easy way to do it, and it doesn't take a lot of time. It's a little time consuming, but not terrible. And when you're done, you're going to have a very realistic looking stone, I think. It's very easy to do. It's not artistic. You're slapping everything, you're slapping the black between the stones, and then you're putting a wash over the top of the whole thing. Then you're going to do some, where the rainwater would drip down here between these little here, and then on the back, You got the same problem here where the water would run down. Look at those spots and you're going to make them a little darker. And that's going to give you weathering. The other thing we do with these models, any model, is by taking something like, here it is. If you take a burnt sienna with a light brush and work it around on the bottom edge of your buildings where the dirt would splash up on the building, it's going to add a lot of detail, believe it or not, to the building. If you look at this kind of building here, or this one, let's do this one. This one has too plain in the bottom. I want to dirty it up. I want to make it where the dirt splashes up on it. And that's going to make it look like it's been there a long time. And when you put it into your scene, it's going to make it look a little more worn. If you can look on this building, here's a building with a tar paper. You can see how we've done the brown and kind of worked it its way up into the building. And that gives you an idea that it's been here for a while and the dirt has been splashed around. It gives you a little more weathered look. It gives you a little more odd details. So this is the easy way to do stone. I mean, it's really simple to do. This can be done on a plastic building. So if we get a plastic building and it's stone, all I have to do is paint it white, a flat white, and then I can put on my different colors of pastels, and then I can wash in my black on the cracks, and then do a whole wash over the whole thing. So it's the same process, it's just even on a plastic building. You're going to see that it comes out really kind of cool. You don't want to scrub your pastels in too hard. They become shiny, believe it or not, when you scrub them in too hard. So when you wash the ink and alcohol over the top of it, it kind of feathers it in, and you're going to make it look like what I call a dusty appearance, not a shiny or a brazen color. I'm waiting for Lenny. He's kind of doing something, and I just want to see if there's any questions.
Yeah, actually we have a comment, very pertinent to right now. I used to use India ink with rubbing alcohol, but since COVID, I can't find any rubbing alcohol that's 90%. Yeah, tell me about it. You can't find it anywhere.
Okay, if you're going to use it on this plastic and this resin, we don't care if it's 90. We can go down to the 70.
That's what he's saying, that he went ahead and went down to the 70s.
That's funny as long as it's not on the wood.
Right, because on the wood it tends to work, correct?
Yeah, the more the water liquid, you know how to fix the warpage on wood, right?
Sure.
If you stain one side of the wood and it begins to warp, if you put the same amount of stain on the back side of the wood, it's going to curl right back and dry straight. So just put it on the other side, especially if you have a peak in a roof, and those peak curls and they get damaged, put it on the other side. Put just as much on the other side, and you can almost watch it come right back straight. It's just the way that wood is made, that has open cells. And when you fill the open cells with water, it bends it one way. When you fill them, it bends it back. So if you have to use the ink and alcohol at 70%, and it is doing that, just do the back side.
Well, also, I mean, when your wood starts warping, and it's something that we hear a lot, bracing.
I usually, everything I do before I put anything with a liquid base on it, I like to brace the back of it. Especially, you always want to brace across the grain. Putting it with the grain isn't going to help you, so you need to go across the grain to keep it from warping. Because the grain is the kind of thing that lines up these little cellular holes, and when they bend, it bends with the grain, 90% of the time.
Now, Frank Bernard chimes in. Jack, have you ever tried to use white gesso instead of white paint?
I would use white gesso, but the white gesso is a little thicker. If I was doing maybe a stucco or something like that, I could use a gesso, but it's a little thicker than the paint, and I don't want to hide the details in the stone. All of these stones that we have here, all have, if you look at them on the surface, have a detail to them, like a stone has a detail. And if you use a thicker paint or a gesso, you're going to lose that detail.
Keith chimes in. I have used dentured alcohol with India ink and no problems.
Much easier alcohol.
Yes.
It will probably work. It's probably not a problem at all. But it's still a liquid, and you still have some warping problems. You can use denatured alcohol if you can. Yeah, it's more expensive. Isopropyl alcohol you can buy anywhere. Denatured alcohol you're probably going to have to go to the store, and you might be able to buy it in a quart can. I don't think you can buy it in smaller than a quart can.
Here's a great question. You know, it's how you would handle it, metal versus resin. Do you need to clean the resin castings before you paint them? If so, what do you use to clean them with?
The only thing you're going to find out in some resin castings, not all, they have a mold release on them. They're made so they'll come out of the mold easily. And soap and water, a detergent, dishwashing detergent, and a small, if you really want to go at them with a toothbrush or something like that, the soap and water, it will take that right off. Yeah, I don't think you have to go to an alcohol-based something. I think the detergent will take it off. It's pretty good. It's pretty strong. Any others?
Not currently.
Not currently. All right, I got another little interesting thing along with stone. Is that we sell cobblestone sidewalks. You know, I've had people ask me, how do I paint my cobblestone sidewalks? And if you look at this one, you can see it, how it's been painted. This is another easy way that I figured out, very quick way, because sometimes you've got 10 or 12 of these pieces to do a long sidewalk. I don't know if you people have been using this camouflage paint, this one by Rust-Oleum. They do make an earth brown. I didn't bring the earth brown with me, but it's a great paint to use. These are all really flat colors. It goes on pretty, it's a little thick, but not too bad. Back up a little bit when you spray. Instead of, they recommend 8 to 10 inches, go back 12 inches, so you get a light, finer spray. Sometimes they spatter, so you want to try it first on something. Usually spatters at first, and then it clears itself right up. Everybody's been complaining about the other problem is that the nozzles on these clog up every once in a while. If you don't use them, you know, continuously. Sometimes best if you turn the can upside down and hold it for a second and then give it a short spray, and it supposedly will just give you with the propellant that's in it and will clean out the valve. So after you spray this thing, or a bunch of them, I do like 4 at a time. This earth brown color complete. My next step is I take a cloth and I put paint thinner basically on it, and basically I wipe the top with a paper towel 2 or 3 times till it goes back to the grayish color, this color. You'll see it go right back to that color, but it will leave, so don't get the napkin soaking wet, just a little bit of the thinner on the top of it. It's going to leave all the cracks in a dark color. It's going to be a dark black, almost brown. So when you see the tops become this color, then you stop wiping it off. The next step is to basically lightly dry brush the tops of the color of the brick color that you want. I use an orangey color, and I put it on, keeping away from the curbing. The curbing too, you're going to find out that some of that black paint is going to stay. It's going to stay in the cracks, and it's going to make it a darker gray. It's going to look like it's already been painted and you're all done with it. You don't even have to do anything more with the curbing. It's amazing how this works out. The next step is you're going to do a light dry brushing of white over the top, a little bit on the curb to accent the stones, and after that you're done. And that paints those all up. And if you want to take a quick look, I'll show you. Here's the steps. So what you have here is your dark brown paint. You can see here we've wiped it down on the top so it's back to the gray. Then we've painted it with the red paint, and then we've done a white of the dry brush white over the top. So between all those 1, 2, 3, 4 steps, you can do all your sidewalks at once and have them done as one big fell swoop with this is no artistic ability here. This is just doing the same process over and over again. Any questions?
Sue says, I find the Krylon brand in the camo colors are not as thick and the nozzles do not clog. They are available at Walmart.
Yeah, I'll have to try those. I've been using this camo and I've been very happy with it. I use the sand color when I'm painting anything that's plastic that I want to look like wood. I think it's a great color. If they have a sand color in that type in Krylon, then I might try that and see if that could be the case. I have heard people complain about the nozzle pieces. I have not written to the company. I was going to write to the company to see if they'd send me a couple extra of those nozzles. I can't believe they cost that much. So probably cost more for the shipping. Anything else, Len?
Let's see here.
So the base of this is a darker color because it was supposed to be a concrete color. So by using one of the darker browns, I scrubbed it in to the whitish color of the base, and if you look at it, it turns it almost into a concrete color, or aged concrete color. So that makes that base even easier to do with just some powders.
Now, a question on pan pastels. Do you seal them with anything afterwards?
You don't need to seal them, and I'll tell you why. The way the pan pastels is made, believe it or not, is it's a powder form, but if you look at it under a microscope, it has little beads of oil in it. And when you scrub them on, it breaks those beads, and that oil makes it stick and stay. It's a very interesting way it does it. When you used to have the old powders, or the chalks, I should say, you had to seal them. When you seal them, they almost disappeared. You had to put more on. This way, these stick, and they don't seem to come off on your hands. And if they're not going to come off the hands, I don't need to seal them.
So that means we can put the hairspray away.
Yeah, you don't really. Hairspray has a little shine to it, so I don't really like it. If you do want to seal it, and you're looking for a product, this is called clear acrylic sealer, and it's done in a mat. And this can be box stores, and this is great. It's basically dull coat, but dull coat without the stink. So it works really well. Comes in a little bottle. It's like $5. I use it for my signs also. I'm going to seal my signs up with it. Works very good.
Now, Calvin actually asks, where can we find the pastel powders?
Are you talking the pan pastels?
Yes.
You can buy them actually on Amazon.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Amazon has them, and they have them in kits. So if you want a
Yep.
rust kit or a weathering kit, they have a kit. They have a scenery kit. You can buy whatever you want. And I think it's probably it's the cheapest way to do it. I bought mine through them.
I actually got mine from Dick Blitt.
Yeah, you can get them from, what's it, Creek? Stony Creek has them. He's kind of the guy that brought them into the hobby at Stony Creek. But you can get them on Amazon either way. They work really well. There's another trick I found with them, is if you buy a art gum eraser, they made for doing, when you do charcoal drawings, you can actually erase the stuff lightly off your model with this eraser because it picks it up and sticks it to the eraser. Works pretty well. I was surprised I could get it off. And I can lighten it or get it off. That's something you can't do with a lot of the powders. I do use weathering powders. I still have a bunch of what we have, but they're still out in the market. And when I do my rusting of detail pots, I'll show you how I use that. How we set all there, Len? We got a couple minutes.
We still have a couple more minutes, about 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Let me talk, let's see. What did I do with it? Here's something. I got a bunch of stuff here that you don't buy in the hobby store. I'm going to kind of use as fill-ins. These are reusable Ziploc bags, and they're made in the jewelry section. And they're little small bags, but they're nice to handle. When I build a building, I like to do my windows painted first. I'll put them in the bag, all in the bag for one building, label it on the top, and I'm not always looking for where those windows went. They're each in the bag labeled, so I know what kit those windows went to, because I work on more than one at a time. I think I have 5 on the bench right now that I'm working on. So I like to buy the, they're like $2 for 100 count. So if it's $2, that's worth every penny of it. You'll see those all around. My glue of choice for wood is Type On 2, and the reason I like this one is it's strong, it dries pretty quick, and it's waterproof when it's done. So if I'm using a lot of washes and ink and alcohol, I'm not dissolving my white glue or things like that, and the kit's falling apart. So that's what I do. You all set, Len?
Yeah, we are right about ready to go to break.
All right, well, thank you. See you again. I should figure out. I think I'll do detail parts, painting detail parts on our next segment, and we'll have some other little pieces we can put with it. So we'll see you guys in about 35 minutes. We'll be all set.
Well, for this week's Made in Maine, we head to the village of Bar Mills, where tiny models are big business.
And despite these modern times, a very busy business for the company's founder. And the company name pretty much says it all. Bar Mills Scale Model Works, one of the world's largest manufacturers of high-end scale model kits, made right here in Maine.
Essentially, this represents the Wiscasset area, here again about 1925.
Long before Art Fahey ever dreamed of selling scale models, he was an ardent builder. It's a hobby that dates back to his childhood.
But it's always there if you really have a passion for it.
It was 15 years ago Fahey parlayed that lifelong passion into one very successful profession. And though each year his company still manufactures and sells thousands of kits worldwide, he's the first to admit that each year it's getting tougher.
You know, like any other craftsman kind of hobby, this hobby is shrinking. It's not an RC, remote control hobby. It doesn't run on an iPad.
Ironically, though, Fahey himself has turned to modern technology in order to keep his old-fashioned designs atop the competition. Precision lasers cut the many model pieces, and the materials used are actually developed by a moonlighting physics engineer at Johns Hopkins University.
It's the same guys that design accessories and so on for space missions are actually helping us design our kits here through their knowledge of SolidWorks and CAD.
Still, it's the simplicity that sells this hobby, which Fahey touts encapsulates the history of the United States. A point well emphasized by the company headquarters in Bar Mills, an exact one-for-one scale replica of the former railroad station up north in Strong.
The key thing here was to take some of our main history and kind of revisit it, and that's what we've done here by building the station.
In this day of instant electronic gratification, Bar Mills Scale Model Works is proof there's still room in this world for a little old-school fun, and a little old store, even a little old train. Try it, Fahey claims, and you'll understand.
It's something that stays with you. It's like music. It's something that once it's inherent, it doesn't really go away.
And if nothing else, there is your answer to why there is a train station in the woods of Bar Mills. It definitely gets Fahey and his crew in the mood when they show up to work.
Yeah, and I recognize that little store.
Yeah,
that little store, huh? A lot of us do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, how special was that? Really, how special was that? Oh, I'm not getting any younger. And from looking around this room, neither are any of you. So it's either time to introduce the Bar Mills crew or take a bathroom break. I tell you what, you take the boys from Bar Mills, and I am going to go visit a far more comfortable room in the building. Auf Wiedersehen.
here again at Bar Mills for another hopefully exciting little period of time with some giveaways and some promotions, and hopefully getting some questions as well from all of you guys. Hope you've been enjoying Jack Ellis and really enjoying, I think, the open mics that aren't supposed to be open and the flubs that we make, because even though we are professional television personalities, we make did I say professional television personalities? We certainly do make mistakes. I want to give a shout out to Russ Kaufman, who apparently was online. Now, if you don't know who Russ is, he owns the N-Scale Architect. So if you're an N-Scaler, you'll definitely know who he is. He also manufactures certain things in Z-Scale. And we have been in Springfield together for many, many years. And of course, just like the rest of you, he is sitting home upstate New York for him. So my money is on snow on the ground for Russ Kaufman. And N-Scale Architect. We do what I like to think of as very good N-Scale kits, and he has a totally different approach and offers a long-running line of kits. As a matter of fact, the first N-Scale kit I ever built was from N-Scale Architect, so there you go, you have that. Lenny, if we have any questions, you can interrupt at any time.
Absolutely.
At this point...
just to check in from Ashland, New Hampshire, 13 degrees.
Ashland, New Hampshire. That's not too far. Yeah. I have a summer camp in Alton, New Hampshire. So we're right on Winnipesaukee. And if any one of you out there know Winnipesaukee, Lake Winnipesaukee it is actually. Just picture my boat being frozen into the ice there, although honestly it's been docked. We're going to get ahead on this half hour, but Len, feel free to interrupt me whenever you want to.
Absolutely.
And we're going to be doing a few things. Now remember, you get, with code PDC750, you will get a $7.50 credit towards any order over $50. An odd number to be sure, but that's what you would normally pay for postage. So essentially what we're doing is giving you postage free within the U.S. and a $7.50 U.S. Deduction if you happen to be one of our Canadian brothers up there. Of course, the Canadians are nice people. They'll probably put up without the discount, except for Clark Cooning up there, who is a nice guy, but he wants his discount. As far as what goes on, we're going to have a special giveaway. I'll call it a giveaway. It is because we're paying the postage and including the product. This time around, it's something that I personally cannot live without when I build a model. So this is not about selling Bar Mills kits. This is about sharing the hobby. Be clear about that. I love, and I really love, and I will not be without my, I'll call them cuticle scissors because that's the way the women know them, but the surgical scissors. And it's basically a very small scissor that is curved on one end. And anytime I do a roof, which is every single kit has a roof, I will lay my shingles on, I will let them flop over on the ends, and then I will chase them up with a pair of cuticle scissors, which are small, have a very small cutting area that is very crisp and very precise. And we go up one side and down the other. Cuticle scissors can run a whole lot of money. Admittedly, we don't need a fashion accessory here. We're not looking to go to some ultra makeup salon to buy cuticle scissors. But we did get a bunch of them in inventory just for this event today. And for the first 10 of you, now you understand whether you're an O scale or N scale or any place in between, you can use these. For the first 10 of you that use the word cuticle, that's a little different, C-U-T-I-C-L-E. Cuticle in the message to us, you will not only get the scissors, but you will not be paying postage either. We will get them to you at no charge, whether you are north of the border, which we are very close to being up here in Maine, or down in, Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, let's say. It doesn't matter where you are, we're going to help you out. And it's limited for 10 folks. So that's really important to know. And you know, it's easy for me to get caught up in the moment because this is kind of an exciting thing in our own way. And I had something from Nan before to remind me that the landscape kit that was announced at the end of the last session of ours was won by Scott Chartier, C-H-A-R-T-I-E-R, regular Bar Mills customer. So Scott, make sure you email us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Even though I know we have your mailing information, please send it again, along with a reminder of exactly what it is that you're getting, so you will not be disappointed. Okay, so we'll go there right now. As far as what's coming up right now, if we have questions, or is it quieting down a little bit?
Right now we're having a whole bunch of scissors thrown at us.
This is what happens as soon as we say something, and what will happen is anybody who has a question will be put in a queue as opposed to going to the top of the queue, because frankly, the queue can get rather long when we're doing a promotion like this. You know, we should really talk about new product again, Lenny. Do you have something that you can share with us, that upcoming product? When I say new, we're talking about things that have not been announced, have not been released, but we're going to give you a clue, and I think you know what I'm talking about, Len. If you go into the right folder, I think we saved a picture or so on this one, right? So just give us a second here. Here again, Bar Mills models. Don't forget to go to the Amherst Railway Society site too, because they are also broadcasting live, and hopefully other model manufacturers are. I would not know that, but you never know.
Now, I have to say on this one here, out of all our newer products that we've announced, while everybody can use a good, firehouse, I love this one. I really do. I just really love it. When you see it, which is just a second here. Right now you're just looking at clouds, but hey, why not? When you see it, you'll know what I mean.
This is going to be a new building in HO that will be scheduled for sometime in March. Firehouse is scheduled in February. If you haven't seen that, stay tuned, because we will reintroduce these things over the course of this live 17-hour broadcast. Now,
you'll notice the play on words here. Art can tell you all about that.
I wonder why. Who can figure this out? Why would we name something this, right? Is the photo on the screen yet, Lenny?
You are all set.
I am all set, which means we are all set, and welcome to Stewart's Rods. I had this idea a long time ago, when a certain well-known celebrity was involved in model railroading, and it just seems that quirky things are always in fashion. There was a fellow years ago named Art Curran who did the Lawston, L-A-W-S-T-O-N Foundry, the Lawston Foundry. Plays on words are kind of cute, and I kind of like this one in particular. This is a new kit we will be coming out with in HO scale at this point, so you know. And it will be released, as I mentioned, late March if things go well. There is a lot to this kit. There's several castings. There will be an optional figure package if you go to Bar Mills Direct on this one. And it's a small footprint. And do we have just one photo, Lenny, or do we have two over there?
Right now I have the one.
I think we have another view of it. I think that's
absolutely do. Let me pull that in. I'm just helping a customer here real quick.
Okay.
Let's see here.
And I'm just going to look to the side like I'm bewildered, because
that works.
I could be.
Let's see.
I very well might be.
All right. Here is our second shot.
Which is the shot that featured this signage?
That was the first shot that we just looked at.
Okay.
Now we're looking at the second shot, which is more of a...
from the other side of the building.
Correct.
There are so many details on this building that it's really tough to figure out which side to show you, and that's the fact of it. We have a brick extension made out of MDF, similar to what we did, as a matter of fact, exactly what we did with the cigar corner kit. And we are using all kinds of shingles on this thing. Plus we have something unusual here. I don't think I have the photos up here to explain this, but when we announce the kit, you'll see it. On this particular model that Jack Ellis built the prototype on this, particular model we have a dormer on one side of the kit. We also offer in the kit, at no extra charge, a cupola. So you can dispense with the dormer and attach a cupola. And it's a really cool effect, but it's a little bit different. So we are giving you a little bit of flexibility as far as this goes to make this building your own, which is not unusual for us to do this and give you alternate endings, you might say, to these things.
Well, John, good question. John wants to know, does it really have to go next to Jaggers, or can we put it anywhere?
Next to Jaggers? I don't get the... okay. Oh, John, you know, you should work here with a sense of humor like that. People will shun you, and this coming to Maine in the winter is exactly the place to be shunned. John, I'm not going to say what the joke is. So let's see if Sue Cooley and the rest of them are staying awake here. Raul Perez, Russ Kaufman, you name it, Clark Cooning. I bet half of them didn't get that. So let's just leave it at that, John, and you can just sit there and chuckle, all right? I'm with you on this. So thanks a lot. What else do we have? Anything else coming in?
Well, let's see if we have any more questions. Let's see here.
I know we had a question earlier. I don't remember the guy's name. He says, you must be really making a lot of money doing this here. And I'm going to myself, actually, we're giving away hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of free goods. And we're not really trying to sell you anything except support the hobby. So I tell you what we're making here is hopefully we're keeping our friends and trying to make the hobby a little special, and I feel pretty good about that. And it doesn't have to be put in dollars and cents. And I know a lot of you are going, that's pretty good, because that's not a bad way to be. It's a little retro attitude, you might say, but we're proud to be part of that. Len, anything?
Calvin Saxton asks, hey, if you guys get a chance, how about a bit more on your new metal chimney castings? Well, actually, they're not metal.
No, they're resin, and we like the resin, especially with something like a chimney that's mounted on the top of something. There's not much contact surface between the chimney and the buildings, and the resin is easy to drill. So if you want to put a pin in the bottom and plug it into a roof or something, you can do that easily. There are 8 of them. They're all brick. We are actually we've had some older chimneys we've been using for a long time, haven't changed out the molds. Sometimes they have a substantial parting line, and you know, it's all about making things better. Now, some castings we simply can't do out of resin. I wish we could do them all, but we can't. But little by little, as you've noticed with Bar Mills kits, if you've gotten anything in the last 10 years, predominantly we've been going with our resin castings and using metal when that's appropriate. So I hope you like the resin ones. They don't need washing. There was a time that I know when I was growing up that there was some kind of a coat of something on them that you had to wash them down before applying a finish to them. These obviously don't need that. Like we mentioned earlier, in case you don't know it, we have 8 new resin chimneys in HO. And by the way, we are developing a similar series in O scale. And I could bring that up, but that's not ready yet. So that's a little inside news. And out of the 8 of them, we are selling them in 3-packs, all 8 of them. And we also are selling a like a contractor's pack, a Bar Mills Direct package of 16 chimneys at a 20% discount. So instead of getting 3 of each of the 8 chimneys, you get 2 of each of the 8 chimneys. And use the ones you like the most, and you can always just reorder the single pack to keep yourself in stock. That actually should be coming pretty soon. We're just waiting for packaging on that. I don't have the price, but if you figure what it would run you normally, just figure 20% less, because we will save you some money at Bar Mills Direct.
We've got a couple questions here. Mason was wondering about the footprint on Stewart's. We may have to get back to him on that.
You know what? Lenny, can you write that down? Can you make a note?
Make
I'm not
note
really
right
prepared for that. I don't know offhand. We have our model is mounted on a base. It is not a large footprint. Here again, this is a modeler's model, not necessarily a diorama builder's model. The practical applications are really important. The thing of it is, although we mount our model, as you've seen, on land, there's no reason something like this can't be close to the water. The back of the building is also detailed with a freight door and a loading dock, and has enough details to make it really interesting on all 4 sides. But that doesn't mean that you can't put the back facing the water, because typically anything facing the water would not have the windows facing the water because of the cold breezes and winds that would be whipping against the building. So we will try to remember to get back to you on that, okay? It's not on the website yet, though, you know.
Dave asks a really good question, kind of a technical question.
Mm-hmm.
How many tries does it take when you are prototyping to go from first laser cut to in a box? Do you nail it every single time?
We never nail it. I mean, if anybody nails it the first time, either they're godlike, and I don't know anyone who's godlike. Maybe Jim Mooney, our engineer, and he'd be agreeing with this. But to tell you the truth, it's not so many how many times we do it, because we'll build something that's perfect until you put in the windows. Maybe the holes in the building will be off, or the window size will be off, or maybe the mullions, especially if it's laser cut windows, might be too thin to be practical without having to deal with breakage. So I think if you're talking anything, we have to talk about time. And depending upon the building, it could take as much as 3 months for a single structure to go through tests, to be built and rebuilt. and to be assessed for new castings, because new castings are something we always include with almost every building. We try to add something that maybe wasn't around before, at least not through bar mills. So we're talking about 3-month development time. And when we're talking about something like Cigar Corner, here again, if you're just tuning in, Cigar Corner will, we will stop taking orders on Cigar Corner at midnight tomorrow night. That'll be the end of that kit. Something like Cigar Corner, we're talking probably 8 months. And when we make Cigar Corner, for instance, we dedicated the 6 lasers that we have to doing nothing but production on that kit. One laser is dedicated towards the prototype model and the engineering aspect of it, and Jim Mooney handles all of that. And we have 4 production flatbeds and a production, what's it called, Lenny? The other laser is gyro.
Galvo.
Galvo.
The machine we use to do our shingles.
The machine, that's a specialized machine just to do shingles. So it's not a matter of how long does it take to make any one kit, because every kit has multiple aspects and multiple engineering complications. So figure 3 months on the kit, which is exactly why we don't crank on that every month. This is not in relation to any other companies, but it really does take a long time to do kits of a certain caliber, let alone getting all of the drawings done and putting together the instructions, which we do, by the way, print here, but it's a lot. That's my job. So all those typos you can blame on me, okay?
A couple more questions here. Let's see here. Any new N-scale kits coming down the pike?
There are, but I don't know which ones. We want to make sure that they're big enough to be seen and easily built in N-scale. We don't want to take something like an outhouse, which an HO scale is that big and N-scale is so small. I mean, it's possibly not the best example, but certain things are just don't lend themselves as well to N-scale. If you've been watching it all, you've seen the Niagara and Pearl Creek, which is my own personal N-scale layout, most of which was scratch built or copied or kit bashed for sure. So I am used to working with N-scale. I have a feel for it, and I try to make N-scale models. We try to make N-scale models. Here again, not for the dioramist, but for the guy with an actual railroad who wants to have fun without breaking every little itsy bitsy teeny weeny part.
Now, what inspires you to design a kit?
Well, you know, I mentioned this, someone asked this earlier, what inspires us? What inspires us is a freight door. What inspires us is a chimney, or some ductwork, or maybe an unusual window. The rest of inspiration really comes from around the corner, because basically buildings are 4 walls, although we've done plenty with 5 walls, sokals, mattress, furniture, rusties to repair, things like that. But the thing is to get a hook and find something that would make even a common building uncommon. And a lot of times that will lock directly into an incredible freight door or an incredible loading dock situation, something that is honestly going to be distinctive and help us tell this story, because every building has to have a story. I feel like I'm quoting Mr. Stuart Rod on this one. Every picture tells a story. Well, let me tell you, every building tells a story. It's the same thing. So that's what inspires us. That and the fact that we love the hobby, and we are hobbies first, and judging by my bank account, business people second for sure, but that's not something to brag about. Anyhow, Lenny, anything else coming in?
We have a question. Are you going to move to 3D resin printing for your details, or is that what you already use? Well, kinda.
Well, yeah, actually, we have a 3D printer. We've been using Shapeways, and we are no longer using Shapeways, and we prototype in 3D when applicable. Something done in 3D has to be has to be able to morph into a resin casting. That's the basis for our resin castings. Something that has a lot of undercuts and so on that we can't do in resin, we can do in 3D, but it won't do us much good because we have to be able to transform it into a metal casting. So yes, 3D, we're already there. It's not something we play up. It's just we use it for development. Printing 3D takes a long time, and our resin castings, in my opinion, every bit as good as we get out of our 3D printer. So why not just stay with something we can keep more affordable? So that's pretty much where that's at. And Lenny, if there's nothing, let me interrupt here. I know you may have some more questions, but at the end of the hour we have a a big discount kit. Big discount. I wish I had a little echo like a thing going on. And this time we don't have a big discount kit. We have 2 big discount kits. And the first one, if you can call it up on the screen, is an N scale. And we are going to give you a large discount on this kit. And Lenny, have you uploaded that picture for that?
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, and we can't say this is free because frankly, although it's a big discount, there is a $7.50 shipping fee within the U.S. and more, into Canada because that's just the way it works. And the fact of it is, the first one out today in the N scale, it's the first truly N scale kit we have, is shown on the screen now. It's called Salmonellas. Now, what did we get for Salmonellas, Lenny? That's
I'm sorry. Say
how
that
much
again.
does that kit go for?
That one runs usually $79.95.
And you will get not a 10 to 20%, but as many of you know, 100% discount. You will get the kit for free, but we do ask for some assistance in the shipping fees of $7.50. We are going to use the word fish. So if you're in N scale only, please, otherwise you can't use the thing. If you use the word fish and text it to us, we will go through the entries and randomly pull out a name. And once we announce the name, you're going to want to get back to us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com along with your shipping information, as well as exactly what kit you got, because we're not going to remember. Second kit we're going to do right now, which is a little unusual, this doesn't happen every hour, is a kit that is no longer made, and it's one of my favorite kits because it's a small scene with a lot of flexibility and a wonderful resin tank that we have used in other kits. Something, and you have it up there, it's named after my brother-in-law, my late brother-in-law, sadly enough, Hank, and it's called Hank's Fuel Oil, and it's a small diorama. It's a terrific little diorama for a small scene, whether it's on trackside or maybe in a back country kind of a road situation. Lenny, do you happen to have the picture up there?
It is live for you to see.
It is live, okay, and that kit is in HO scale, just so as we understand each other. And here again, you do want to put the word Hank, H-A-N-K, in a message to us. We will randomly select someone out of the messages that come in. And here again, you have to contact us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Use the word, identify yourself when you write to us. We will tell you who wins. Only the people that win need to respond because we know who you are. And of course, we'll need your address. And in this case here again, we will need to collect $7.50 to help with postage. So actually in this case, a phone call, the same with Salmonellas, a phone call is appropriate as well because we have to be able to arrange payment for the actual shipping fee, which is something, we're sending out so many things, we just can't absorb the larger packages, the costs on them as they go out, okay? So we have 2 things, the Salmonellas and N scale, and the Hanks. I was going to hold up the box here, but the picture on the screen, if it's still there, right, it says more than I could do by doing this, okay? So those 2 are going out to you. And if we have any other specific questions, we can approach them now, or just say, do we have any shout outs? Anybody out there that we should say hello to and let them know that we know they're there?
Right now, that's getting drowned out. Let me see what I can find.
This is what happens when we give away...
yes, here are a couple questions here, actually. Any chance you'd think about doing a lighthouse anytime soon? I have a large portion of my layout that is all pier-side buildings, and it's just screaming for a Bar Mills lighthouse.
Well, it's screaming, but not loud enough, because we actually never get requests for one. I happen to have one on our S-Scale app that we scratch built, to be honest with you. Walters came out with something several years ago that was really attractive. How we built ours was we took a block of basswood and we put it on a lathe, and we just lathed it up and ended up with it looks a lot like they used to use on, not you familiar, they used to use cones for fabric, for yarns and so on.
Sure, absolutely.
And if you have a cone, you basically have the makings of a lot of part of a lighthouse if you have one of those old knitting mill cones. And of course you have to work out with something with the upper end of the things. We don't make one. If we did, it would be great, but it would be kind of expensive, and it would have a very limited market, which would not help with the retail price of it, because I'm going to tell you a dirty secret is that we have to make enough of a profit to support the 7 people that work here. And we can't do it on 1 or 2 or 3 kits. There are companies out there that work with very, very limited inventory and on a much smaller scale, but at Bar Mills here we simply can't do that. Although I do empathize with you for wanting something like that, it would be a nice addition. Oh, you know what? I just got a note here from Nancy. Nancy, who handles the customer service, who is my wife. Got to be careful here. We had a note here that on Salmonellas, the N-scale layout, we have a winner, and I know this. I know this name because it's, you know, no knock. Rusty Robot. Okay, nobody's going to know who that is, including me, until you write in at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com and fill us in with the information. And also the Hanks fuel company right here is Jeff Brown, which I think he's been on it. I think he's won something else today, Jeff. Maybe I'm wrong. So those two are spoken for. The names are Rusty Robot, not to be confused with Jeff Brown, because Jeff Brown won the HO drawing, more or less, and Rusty Robot won the N-scale drawing. And also,
Rusty Robot checks in and says, wonderful.
He says, wonderful. We do have to give a shout out to somebody really important, and this is somebody who was supposed to be integrated, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. Lenny, it's really in your ballpark, because you know what I'm talking about here. We're talking about a Skype interview with Pat Buffalino. Pat Buffalino is a dear friend of mine from Long Island. I used to live on Long Island, and he belongs to the Long Island Model Railroad Engineers, and they do a lot of shows, a lot of promotion. Of course, it's been a tough year for all of this, with the COVID thing going on. But Pat would like to go live on Skype, and I'd like to have him go live if we can work it out.
Absolutely.
So, Pat, if you're listening, please get a hold of Lenny, text him or something. He'll keep an eye out for you. We're hoping that there's no major delays because of the nature of the technology. And if
Pat,
there is,
if you want to give us a call on Skype, I'll bring you right in.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to do it next session for me, because we can't bring him on top of Jack.
We've only got about 4 minutes left on this session. So the next session, if you want to give me a call or shoot me a text, we'll get you lined up.
Also, a big shout out to Raul Perez, a friend of mine from California, who works for a company called Showcase Miniatures. If you're not familiar with Showcase, they are a fine company, and Raul is one of their head builders. He's done some stuff for us as well. So, and he has a brand new grandson. Unfortunately, he has his grandpa's comb over. So,
now, we do have a question.
Okay.
Before we close it out for this session, do we have the scissors winners yet?
You know what? Let me take a look. Nancy is in a remote location where it's quiet, and she can actually write these things down. And let me just see if we have anything from her about the scissors at this point. We do.
Okay, so this is for the scissors.
For the scissors, you're going to have to email us, of course, at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your name, your mailing address, and what you want. And if you're not on our list here, you're not going to get it. We've had several people write to us. I don't know if they just didn't understand, but please try to understand that if you're not here, you weren't one of the chosen few, I guess. We have Shadow Wolf. Oh, can we do that without getting in trouble?
Yeah, I think we're good.
It sounds Shadow Wolf. Come into the light. Okay, Shadow Wolf. Martin Piernat. Piernat. P-I-R-N-A-T. Sounds like something I drink. John O. Johnny O. Jim Bradish. I got to tell you, these scissors are no joke. If you don't use them, you should. We're not giving them away because they're $50 a pair. We're giving them away because they're useful, and they really are. And we don't sell them, by the way. We do not sell these. John T, like Tucker, but probably not. Paul Lees, L-E-E-S. And then we got a whole railroad company, which consists of hopefully just one person, because he's only getting one pair of scissors. The Midland and Dorchester. Now, Dorchester is in Massachusetts. That's Cellulose country, in case you don't know it. That's where George lives. The Midland and Dorchester Railroad. Marilyn Downing. Nice to have a female among us. Oh, another one, Donna Winchell. There you go, Madeline.
Now, Donna actually asks a question.
Well, I got one more fellow, John Prater, P-R-A-T-E-R. And we still have a couple minutes left, so what do you have?
We do. Donna, her question is, if we are not watching, when you tell the winner names, will you have a list of names so we can send you via YouTube our information? No. No, this has to be done on the spot. If you're not here for this, we just can't keep up. You understand it's 17 hours of handing out this information. There's no possible way we can afford any more time with this. If you're there right now, obviously you know that you've already won something, so you're already 2 thumbs up. Okay, but you have to be here to just like in any raffle, you have to be there to claim your prize. And that's something
honestly, it's confusing. You may not realize how many hundreds of people we're dealing with. If we get 100 on, 100 leave, 100 more come on, there's just no way of us keeping track with all of this. So it's 2:29. We got time for one more
We've
question.
got one more question to close it out. Shadow Wolf, I think, he asks, what is the best lumber to use with our structures? If you're scratch building something next to the structure, something like that.
Cheap lumber is the best lumber to use. If you're talking about interior bracing anyhow, which is important, or if you're building a lumberyard, get some scraps, cut them up really small if you can, because that's good for that.
Now, if you're adding like a clapboard extension, something like that.
Well, you know, with us, there's two wonderful lumber companies. One is Mount Albert, which is owned by my buddy Tim Morris, who also owns Fast Tracks. So if you're up north of the border, I heartily recommend Tim Morris. Tim, if you're watching, buddy, it's been a long time. We got to go out for dinner again. And if you're south of the border, which is our case, not Mexico, but Maine, you know, for us, of course, we deal with Northeastern Lumber. They have a very comprehensive website, all kinds of dimensional lumber. And when you buy a Bar Mills kit, you're actually buying Northeastern, because they do supply us with our lumber that we use here in the kits that we box and sell and market and merchandise and develop. So that would be the answer to that one.
And that's going to do it for this session, and we'll be back with Jack in about 5 to 6 minutes.
And this keeps going. So we'll see you soon, and you're going to come in. We're going to see what we're going to have. Shadows, what do you call shadow beers? What is that? When 5 o'clock shadows.
5 o'clock shadow.
Right. This is already here. And Lenny, you want to signal us out? Give me the numbers.
Sing us out.
Signal
us out.
Signal us. Don't sing us out. Give me the numbers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you later.
Hi, we're back. We're going to do a clinic today, and on this section we're going to do a clinic on painting detail parts. You know, that's one of our main concerns here at Bar Mills, that when you get a kit from Bar Mills, you get some detail parts that come with the kit. They can be the resin parts, white metal parts, all kinds of things, chimneys, all kinds of stuff. We're trying to expand our line in detail parts all the time, whether it's as some nice, beautiful resin castings or some spin metal. So I'm going to kind of deal with some resin castings. I got a couple of metal castings here. So we're going to mix them in, but they're basically the same how we're going to deal with each one of them. Excuse me. Oh, that was lunch. Basically, I'm going to go back to my, excuse me, my gray primer. I'm going to use this one I'll use on the resin material. I'll use on the metal one. I'd like to use a little better primer. I'm going to go with a automotive primer, but not a sandable one. Make sure it's not a sandable primer, because that's really thick. And I want it to stick to the metal parts. This sticks to the resin pretty good, and it's relatively inexpensive. It happens to be Aubuchon's. You can find it. It's under $3. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to decide what I want to do, and I'll do the same part. If I have 5 or 6 of the same part, I'm going to do them all at once at one time. I'm going to use popsicle sticks and tongue depressors. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them and I'm going to glue them to them with a little bit of plain old tacky glue. Regular tacky, not a lot, just a little bit, enough to hold them down so I can paint them. So I'm going to spray paint everything gray. We're going to start from that gray color. As we talked about before, I'm starting from a color that I know, and I'm going to repeat my process. I can repeat it over and over again, and I'll get the same results. So I'm starting from the same color. Whether it's a chimney, whether it's boxes, or whether it's a coal bin that I have here, they all started out as gray. Let's take like the coal bin here. You can see we've done a coal bin. I have one at the beginning here that's not quite done, and then one that's been painted over. So the first thing on this type of one, what I would have done is, after I painted it gray, I have a acrylic paint called linen, and I use that kind of for my wood. It's either linen or fawn. Those are the two I use. That's the color. And I'll paint my wood as a heavy dry brush. I don't want them really jumping out wood color, because this has been wood that's been out and been weathered. So I want it to have some beigey color, but more of a gray color. And then I'll go over it with ink and alcohol, and that goes into the cracks and the crevices and the grain and the things like that, and creates my wood that shows that it's got grain to it. And actually I get shadows, like if you look at these, the vertical posts actually are very dark on either side, which causes a shadow. So it highlights the piece once we're done. So after I get all my wood pieces done with the ink and alcohol, I will then go back and I will hand paint all of my coal a black color, and I like to use a color called Pavement that comes in an acrylic paint. It's made by Apple Barrel. If you can find Pavement, grab it, because you never know when it's going to go off, and it's perfect for asphalt roads and things like that. And the last thing I'm going to do, I shouldn't say, the time before I get to the weathering powders, is I'm going to dry brush it with a white. And I'm going to go easy on it, but I'm going to dry brush the boards a little bit more than I do the coal. I'm going to put some on the coal, and all that's going to do is highlight it, that it's individual coal, not just a blank black mass. And then I'm going to use a little bit of the black pan pastels, and that's going to give me, coal dust and things like that. It's going to give me a dullish color, no shine to it, and it's going to make it look like individual coal. If you look at that, you can see that that's a casting, that's a resin casting, and we're all done. And when I'm ready and I'm all done, all I have to do is take it with my hand, snap it off. It comes off that easy. I'm all done, and I can place that right on my model. Very simple. Comes right off. Easy to paint, easy to hold. Here's what I do with my chimneys. You gotta use a little bit more tacky glue if the metal chimneys, but with these are resin ones. Then I'll paint, put a couple coats of the color I want for brick, and then I'm going to put a white cement color for my capping, and then I'm going to go from there up. I'm going to paint different things. I'm going to do some rusting, and I'll show you on one of them how we do the rusting, which is very interesting. This is a vent that goes on the side of your building. If you can see it, it started out the light gray, and we've reworked it into the rust colors and some of the blacks. If you look at it, you'll see the ribs and things like that. They're a little more rusted. And then we talked about the edges of things that were rusted more than the centers. So basically how I do this is with my ink and alcohol. Let me get it open. A little ink and alcohol. And now I need to control my weathering powders. I need to get them exactly where I want them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip this in here, and I'm going to bring it out here, little powder, and I'm going to make a little paste. Believe it or not, it makes a nice little paste. Very colorful. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this piece, and I'm going to draw little lines right on my ribs like this. Just like that. Nothing big, nothing spectacular here. Nothing to see, as they say. Maybe I'll do some along the edge here where it meets the wall. Same thing both sides. Like that. Then I'm going to clean my brush a little bit, my ink and alcohol, all the rest of it. And then I'm going to wash it. I'm going to pull it down the wall. I'm going to make it come right down the wall. Remember, the corners and the edges have more on it than the middle section. Now here you got a jog in this, which is interesting. So it would come down straight. It wouldn't follow the line of it. Some would, but not as much. It's going to kind of drop down straight. And then I'm going to wash this one too. Same thing. Wash it down the corners. Wash it a little down the middle. If you get too much, kind of put it in there and move it around. And I'm going to go down and do the next one. Pull it down like this. Flash it up. A little more underneath, just by using the ink and alcohol. I'm getting some color with that also. Just like that. And then I'm going to let that dry. Real simple. I'm going to let it dry. Now, if I'm going to let that dry a minute, then we're going to go on to the next step on it. If I'm doing wood, say like these barrels, I'm going to do these wood. So I need to start somewhere with one color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my camouflage paint, which is a sand color, and I'm just going to take these barrels like these, and I'm just going to spray the barrels till they're the continuous color of the sand. Then I'm going to take my ink and alcohol, and I'm going to slap it on. I don't really care about it. I just want it to get in all those cracks and crevices. And you'd be surprised, it's going to dry a lot lighter color. So what's going to happen now, all I'm doing is accenting, it's stripping into the cracks and the crevices. I don't want to get this on this tablecloth, so I shouldn't put it on there either. Oh well, too bad. All right, and then I'm going to let that dry, and if it needs more, I'm going to put a second coat on. I'm just slapping it on, folks. This isn't drawing it. It's just going to get it to where I want it to be dark. If I go too dark, all I have to do is, ooh, I'm sorry, just got to get my color out so you guys can see it. This is called Fawn, and it happens to be a Daco American color. And all I have to do now is, if I went too far, is dry brush with this lighter color, and it highlights the top of the boards, and it brings it back to the brownish or the tannish colors. And then what I'll do is I'll lightly, very carefully, I'll paint my bands with a very small brush, just catching the top of them. I'm not trying to paint the whole band, I'm just going to catch the top. And then with my weathering powder, like I did before, I'm going to make a paste with a fine brush, and I'm going to go around the bands. And then I'm going to come back with the ink and alcohol and take that and wash it in all around the band and let it drip down, and you're going to get rust stains that run down the barrel. Very simple. So I'm going to go back to this piece, which we let dry, and I'm going to go at it with a little bit of black pan pastel. And I have a bunch of brushes that end up as what I call scrub brushes. That means that they're kind of worn away, there's very short bristles. So what I'll do is I'll take a little bit of it, knock most of it off, and I'm going to go back almost the same way we did with the pan pastels and darken it up a little bit. Not a lot, but it's going to make it look like heavy rust. Make sure you're always drawing it down the way the water would go, because that's the look you're looking for. It's a very simple rust technique. It's very fast. Go along your edges. I'm doing this really quick. I'm also doing it without my magnifying glass stuff on, which I can't see a thing. As Art says, I do much better work now because I can't see it. And hence you've got a rusted vent very quickly. No big deal. It's just a couple of pieces. So you can do all kinds of stuff. This one is a stack of box. This one's metal. Then I've gone back and used a lighter fawn to lighten up the dark, and I've painted the sacks of whatever they are, stacked on the top white. So you would save anything when you're building these scenes where there's a barrel or something. You're going to take the straight color paints and paint the barrels, and you paint the things that aren't wood, the solid color. Most of the stuff I have here is not wood. Most of it is all metal. And then when you're done and let them dry, all you have to do is pop them right off and glue them onto the model. The thing is, the part on the bottom that was glued down, you're not going to see anyway, because that's the way you glue it down to the model, so you don't care about painting it at all.
So I have a question. Now, in that whole process, you're putting a lot of paint, a lot of weathering into these castings. How do you make sure, as you're doing your layers, that you don't lose a lot of the detail? Especially in N scale, or some of the HO things.
Okay, the powder will not fill in the detail. The ink and alcohol will not fill in the detail because it's very thin. So what else have I done?
True.
I haven't done much at all except a bunch of powder and a little bit of ink and alcohol. And the detail, the only thing I have to be careful with is my primer paint.
Now, what about oil washes?
You can do oil washes. Again, you have a problem with them. They take longer to dry. The only nice thing about some of them, you can mix them together, but you can mix washes together this way too. And you've got to deal with the stink and the smell, and it takes longer to dry. That one we just did is ready to put on the kit. It's really done quick. None of this stuff is expensive. If you're going to start buying the rust things by the people that make these, the little bottles are $7 or $8 a piece. So
Sure.
you're spending a lot of money for a little bottle of rust that I can create the same way.
Sure.
So if that's what you were looking for, this is a real easy way to do it, and it's inexpensive and it's done very quickly. So if I have a lot of these to do, I can do 5 or 6 at a time, and not going to take up a lot of time. The chimneys are done the same way. The little ribs on the chimneys, we're going to put some rust on it. You can see the little ribs, we're going to put some rust on each one, and then we're going to wash it down with the alcohol. And then we're going to dry some of that black. We're going to do our mortar that we use with the one time on the brick. And then we're going to wash it down with some, we're going to use some black powder on it and some dust and stuff to make it look like dirt and grime. And you're going to end up with a nice looking chimney. So that's real easy to do there too. Do we have any other questions?
Let's see here. Does the A and I, alcohol and India ink, attack acrylic paint?
It will attack it if you put too much of it on. It will actually melt it. So you want to go in light coats, but if you use a good primer, again, using a primer on this stuff, or this kind of paint, the ink and alcohol is not going to attack your base coat. So you're always going to just get down to your base coat. You're not going to go all the way down to either the metal or you're going to go down to the resin. So it's really easy to do. I mean, it makes it very quick. Do you have any other questions?
We do not.
All right, I have another product I found. These are my filler pieces. It won't take me long. It's called Suede. It's made by Deco Art. And if you're going to do stucco, this is basically a beige colored paint with pumice in it. So you have a grit in it. So if you want to make something that looks like stucco, you can paint this directly on. And with 2 coats of it, it looks just like a coarse stucco finish. And if you want to do a gravel roof, you can do the same way. You do it, paint it on the roof, paint the roof black, and then go back and dry brush across the top, and it looks like a gravel roof. So this stuff is kind of cool. You can buy it at Michael's now. They have a tendency for these things to go out of, they take it off the markets. So buy 2 of them. If you buy 2 of these bottles like this, you'll probably never run it out of until the day, you stop modeling. So that's just another product out there that I found that has replaced other products that are a lot more expensive. Anything else, Len?
Not right now.
We should be pretty close.
Actually, let's see here. Great way to save some money. Rob, YouTube checks in. I found a cheap way to get paint. Go to the big box store and get a sample bottle. I get sand, gray, and black.
I have a bunch of those myself. For some reason, they're not like an acrylic paint. They're a latex paint. They don't do well with ink and alcohol, so have them be careful with the ink and alcohol. I've done that too. But the latex paint is not as resistant to the alcohol. So if you're using ink and alcohol or Hunter line, you've got the same problems. Just be careful with it. Most paints, once you give them a chance to really, really dry, they're pretty good with the alcohol. If you get them when they're wet, you have a problem. So we must be pretty close to time, yeah?
We've got about a minute left.
Oh, a whole minute? Oh my goodness. Here's another color that I love. This is called Concrete by Woodland Scenics. And if you look at this building, the walls on this building are done with the concrete. Now it's not white and it's not gray, but it gives me that weathered white look. That one that's been on the building for quite a bit. So that's another thing you can buy from Woodland Scenics. Make sure you get the concrete and not the top coat. Okay? They have a concrete that's top coat. Don't get that, get the concrete. Because this is made with pigment in it. The other one's a real wash to be mixed in with stuff to make it look like concrete. So I think that's all for now.
Yep. That's it. And, just a reminder, we won't be answering the phones today. And we are streaming on both Facebook and YouTube simultaneously. So if you have an issue with one, try the other one, back and forth.
And we're going to do signs in the next clinic.
Back at Bar Mills and of course at the so-called anchor desk here. My name is Artie Fahey. A couple things to remind you that we are still offering the free shipping within the U.S. on orders if you place orders between now and tomorrow night. I know that sounds commercial, but we have to keep saying it, and I keep forgetting to say it because we get so involved in Jack's clinics and in all kinds of giveaways and so on. So $7.50 credit on any order over $50, and the $7.50 would normally cover shipping within the U.S. And of course, if you're a Canadian customer, it won't cover your shipping, but you'll still get the $7.50 towards the order, which should help defray it just a little bit. We have a couple of nice giveaways this afternoon. In our 6th hour of broadcasting, we're going to welcome a friend of mine here pretty soon, a guy named Pat Buffalino, who I understand is on the screen. Pat is a very old friend of mine from Long Island, New York, where he's a member of the Long Island Model Railroad Engineers. Pat has been invited as a friend and as just another modeler with typical responses that I would expect to get from any of you. Pat, welcome, welcome up north. Welcome to Bar Mills via Skype in this case.
Hey, Ori, how are you today? Everything's looking good, my friend, as usual.
Well, you know, the thing of it is this, with Pat, you know, we've asked him to, he's a technical engineer, he's a technical guy, he's a computer guy. He actually is one of the primary, let's say, operations managers for a company called Rucci Fireworks. If you've seen the fireworks over Manhattan, down in over Washington, D.C. for the bigger events. Pat has been the coordinator, excuse me, on many of those things. And he was disappointed he couldn't make it up. He had some illness in the family. So Pat, let me ask you, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? I'm sure we could share these comments with everyone.
So you know, it's been an interesting beginning of the year so far.
Yeah.
With what's going on, I'm a little disappointed not being able to go up to Springfield. That was a tradition that we carried on for quite a few years, and then also not being able to come up there and work with the team there, as we had discussed. But we're doing well down here.
Well, we're going to be talking about a couple things, Pat. We're going to be giving away, I hate to say giving away, but it's true because there's no postage. It is limited to 6 people coming in on saying the magic word. We are going to be distributing to 6 random winners a package of our Sidewalks in a Snap, which is a cardstock based sidewalk system that's available in N, HO, S, and O scale. So if anybody's interested, there will be no postage, and you will have to follow up any wins with an email to barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your name, your shipping address, and the scale you're in. And you're going to want to use the word, I know you're ready for this, you're all waiting, SNAP, S-N-A-P. So we're going to be giving away 6 of them. And please make sure you tell us which scale you model in, so when we ship them, we don't mess you up, okay? So Pat, how is the state of model railroading right now down on Long Island?
Well, you know, we're taking a big hit down here on the island with this pandemic. We did, you know, a couple of the clubs in the areas did host their open houses, but of course attendance was low. We had to follow all kinds of, you know, the protocol. We had to set up the protocols, masks, the whole deal. But it's been rough. We're in a bad area here. As everybody knows in the country, one of the hottest spots right now is New York City and Long Island. So the hobby has been taking a big hit down here. What usually happens during the November, December time frame, we saw, you know, maybe we got 5% of our normal attendance at the club during the open houses. But as far as the club is concerned, I mean, we are moving forward with projects and we are working down there. But, you know, again, we have to follow all the protocols that are required to be able to mitigate any kind of transmission of the disease. We don't even allow that many club members into the clubhouse. We're limiting it only to like 4 at the most at a time. So that's kind of the state of affairs here right now.
Well, that was Pat Buffalino. He's going to stick around for a while on the side. We do want to know, do we have any questions or anything from any viewers?
Right now everybody's snapping at us.
Yeah, snap. I do have to tell you, I mentioned Tim Warris before. Tim Warris is the owner of Fast Tracks. A lot of you use them. Pat, I'm sure you do.
Yep.
But Tim has been watching. Thank you, Tim. And I happened to mention him before. I don't know if he was aware of that. Because he also owns, these days he owns the Mount Albert Lumber Company, which is something I suggested for people looking for scratch building supplies north of the border. We use northeastern lumber. Frankly, we like to keep things American made in Bar Mills. And despite my relationship with Tim as a personal friend, I'm sure he understands that. And I would think the Canadians would do the same. Pat, have you ever used Fast Tracks before? I know you're very big into operations and that kind of, that end of the hobby.
Yes, actually, we have been using Fast Track. We just designed a layout in O scale for someone up in Westchester area, and we used all Lionel Snaptrack for that. It's a great solution. I know it comes in N scale from Cato, Bachman. It comes in HO. It's there, and it's quick, easy, and reliable.
Well, I think you're talking about Snaptrack and not Fast Tracks, Pat. You understand Fast Tracks is when you hand lay your own track, not to throw you a curve. Maybe you didn't hear me through the transmission.
Yeah, well, we're not into that level yet, but I've seen some of the clubs that have used it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, when you see, there's nothing. Tony Custer years ago in the Allegheny and Midland, his famous railroad, used hand laid track, and his curves were amazing. As far as what else is going on, we're going to have a special at the end of the half hour here, a special giveaway that you're all going to want to be around for, because it's not scale specific, and a lot of you may enjoy this. Lenny, do we have any other comments or questions at this point?
Right now, no.
Right now, well, you know what? When we get a guest on, of course, people don't know what to ask, and I'm kind of stymie myself in this case. I think it's time to revisit something now. If you could dig up, we're going to be talking for a minute, and we're going to bring up a photo of a kit that we're going to be producing in O scale, and it's actually a building that was out of our cigar corner kit, and the photo you'll be seeing is the HO version of it. The HO version actually was built by our friend Frank Menard, who is one of our builders here, along with Jack. You've got to know Jack really well, but like Pat Buffalino down on Long Island, Frank is also a Long Islander. And do we have that up on the screen?
It is on the screen.
What you're seeing is the downtown garage, which is something just for you O-scalers. You should know that this is under it's more than under consideration. Resin castings have been mastered for the gas tanks and some of the other accessories, and a prototype is on the way to being built, and we were looking for February, March, some April release on this kit. So if you're an O-scaler, it's something brand new. It'll be available pretty much only directly through Bar Mills scale models. We call it Bar Mills Direct at that level. So I know you all want to see what's new and what's coming, and that's something we can tell you about. Now, if we go back a little bit, we have another building that Jack recently did. He built a prototype on this neat little, when I say neat, I mean very neat, because it's not weathered up at all. It's something we call the Smoky Hill Fire Department, which is basically a backwoods fire department, quite tall, very small footprint. And we mentioned it earlier, but you understand we've been on for 6 hours, so if you've heard this before, not everybody has. We've been maintaining about 125 visitors that keep fluctuating. It's 100, 125, 150, people coming, people going, and not everybody can sit through 6 hours, even with me as the host. Go figure. Anyhow, if you've seen if you haven't seen it yet, and we got a little Tinkerbell in there for a second. Lenny, do we have that up on the screen yet?
It's coming up right now.
All right, we're calling up Len, our production manager here, director is calling it up. This will be a photo of the Smoky Hill Fire Department as built by Jack Ellis. One of the very, very few buildings that Jack has ever built that didn't itself look like it was going to burst into flame. His wife likes this great because it's just not a typical kit that you'd expect from us. The picture does not feature the bell that will come with the kit. That has been developed but not manufactured yet, so it is not in the prototype model that you're looking at. Can I assume that we are actually looking at this?
We are.
We are.
We actually have a question for Pat. How many club members does your club have, and how often do you normally meet?
All right, so we meet every Tuesday night. We have some members that have limited access. And we have a group of members that are 24/7, 365. When I say limited access, they have to be there when there's another member there. The hobby here on the island is kind of tough to keep going. We have about 15 or so members right now, but all highly skilled actually. We have a couple of beginners that we're bringing up to speed. We model both HO and N. We have an N scale division and an HO division as well. So we meet every Tuesday night, and we can be found on the internet, limre.com. If you're in the area, well, come on down and check us out.
Pat, let me ask you: am I mistaken in my thoughts that normally not. You have to all remember this is all about the Springfield show. Springfield Live, Bar Mills Live, and of course the Springfield folks are running live right now. And please feel free to jump back and forth. We expect that to happen. Pat, am I mistaken, or do you not interface? I know you are personally in N-Scale. Do you or do you not interface with the let's call it the N-Track units up at the actual Springfield event from time to time?
Yeah, I'm part of N-Track Long Island as well, and now they've rebranded N-Track to N-Rail, I believe it is. But I am also a member of the Long Island division of N-Track, and we do participate with the N-Track organization up at the Springfield show. We were actually there 3 years ago. I was there 3 years ago. With, if anybody was there, I was a co-builder of the ore dock that we had up there that won Best in Show back in 2018. So yeah, I'm pretty active in that organization as well. And now we're looking at possibly building some T-Track modules because that's becoming a very common area in the hobby at this point.
Let me ask you, what would you say to anybody who has never been to Springfield?
Oh, Springfield is like the place to go. You know, for me and Artie and the group there. It's always been a tradition. I've probably been going up there for like 30 years. I missed last year due to some family issues that need to be addressed, and of course this year because of the pandemic. So I'm really missing it. But it is the place to go. You see the vendors, you see the distributors there, and all of that. You know, just about anything you want to see.
Pat, I've got two questions for you. A, which I probably already know the answer to this. Do you prefer operating or modeling more? And as a hobbyist, how do you see the state of the hobby?
All right, so I'm learning how to do the building, the scenery, things of that nature. My forte, as already called me, the bottom dweller. When we built the Niagara and Pearl Creek, I spent all my time underneath the layout, getting it to run. Same thing down at the club. I'm more of a techie guy, so I get into all the automation, animatronics on a layout, things of that nature. State of the hobby, you know, it depends on the area you're in. You know, it used to be, from my perspective, having been in the hobby for roughly 35 years, I'm seeing a dwindling of younger members. You know, we used to have a lot of father and son members in the club. Now you don't see that any longer. So I guess it really comes down to the area you're in. But you know, from a hobby perspective, the technology has allowed for better products to be manufactured. How authentic they can make, you know, hardware, structures, things of that nature. So it's hard to answer that question, but that's from my perspective. That's what I'm seeing.
All right, Pat, we're going to let you go right now because we have other business to take care of. I hope if you have some time, you'll stop back and give us another segment either later today or definitely tomorrow. How's that sound for you, sir? That
sounds great. You know, that'd be I'd enjoy that. So you guys take care, and we'll talk to you later.
Great. Say goodbye to Pat Buffalino. By the way, if you'd like to meet Pat and his cronies down on Long Island, believe me, I definitely endorse his club, the Long Island Model Railroad Engineers. When I say I mean bar mill scale models, because basically this is where it all starts, this is where it all stops, and we take the hits when there are hits to be made. Pat has been a great contributor to the hobby as all the guys, and not only that club, but the Amherst Railway Society as well, a very big deal indeed. Matter of fact, if Russ Kaufman is still watching, because we know Russ was on a while ago, and I mentioned to you that he owns the N-Scale Architect. If by chance, Russ, you're on, you're listening, you'd like to Skype us, we'd love to have you aboard to share the anchor desk here for a few minutes, just like Pat just did. So feel free, and the same goes for Tim Morris, yet another business owner here again with Fast Tracks and Mount Albert Lumber. Contact us, and we will try to see if we can hook up a Skype connection with you. As it stands right now, we're going to do something a little different. First of all, I have some news for you. and it's about the sidewalks in the snap. Now you understand, if you're randomly chosen to get one of these free packages, we're going to need an email to barmillsmodels@yahoo.com with your name and mailing address, and in this case the scale of what you are doing, because this is not a scale specific product, just so as you know. And as far as the sidewalks go, ta-da, big deal here, kind of. It's a basic product, but it's a cool thing to have. Keith Lebold, or Lebold, I guess. Keith, how are you? It's good to hear from you. Ron Walters, welcome aboard, Ron. And you have some sidewalks coming your way. Mike Hatchie, who we definitely know, Mike. Nate Carey. Nate, you've got yourself some sidewalks. Don't forget to tell us which scale. John Pacheco, I'm sure is how you say this one. And Ron Mackey. And so there are the 6 winners of the sidewalks. Now, what we're going to do here is going to be a little different. It's all about having fun. Before I go into the next segment here, Lenny, do we have any questions or comments or anything that I should know about?
Well, Robert would like to know how he could get a Bar Mills hoodie.
You know, we just had these hoodies made up, and I wasn't sure that, you know, we had hats made up, but not everybody wears a hat. And I did the hoodies, and we did them not as Christmas gifts, but we gave them around. We had a Christmas dinner, you might say, a little party. And I made sure everyone who works for us had one, and if they chose to work, great. If not, no. But I have to tell you, everybody's wearing them because they're really cool. We can order some. If we sold them, they would be at no profit because this is promotional. I still don't understand why I pay for something that says Nike on it. I would think they'd be paying me. Maybe someday we will make them available, to be honest with you. But this is not that thing. Where'd you like it? It's really cool. It has a good back too. I don't know if you've been watching the 5-minute video that features John Sacerdote. John, or Johnny Sack as we call him, J Sack, is the guy in charge of the whole Springfield show, and he does appear in one of our 5-minute breaks, and he's wearing one of our Bar Mills hoodies. So you never know. I can't rule it out, but we appreciate you liking us enough to even think of that. We're going to do something really different right now. Now you got to listen, Sue Cooley, the rest of you. I know you're out there. I will not hold back on telling you that my favorite modeling magazine, Model Railroading magazine, and if I did narrow gauge, it would be the Narrow Gauge Gazette without question. But my main interest is really standard gauge, and for that, and for modeling ideas and tips and techniques, and wonderful pictures, and a nice thick issue, every single issue. I always use Railroad Model Craftsman. Now, for those of you who subscribe to Railroad Model Craftsman, you know how good it is. A lot of people subscribe to other magazines, and some have been a little disappointed in the last few years, and some are actually thrilled with what they get. And that's the great thing about all of this. Hopefully you're all thrilled with what you get. But our money's on RMC. We enjoy advertising there, and we know that craftsman-oriented modelers, and that's this little niche of a little niche of a little niche of model railroading, kind of congregate your Railroad Model Craftsman. Now right now it's 3:19, which gives me 10 minutes, okay? And this is important that I have a window. I'd love to hear more questions, more comments. I mean, that's really what we're here for. And I know we've been here for 6 hours, so maybe the comments are starting to run a little thin on this. But I am going to give you a phone number. And I am going to show off my ringer on my phone because this is my personal phone number, which after you use this phone number, I'd like you to burn your phone and throw it away because I don't want to be contacted in the middle of the night because somebody needs some shingles, okay? I'm going to give you my number, and this is it, and I'm going to say it once, so you better listen. 207-632-2664. Now, the 13th caller, and I am going to be answering, anybody who calls will have to give me their name, and we will give you a shout out. The 13th caller will win a subscription for 1 year to Railroad Model Craftsman, courtesy of White River, who's the publishers. Okay, so if you're interested in winning a 1-year subscription, and we will send you the coupons, give me a call at that number, at that phone number, and I wonder how many of you took note of it. And if you're number 13 on the list, you will win this subscription, and I'll be answering the phones right now. I'm going to turn on my ringer. Nothing is wrong yet as far as I can tell. I have no vibrations. This could be a long time. It shouldn't be. It's a great magazine.
You can answer on speaker.
Okay, who's this?
Hey, it's Jory Stratman from Minnesota.
Well, you know, you didn't win, but I appreciate you hearing from you from Minnesota, and you're caller number 1. Give it another shot, okay?
Thanks, bud.
Bye-bye. Okay, we'll see what happens next. Hi, who's calling?
This is Ken.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know you're number 2, and we're going to work our way towards 13. Thanks for trying. Bye-bye. Okay, let me try that again. I think we missed somebody there. I'm sorry if that happens. There's one from Carmel, California. Who do we have here?
Okay. Try that again. I'm sorry if that happened.
I can't tell who that is. We're getting a really bad call. You're going to have to try back. Okay. Okay, is anyone on?
I am.
Okay, that's great. I am. And what's your name, sir?
Bob Dye.
Okay, you understand your call number. What is that, Lenny? Call number 4, and we're working our way to 13. Thanks for calling.
Not a problem. Hello.
Hi, how are you? You're on the air, so to speak. And who's this, please?
Hey, this is Max in Southern California.
Well, Max, you're in Southern California. Your call number was it 5? Okay, only 8 more to go, and we'll be there. Thanks for calling, Max. Thanks for tuning in.
Call back. Thanks.
Okay, slow down a little bit. I think I hung up on a couple people. I didn't mean to do that. So we're through what? 6? Okay, this one's from Minneapolis again. I think it's a
Number
retry.
6.
Okay, is it? Let me guess. You've called before, right?
I did. Just Jordy Strapman again.
Now, just keep going, man. It's going to cost you a few dimes, but it's worth it. Okay, now that was number 6. Working towards number 7, sir.
Excellent. Thank you.
System.
Okay, is anybody there? Hello? There's a delay. Okay, that'll do it. I think I may have lost that person, in which case I'm sorry, but this is a little tricky than I would have thought. Okay, let's try it again. We're not clearing one call before others are jumping on top of it. It gets messy. What do we have to, Lenny?
This will be number 8.
Number 8, so we're getting almost there. Right now, we are not speaking to anybody, except all of you, kind of, which is kind of strange. So we're on number 8, and if we get to number 13, great. And if we don't, I know you guys are going to keep hitting me up for this, but we're gonna keep working on this free subscription until it goes away. Okay, I'm not going to put you on speakerphone this time because that messes things up. Are you there? Hello, hi. You're from Caramel again, right? And you're number 8. And what was your name again? Oh, Tennessee. Well, I'm sorry this time around you missed it, pal, but thanks for calling. Hello, you got Bar Mills. What's your name, please? Max again. What's that number? What is that?
Number 9.
That's number 9. Keep going, Max. All right, we're going for number 10 here. What's your name, sir? Daniel from Tennessee, man. Keep that speed dial going. That's number 10. All right, who do we have this time? Tell me it's Max again from California. I got to give this guy a magazine just for his persistence. That's number what, Lenny?
This is number 11.
That's number 11. Only 2 to go, guys. See you, Max. All right, who's it this time? I tell you, Daniel and Max ought to get together because that's Tennessee. That's our Tennessee buddy. We have friends in Saudi Daisy, so we know that area a little bit. And the next guy is the winner. Okay, who is it? You're number 13, whoever you are. So lucky 13. Ken Shepard. Okay, Ken, you live in what state, Ken? Where are you calling from? What state? Arizona. Oh, you know, we have a winner, so please stop calling. We have Ken Shepard from Arizona. Ken, you're going to email us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com and write down, it's, you know, we really don't need your physical address because we will be emailing you a one-year subscription coupon for Railroad Model Craftsman. But please make sure you mention Railroad Model Craftsman, otherwise we're not going to know why you're emailing us. And so I'm going to hang up on you right now, okay? And then I'm going to shut off my ringer, okay? Bye-bye now. So that was Ken Shepard from Arizona, and I am shutting off the ringer like that. I'm sorry to do that. I know you guys will be disappointed, but there's only one winner on this one, and it was a little weird. And I think the speaker, using the speaker, was a great idea, but it was a little complex because I couldn't monitor what was coming in. So Ken Shepard from Arizona won a Railroad Model Craftsman subscription for 1 year, and we keep giving stuff away here. Why? Because we like you, and that's hopefully you like us a little bit too. Right now it's 3:27. I've got Jack goes on at 3:35 with his next clinic. Jack, what's your next clinic?
Signs.
All right, I can hear from here. Jack, this is a very interesting clinic, actually pioneered in a lot of respects by Earl Smallshaw, who we remember very dearly on this weekend, the great modeler from Connecticut. And Lenny, do we have anything?
John Clark asks about the firehouse. Is it available yet, and what scale is it going to be in?
It's not available. Nobody even knows about it yet. We do have an ad submitted to Railroad Model Craftsman, but that won't be out for another month. You're getting a preview on this. It's not on the website. It's nowhere. It's going to be in HO only at this time, and we are hoping for shipment at the end of February, which is actually what? On Monday starts February, so we're not that very far away. So hopefully, John, that helps you. Anything else, Len? Okay, well, you know what? We're sitting tight right now. It's almost that time. It's 3:28. In a couple of minutes, I'll be saying goodbye, at least for the moment, as Jack Ellis starts, I think, one of the most interesting and almost controversial subjects in building detailing, and that's signs. He has a different way of doing it. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to bang out just about a minute early. He's going to need time on this one. So Lenny, if we can cue up the 5-minute break segment, and we'll let Jack get a little time to himself to prepare his materials that he needs to present to clinic properly. So let me know when we're gone, Len, and we will be going. Okay, so thank you all for joining us. Don't forget to go to the Amherst Railway Society, and don't forget to support the hobby and share it, because the sharing is what it's all about. I think we all know that, but somehow people seem to forget, on the other hand, too. We don't want that to happen. Also like to thank Pat Buffalino for joining us this last half hour from Long Island, New York. And how are we looking on the segment as we close out? Are we done?
I didn't notice you standing there. Hey everybody, this is John Sacerdoti from Bar Mills, or is it Amherst Railway Society? I think today it's both, but that's only because a shout out to Artie and Lenny at Bar Mills is well deserved. Thank you guys so much for doing these 2 days of clinics, etc. This makes it a great weekend. We're doing our virtual stuff, you're doing your virtual stuff. There's so much going on this weekend. We're both all recording, you'll be able to see everything. So a real nice shout out, and Art, thanks very much for doing this. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see everybody back in person at 2022's show, which is the 29th and the 30th of January. So hang in there, guys, and I need to go back to work on my Berlin Bangor in Maine. Take care.
all set. We're back here. Here we are, back for our next clinic, and we're going to do it on signs. I'm very upset. Got all this stuff they're giving away, and I can't enter any of them. So I guess I'll just have to sit and watch you guys win all the prizes and get nothing. What I'm going to talk about is the signs that we put on our buildings, on our billboards, on our walls, and all this other stuff. Where you get them, how do you make them, if you need to make them, then how do you apply them to the buildings. Well, what I'm going to say first is a couple of things, and it's kind of like housekeeping stuff. If you get signs with a kit, the first thing you should do is take them to the copy machine, make copies, and then use your copies to make your signs for your buildings. And then, for some reason, if you destroy a sign or wreck a sign, all you have to do is make another set. It's not a problem with the manufacturers as long as you don't give these signs away or sell them. You can reproduce them for your own use is fine, as long as you don't pass those on to someone else, and that's our legal department. This one happens to be one of our signs that came with one of our older buildings. So here it is right in my book, and I'm sitting around waiting for it, waiting for a use for one of these signs. And some of these signs are simple, like Coca-Cola and things like that. You're going to use them in other buildings, not just that one. The other thing is that there are different kinds of signs. There were paper signs. Like paper sign would be like a poster for a musical event or a circus. These were signs that the circus would come into town and they would pay people to put these signs up. And they were paid by the sign. So you would find a fence, believe it or not, with probably 6 or 7 of them right down the fence, all the same sign, and this guy's getting paid by the sign. That's why you would have multiple signs on one building or one fence. So that's not out of prototypical to see multiple signs on the same building on the same era. So we have paper signs. Paper signs weren't made to last. They would be curled up on the corners. They would have to be ripped off. They would be all weathered out. So those signs are really easy to do. You make them on the computer. If you make them on your computer, don't forget if you're using an inkjet, you need to seal the ink, because when you use some kind of glue to put it on a wall or on a thing, the ink is going to bleed. So what I've been using is this clear acrylic spray. It looks very much like Delco. It has a very matte finish to it. It doesn't stink like Delco, and this is the size you get for about 1/3 of the price of Delco. So it works just as well. You can buy it at any box store. Sometimes you find it in Walmart, Michael's and things like craft stores, you find it. It's just a clear acrylic sealer, and you want to make sure you get the matte and not the gloss. So the other thing I have in my book is I've gone around and find signs out of magazines. There's a couple signs, I don't know if you can see those. Can you see those? Signs out of magazines. This is just my book full of signs. And then I'll find, I'll get that later. Different signs. So this is my catalog of signs. If I need one for some building, I'll go through the book and find what I need. And on my computer, I also have that little button that says larger or smaller. And I can reduce these signs down to the size I need them, or I can make them bigger. There's also one other button on my computer that is darker and lighter. If I wanted a sign that's been on a building a long time that's faded, all I have to do is move to the lighter side, way lighter side, print it out, and I have a faded sign. Very simple. I don't have to make it fade. I can fade the whole sign.
I've got 2 questions. What brand of sealer do you use? And can I somehow seal the sign then if I print it on an inkjet?
Inkjet, for some reason, the ink is completely different. It doesn't seem to bleed. I would seal it anyway, just to make sure that way you can put, if you want to put some kind of weathering medium over it, you can do it. And what I'm using, it's a plaid product. It's a blue and black label, and it's called Clear Acrylic Sealer Matte. And I'll show you here. Let me see if I can get you the label. Can you see that label on the?
I can.
And I'll hold it long enough so you guys can read it. And that's what I use. It doesn't stink like Delco. It works very similar to Delco. So this is my sign book. If I'm going to use like a metal sign, I will use a cardstock. This is a cardstock here, which is a little thicker bond paper. and I will print on that, seal it the same way, color my edges, and then I will put that up so it looks a little more like a metal sign, a little thicker sign than a piece of paper. And it also doesn't, if it's a clapboard or something like that and I put too much glue on the back, it doesn't adhere to the clapboard. The last one is signs that are supposedly painted on the wall, which is very common. They painted big signs on the wall, and that can be any kind of a sign. It can be the sign with the name of the building or what the building does, or a advertisement for almost anything. So what I'll do is I'll find me a sign that I'm looking for, and there's a couple ways to get them onto the building. So the first thing I'll do is I'll find that sign that I want to put up. Excuse me, I'm going to find something here. I'm trying to find one that I didn't make so you guys can get an idea. So here's one. I'll do this one first. This one right here, which is a beer sign I cut out of Model Railroad Craftsman. At one time they had it and I grabbed it and pulled it. So that's this sign right here. So I got my sign. So what I want to do is I print that out, and then I would, in the old days, cut it out, or I would cut it deep, wider. I wouldn't cut it right at the edges, I'd leave an overhang. And then I'm going to take a fine grit 150, 120 sandpaper, and I'm going to take the back and I'm going to sand it so I get the edges thin as I can. Thin, 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 thin. I also put a piece of Scotch tape in the middle, because as I sand from the middle out, if you see what I'm doing, every time I'm doing it, I'm sanding the middle. So the middle, you put a hole in it if you don't put that piece of tape in it. You're trying to get the edges of it thin. Once I get it thin enough, I'm just going to take it with some white glue and water, 50-50, same stuff you use for your scenery, and I'm going to paint it on the back with a brush and paint it on the wall, and then I'm going to stick it on the wall and then burnish it in. And I'll talk more about that later. It takes a lot of time. Sometimes you punch holes in the sign. Sometimes you wreck the edge of the sign. Sometimes that's good if it's an old sign, but if I want a sign to make it look like it was painted on the wall, that's not the way it would weather or tear off. So we're trying to figure out a way to get the material that you put your sign on as thin as possible. And one of the things we found out was we could use tissue paper. Okay? This is the tissue paper that they use for gifts and things like that. You go and buy them for 99 cents. You're probably getting as much as you ever need. So this is plain old tissue paper. The only thing you have to be careful with it, you want to look at it, because some of this is, one side has a shiny shine to it and the other side is a matte. You always want to print on the matte side. So what I want to do, so I'm going to take my sign and I'm going to, we'll disappear this one. I'm going to run it through, I'm going to put this on my color copying, face down, and I'm going to make a copy of it on a piece of plain white paper. That means I'm going to run it through and print it on the paper. This is the carrier, and that's why we do it. I'm going to take this piece of tissue paper, this one's a little small, and I would put it over the sign, and with plain old Scotch tape, I'm going to tape around all four edges so it's down tight on the piece of paper. So now it's down tight over the sign. I'm going to take this sign, I'm going to go back to my printer. My original sign is still on the glass exactly, I haven't moved it. I'm going to flip this one over in my printer and I'm going to feed it in. And what it's going to do is it's going to go through the printer, it's going to print exactly where the sign was last time, which is now covered with the tissue paper. And when I'm done, this sign, I'll show you, is now printed on tissue paper. No foil, no wrinkles, no nothing. It's completely printed on a thin piece of tissue paper. So now all I have to do is I'm going to cut it out around the edge with a very sharp, brand new sharp knife. I'm going to take my sealer, I'm going to seal light coats of seal of both sides because this paper is porous and whatever glue I use is going to seep through and going to make that ink run. So now I take this sign that I have all sealed up, I'm going to spread the back of it with white glue and water. I'm going to take the wall where I'm going to put my sign, and in the two corners I'm going to put two little marks with my pencil where I want the two corners to be. And then I'm going to put my brush and I'm going to paint on some of this glue and water. I'm going to put the sign on it, and I'm going to press it in with a piece of terry cloth to get it to stick where I want it to stick. Then I'm going to go back, and depending upon the medium that it's on, if it's on clapboards, I want to get that to adhere in all those grooves. So I'm going to run, I use the back of my tweezers because it's nice, polished, smooth, and I can rub it right back and forth into those grooves. I'm going to work from the top down, and it's going to seal it right in, and when it dries, it's going to suck on even tighter. So when I'm done, this thing's going to be adhered directly to the wall. So what happens is, you take your sign, and once I've got it burnished all in and it's dry, this is what it's going to look like on the side of the wall. This happens to be a different one, but you can see, if I turn it on the edge, there really isn't an edge to that sign. It almost looks like it's painted on the wall. So once we figured this out on clapboard, our first thought was, yeah, it works really good on clapboard. Will it work on brick? Brick is a completely different surface. So we did the same thing. We processed the sign the same way. We took the sign, painted it, put the two corners on the top to get it on square, and then we put it on the brick. And if you look at that sign on the brick, this is not weathered. You can see the brick through it, and the only way we burnished this on is a clean piece of terry cloth, and we just kept pressing it, and it would press it down into the cracks, and when it dries, the brick and mortar lines show through the sign, and it looks like a faded sign on the wall. No work. I'm putting it on with white glue and water. If I mess up this sign, I don't like it, a little warm water put on the top of this sign, it'll soften the glue. I can peel it right off, wipe the glue down, make another sign, and do it all over again. I haven't wrecked anything. I can make another sign. The white glue allows me to get it off. So we had a challenge. We got the toughest surface of all, and that's stucco. Will it stick down to stucco? So here's the sign, the same sign we did on stucco, and you can see it there. It's on the wall. If you look at the edge, you can't see the edge of that. There's really no edge. That thing is down tight, and if you run your finger across it, you can actually feel the stucco. If I wanted to make this a little more weathered, I would take this base color and very lightly dry brush across the top of it, and it would look like it's faded more even into the wall. So this is the simplest way I know to make signs that look like they're painted on the wall. This can be any sign too. This can be a sign that you made. This can be a sign that you got out of a book or a magazine, or signs that come with the kit. So you have all three of these materials you can put them on. You can put them on a billboard that's got slatted lines, or you can put it on a piece of cardstock and make it like it wasn't put on. You know, it was just a hard sign. You can also make up your signs. I don't know if you can see this picture, but it's a great, can you see that picture?
Yep, we can.
It's a lunch counter someplace in Canada, and I decided I wanted to make that. So what I did is I looked at all the signs, found the right fonts in my book, actually I think this is right out of Word, and I made up all the signs in this size so I can reduce it down. It's easy to work in this size. I would reduce it down on my my copier, and I would get the signs the size I needed. There's a real easy way to do that in Word, and Word is simple to use, and most everybody has Word. So you can make your own signs. Here's a bunch of signs that I made up for different things to do. This is a Lighthouse Seafood, and I went to Clip Arts, found some pieces of clip art, and just get the font that I thought looked good. And very simple to do, not hard at all. Here's one, I don't know if you've seen that, you've probably seen this one before. This is on Honest Joe's, or what do we call that one?
Honest Joe's.
Honest Joe's. Here are all the original signs for Honest Joe, including the fold-up sign that we made that hangs out over the front over the door. So those are the signs that we made for Honest Joe, right? I think this was also made in Word. So I have all kinds of signs. This is the original. I don't know if you can see, it's kind of small. The original from Honest Joe's. Can you see that, or Sue?
We can. Yep.
You can see how many signs are on that building. Yeah, I think that was too many. You can kind of overdo it. But that's where that Honest Joe loan sign came from. So that's how we find them. And then you can make signs up like this one, which is Beans and Son, which is a friend of mine, and his son. who was autistic, I thought I'd do up a sign on my feed and grain store, and I made it with their names on it. So for you people that like to name your industries after your friends and relatives and things like that, or memorial stuff, then you can do that very simply. So that's a really easy thing to do. Do we have any questions?
Yep, actually a couple questions, couple comments. Artie Crast asks, have you ever printed on colored paper?
Plain colored paper?
Yes.
I don't know if I ever have. That's almost, if you're using like a craft paper, that is, you're going to have a problem with that, because that is a very fibrous paper, and your ink is not going to be crisp. If I was going to use a colored paper, I'd go to the aisle at like Michael's, to where they do scrapbooking, and get that kind of color paper, and you could print on colored paper.
Calvin Saxton over on YouTube actually mentioned something that I tend to do myself. I like to take my signs that I print, and then I'll actually dry brush them with a little bit of coffee to really kind of stain them and give them an older look. I actually tend to use a coffee stain for a lot of modeling,
yeah,
but for signs it works out great.
That's just tannic acid.
Exactly.
If you want to make your own tannic acid, all you have to do is get your blender and get some Lowell leaves, grind them up, put the water in, grind them out, you're going to get a whole bottle of tannic acid. Same thing that's you're doing with coffee or tea.
Now, when you're doing your own signs...
And that's a brown stain.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the same thing with one of, you know, the weathering shoe polishers from Hunter Line.
Sure.
They have a brown that's very close to it. You can do that if you don't want to mix your own or use tea.
Now, when you're printing your own signs, do you have a favorite font that you stick to?
You know, it depends on what I'm doing and when I'm doing it. No, I do not stand. I like to match my font to what I'm doing, and that's sometimes takes me the longest to do it, because I keep switching them to see what I like the best. There's another advantage to this tissue paper thing, and I'm going to kind of go quick with it. If you've ever got a set of decals that come with a building, and you took one of these off and it fell apart, and you can't use it because they're so old, they're so brittle, they fall apart, you can do the tissue paper signs with these same things and create all these signs in tissue paper and still use them, even if these are no good now. And I have some old ones that are really bad that I've still used. Anything else, Lynn?
A question about printers. You know, is there any type of printer that you prefer? I mean, really, you
inkjet
know,
printer out there are almost all the same. It depends what you got. You could almost, if you could talk the guy into putting the piece through with the tissue paper on it, at Staples, you probably could do it at Staples too. He may not want to put it through his machine.
You know, if you ask really nicely, they might.
Yeah. The problem is, we did it when we first started out and got it jammed up in it. It takes a while to clean it out. So he might do it for you if you want to do it, if you want to do one or two.
We actually have a material here, speaking of the Honest Joe's, that's called onion skin paper.
It's a little thicker, but not bad. It works pretty well.
And we actually, when we first started printing it, we have multiple printers here at the shop, and there was only one printer we could actually print it through, because all the other printers just couldn't handle it, and it would jam up, and it would take 20 minutes to get everything out of the machine. But
I have to take my machine apart. We had to go into the back and pull things out and everything else. There's a bunch of stuff on the internet for signs. There's abundance of signs. As I said before, just be careful of the watermarks because a lot of these people sell these things. They put them on it and you don't see it until you print it, and all of a sudden right in the middle you say, oh my God, look at that, there's a logo right in the middle of my sign. So any of the signs that you can find, you know, you guys are doing it for your personal, so there's no problem with it. I mean, putting them on the thing. As I said, I find tons of signs in the magazines. These are the model craftsman, no problem. Just cut them out and put them in your book, and then use them when you need them. Okay, and here's a picture. If any of you people ever go on Shorpy and look at pictures, this is one I found in Shorpy. And how many people like Shays, Shay engines? Has anyone ever seen a Shay roller coaster? I mean, a steamroller? This is a steam roller coaster that was made in the same way as Shay is driven. very interesting little picture. So that's about it. I think we should be pretty close, aren't we?
Yep, that was a wonderful clinic on signs.
That's.
I know usually you give this clinic at Springfield.
Yeah.
And you know, everybody learns something new.
If you learn one thing, as I said, if I do a clinic, 2-hour clinic, and you learn one little thing of it, then it was worth doing it. It's always worth doing it anyway. Thanks for coming. I'll see you guys later. We got another one in an hour. I have to do one on, I think I'm going to do it on weathering and coloring shingles and standing seam roofs.
Sounds good, and we'll see you in about 35 minutes.
I didn't notice you standing there. Hey everybody, this is John Sacerdote from Bar Mills, or is it Amber's Railway Society? I think today it's both, but that's only because a shout out to Artie and Lenny at Bar Mills is well deserved. Thank you guys so much for doing these 2 days of clinics, etc. This makes it a great weekend. We're doing our virtual stuff, you're doing your virtual stuff. There's so much going on this weekend. We're both all recording, you'll be able to see everything. So a real nice shout out, and Art, thanks very much for doing this. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see everybody back in person at 2022's show, which is the 29th and the 30th of January. So hang in there, guys, and I need to go back to work on my Berlin, Bangor, and Maine. Take care.
Alrighty, Artie here again. We're closing in on our 6th hour. Matter of fact, it's an 8-hour day here today. It's a long day. And I have to tell you, we're starting to get a little tired, or at least I am. I have the energy, well, I don't have the energy. I have the excitement and the enthusiasm. I think we all do. But the fact of it is we're doing our best to stay online. And the later hours are as much for our local East Coast residents as they are for the folks out west. Because let's face it, it may be 4 o'clock here, but it's only 1 in the afternoon if you're in the Western time zone, for instance. We're going to be talking about, well, a lot of different things right now. We really invite your questions because that's part of the lifeblood that makes this show beat and makes it work, is the exchanging of information between us as modelers. As usual, we want to thank so much to the folks at Springfield, Massachusetts, the Amherst Railway Society, JSAC, which is John Sacerdote, who is the show manager, who has appeared in some of the break videos that you may have noticed. They're really trying their best to keep everything going. You know, the show started in 1971. I asked him about this the other day because it has such a big, terrific, 20,000 people attend this event every weekend, once a year. And I asked him how it started. He said it was in 1971 by a local model railroad club who had a room in a schoolhouse. And it went from the room to the rec room to the gymnasium and so on. And this just shows that, you know, with the right bunch of people working together, we can keep this hobby going. A lot of people consider what we're doing now to be less than the golden age of model railroading, but I have to disagree. When I was growing up, we certainly didn't have the quality of the rolling stock and the track. You know, guys like Tim Morris with Fast Tracks and the wonderful stuff put out by Cotto and the rest of them. Structures, I love Campbell structures, but they are certainly not on the par with what we do in today's world, or Sidam or Varney, if you remember these names, and I have a feeling a lot of you do. So we're sitting here quietly right now, but I'm going to get into a promotion any second. But if anyone has any questions, any comments, this is a great time to not only share them with us here at the station, but to share them with other viewers. We are kicking around 125 viewers. It goes up, goes down, but I understand that when you're broadcasting for 17 hours, nobody's going to be with you the whole way. I'm not Cecil B. DeMille. This is not the 10 Commandments. There's only so much you can take of this, and I don't blame you. However, we know that typically our viewing numbers are multiplied by up to 1,000% once things have been recorded and are placed on Facebook and on YouTube for viewing at a future date. It's really going to be hard to get in tune with this one because it's so very long. Who knows where to start on something like this? So at any rate, we're going to start here with another giveaway, and we're going to do a number 6. We're going to give away 6 stainless steel, and do we have these on the screen, Len? 6
we do.
Stainless steel high quality rollers that are laser etched on both sides. And not only will they give you the measurements in inches and give you an incredible straight edge to score down, these particular rulers I got familiar with from Rockler Woodworking, where I shop on my own personal life, and they're $5.99 at Rockler. Of course, it depends where you go. And the fact of it is, they are broken up into 16ths, 8ths, quarters, and something else, 30 seconds maybe. And that's relevant because being broken up into a 1/4 inch scale is ideal for O scale. It'll let you measure scale feet. The 8ths, of course, will do the same thing for HO. The 16ths is roughly a scale foot and end, and if you're dealing in S scale, 3/16ths of an inch is equivalent, more or less, of a foot. So we're going to be giving away 6 of these, and you want to use the keyword ruler, R-U-L-E-R, and into one of the comment sections in either Facebook or YouTube. And if we select you out of the bunch, if it's a random selection, a random drawing, we will send you the ruler. You will not even pay postage. We will pick it up for you and use the word ruler, and we will take care of you on this. So that's kind of a freebie to start off. A couple things to talk about. Sometimes we have to repeat ourselves because in 17 hours there's only so many things we can talk about, and there are very few new items here because the fact of it is we don't crank out a whole lot of different new kits. It takes us on the average 3 months to develop a single kit, something like the Christmas kit that we just did, Cigar Corner, which by the way is only available until midnight tomorrow because we're stopping orders at that point. So you might want to keep that in mind. It's It's a very collectible kit. Not that we mean it to be, but it just seems to be the way it's going. But we also have other new kits that we'd like to talk about. And Lenny, can you cue up something for me?
Absolutely.
Nice to have a nice picture. Now, we could sit here with a model and hold it in front of you, but the photographs are a lot clearer and I think are probably a lot more, I'll have to say, enticing. Len, what have you
right
up
now
there?
we're looking at Stewart's rods.
Stewart's rods. Okay, well, we kind of know all about what that means, and that's a not overly large HO scale kit, good medium-sized kit, suitable for putting on land, or the back of it doesn't have any windows. It does have a freight door and a little dock, and it would be perfect also along the waterfront where you would not face the windowed side of the building towards the water. The water gets cold, it gets breezy, it gets windy. This is something we're coming out with. Let's see, in February we have something coming out. If you haven't heard about it already, we'll talk about that maybe the next segment. But we're hoping for a March release on Stewart's rods. Now, the one that you're seeing there in the photo was prototyped by Jack Ellis, designed by Jim Mooney, our Diamond Jim Mooney, our engineer. We have two photos of that. Lenny, have you
Yes.
toggled between them?
Yes.
If you have any questions about this kit, let us know. I know some of you may have seen this hours ago because we try not to repeat too much, but a lot of you really are here to see what's new and what's coming out, and this is one of the things. We also are working on, we haven't determined which end scale kit yet. We're working on that, and we'd like some input if you have any.
Now, I've got a question about the Woodland Scenics. Can you explain that a little more in depth?
When you're talking about Woodland Scenics, are we talking
The
about
figures, being able to purchase the figures.
Okay, well, you know, we became a Woodland Scenics dealer some time ago because when I see a scene, I don't say that's the building and that's the scene and that's the figures. To me, they are all scenic elements, whether you're buying a tree, whether you're buying a figure or a vehicle or the actual structure itself. And I've seen, when I was growing up, I remember seeing one company in particular with buildings surrounded by figures. Added so much detail to the buildings. So I went out and I purchased the structure, and it was very bland. It was very nothing. Quite honestly, it really was. I realized in like a second thought that the reason it was interesting was not because, in this case of the building, although we'd like to think we do more interesting structures, it was because it was surrounded by figures. Figures add color, add an identity to a building, and we figured, you know, there's only so many garbage pails and exhaust vents and so on that we can come up with. But something like figures, if we could just get them at a good price and offer them to you guys at a great price, not a good price, a really better than good price, it would be really, really terrific. So there are we have a two-phase kind of project, but we have a two-phase step to this, doing this. One is that we offer the figures in Woodland Scenics at a 20% discount. And if you're buying a kit, you toss them at the same time as you get the kits because there's a flat $7.50 shipping fee on kits. And if you want to throw in a few figures, guess what? No more shipping, no additional extra shipping. So you save 20%, you don't pay shipping, and frankly, Maine requires very little of us as far as collecting tax out of state goes. So here's a chance to save the tax, save the shipping, and get 20% off on figures. We stock figures in N scale, in HO scale, and although we haven't put it on the website yet, we have pretty much the whole line of O-scale figures that will be making an appearance online. Yes, we also bundle them with certain kits under the title Bar Mills Direct, where we include figures in some kits, not all of them, but a select few as a bonus. So Woodland Scenics is nice stuff. We wish they had more and more and more different figures. We'd be all excited about that, but we work within the constraints of what they have. In the case of the Stewart's rods that we just spoke about, by the way, that incredible fire truck is the most expensive Woodland Scenic vehicle made. And we did use it in the photo, and you can get that at 20% off, just for the fire truck itself if you want to purchase it. If you purchase the kit, you will get even a better deal as part of a Bar Mills Direct promotional item. But as of this point, we are not posting prices on any of this because it's a little early in the game to really tell you how much something's going to cost. So we don't know what it's going to cost us yet. Is there anything else on that?
Now, as we're speaking about rods, the brick on that, would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, the brick on this, we've recently started using, we've used different things like cast board, and we've had some cool comments about it. Some people love it, some people just don't understand that it has limitations. So we've gone into using 1/16 of an inch thick MDF that we special ordered. I think we ordered, this is true too, the sheets have to fit our lasers. We ordered 16,000 sheets. That's what we had in stock. Of course, a lot of it was used in Cigar Corner, but we ordered 16,000 sheets of MDF. So we have plenty of brick making material, and you'll see on rods that the brick section there is laser etched. You don't even need interior bracing on this stuff. It's very, very rigid. And of course, Jack painted it up. It's easy to paint, easy to assemble, and actually is a little bit easier than a regular wall, simply because you do skip the bracing steps, you know, if you wish to, and I wouldn't use bracing on it. I guess if I had a really big building, I might reconsider that judgmental call, though. So that's about the brick on Stewart's rods. And please, you hear the phone ringing, don't call us. We can't answer. We're not actually open on Saturday. You're not doing anybody a favor by doing that, okay? Anything else on it?
The fire truck comes with the fire station.
Well, no, the fire truck is an option. If you buy the fire
Correct.
station, you can buy it as the Smoky Hill Fire Station, or buy it as the combo pack. But we haven't released anything on that because it's too early to do that at this point.
Now, Shadow Wolf wonders, will there be an option possibly for rods, Stewart's rods as well?
Well,
Like
if you
that.
buy Bar Mills Direct, you get a different deal than you would from a retailer, because we cannot provide retailers with William Phoenix figures. They would buy them on their own. We do have some Bar Mills Select dealers that we've been starting to develop. One is Steve Funston down at Blue Ox Trains outside of Atlanta, and we have a couple others that will be working with us to be able to get things that regular retail stores cannot get through distributors, like Walden's, for instance. Walden's does not have everything we make. Some things that we make are so kind of high end that we know only certain people want them, and we make it available here because the demand is so much smaller. We know that retail stores are not in a position to cater to that level of customer. So that some things happen through Bar Mills Direct only.
Now we've got a request to talk about the fire station again, firehouse again.
Well, I don't know what else there is to say. It doesn't have a very big footprint. If you notice, we didn't really kill this one with weathering. Fire trucks included, these certain things shouldn't be weathered. One of my philosophies is, normally a philosophy doesn't include not weathering a fire truck, but in this case, it's certainly true. Another thing I don't tend to weather, and I know some folks use like an alcohol India ink wash, would be figures. I also certainly don't weather scenery, because scenery renews itself every year, and regardless of how much you beat up and lift boards and you name it to structures, nature is reborn every single year. You have to have something new to make something old look really old, just like you have to have something very small on your ladder, a small building, a shed, whatever it is, next to another building to give that building some dimension and give it some ratio. Scenery, especially figures. I love doing figures because they make everything around them either look to scale proportionally smaller or larger, because we know how big people are. But you can never tell how big a building is until something is next to it. That's one of the reasons they're so really valuable in the hobby.
Okay, so what would you say to someone brand new to the hobby? This is the first time they're, they stumbled across our live video, and their interests are piqued. Where would you point them first?
Well, firstly, I point into chat groups. It doesn't have to be a Bar Mills thing, because this isn't always about Bar Mills. There are some other really fine modeling companies out there. But the fact of it is, you really should get a grip on what's going on, so you can establish your own agenda, know what you want. I mean, you may think you want to build structures and find out that you really like operation more. A club is always the best. The Long Island Model Railroad engineers, Pat Buffalino, my buddy, was on a little while ago. But there are clubs all over the country, and I've never met a model railroad who didn't want to share his experience. If you're talking specifically about structures, do me a favor, don't come to us with a lot of money, because we really don't want to sell you anything for a lot of money. We want to help you out, because whatever you build it's not going to look so good 3 or 4 months down the road when you start developing a mindset as far as how to approach these things. One of my favorite kits for newbies would be our Shack Pack. Simply because there's 3 buildings and they all use a different approach to construction. And that's why we developed that, to help people kind of get their wings. So basically, start slow. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Join a club, join a group, or come to Bar Mills, because I got to tell you, the money's the money, but we're really about the hobby. And you know what? If you do it right, you guys will be back. There's always time for us to, you know, develop more of a financial reward system for ourselves later on. But that's not really our approach right out of the gate. Lenny, anything else, sir?
Yes. Flat buildings. Anything on the horizon? Anything, you know, when you're thinking about a background building, you know, what drives you? What is the perfect background building?
The perfect background building is one that looks nothing like a background building. I've seen plenty of buildings that, frankly, you know, it's not ours. I don't want to get involved with this. But basically, if it's not convincing, don't buy it. If it's overly priced, don't buy it. I mean, you don't have to spend a lot of money on that. Some of my own background buildings were developed by cutting a building in half and featuring both halves facing forward, to be honest with you. When it comes to craftsman buildings, on the other hand, because Woodland Scenics offers a lot of pre-built buildings, they're not cheap. But I built my grandson Zachary a shelf switching layout. Let me get that straight. And I actually cut the buildings in half on a bandsaw, and I had the backs and fronts don't necessarily mimic each other. So I put them next to each other. Instead of paying $80 for that wide of a building, I spent $80 for that wide, plus that wide, plus that wide, because I was able to offset them to each other. We have our Shipyard Brewing Company, which is a background building. Seckler's is an amazing background building. I can't tell you how proud I am of that one. And Witzinger's is another one, kind of a sleeper, and that's available both in HO and O scale. Seckler's is available in HO scale and N scale. So N scalers, you know, you need background buildings too, just because the scale is smaller. Don't think you still have to create a horizon, a distant point. What else do we have that we do in more than one scale? Well, you know what? Shipyard Brewing is available in N scale.
Technically, Shipyard Brewing is available in all 4 scales.
Even
S scale.
Even S scale. Praise be the Lord, S scale. There we go. You have that right there. So background buildings can be the most interesting buildings, the quickest to build, because you're only dealing basically with the front and a couple of 2 shallow sides, and can really make a difference in your layout. Now, remember, a background building shouldn't be average height. A background building, to be viewed, has to be taller than the foreground buildings, okay? And yes, it doesn't have to be quite as detailed either. One thing about a background building that you may or may not have thought of is that when you color these buildings, whether they're red or blue or whatever it is, you want to grade them out. In other words, you want to lower the contrast on a building that is in the background, because technically the whole idea is it's more in the distance, and reds wouldn't be as red, blues wouldn't be as blue. So a lot of times I'll come up and say a red building, then I'll lightly mist it with some gray, I mean very lightly, just to take down the contrast and the color, because it'll not only be the proper dimensions of the background building, but it will have that distant effect of an atmospheric haze or something between the viewer and the building, when in reality it's often not more than 12 or 16 inches. So that's an important thing with background buildings. That's what helps make them work. Background building that's painted a bright color, no matter how good of a job you did building it, is never going to sell like something visually, like something that you've actually treated as something off in the distance. Lenny, anything else, sir?
Well, Rusty Robot would like to know,
Rusty Robot.
Is Cigar Corner, or will Cigar Corner be our last FSM tribute Christmas kit?
Well, you know, we don't know. Now, you understand, Cigar Corner, there are essentially six buildings. We treat 2 of the buildings as one because of the backdrop involved. But out of the 6, there are only 2 that were inspired by the Franklin in South Manchester. The style, I believe, is adapted by many companies, including our own, but we incorporate some of George's stuff in there because, number one, we have a lot of respect for George. He's a personal friend, and number 2, I think we can bend it and shake it a little bit. I think George would be proud to have some of those buildings on his layout that never existed on his layout. Similar situation to the first FSM tribute kit. The heart and soul of that kit was the center building, something called T.J. Riley's. And the fact of it is, George never built that. Never had it as a kit. It was built by Tom Riley and placed on George's layout. And he said, look, oh, you know, I never made that. I never put it out as a kit. So if you want to use it, feel free. It's okay. George has a very open attitude and is very supportive of the hobby. We know other modelers that are, no, maybe not as embracing of the hobby, that frankly don't even measure up to George in any respect. George is a big heart and a big guy and a good guy, and we will continue to support him in any way we can. He doesn't ask for anything, and it's true, he doesn't get much in return, but he certainly should. So FSM kit, I wouldn't be surprised if we had something else coming up.
Just a little bit of housekeeping reminder: if you won a giveaway, please be sure to email us your information, and please contact us, reach out to us, so that we can go ahead and take care of that for you.
Absolutely. Now, I've been getting some private messages from Diamond Jim Mooney. I mean, somebody who's meant an awful lot to me over the years. He's been working with us. We always kind of talk back to how long it's been, and it's been a long time. And he mentions the word Shorpy, S-H-O-R-P-Y. I don't know if you can spell that. S like Superman, H-O-R-P-Y. That's a site that we like to refer to, and it's endless. It is endless, and it features wonderful, I mean, stunningly wonderful photographs. Many of them depicting the late 1800s, the early 1900s, and even right through the 1950s in photography that you wouldn't believe. And of course, if you're looking for ideas and some inspiration, not so much as you're going to make the individual buildings, that's kind of our job, but as far as how they're set up, as far as how to gain the attitude of the scene, to look for details on the street, what makes it work all of a sudden. This little thing here, a little thing there can be the selling point to make a scene realistic. The billboards that we did, well, one of the key items was is that everybody loved them because they helped define the era of the scene. And you know, it's not easy to do with vehicles these days. There was a company called Jordan Vehicles that is no longer, and you would look at those and know you were in 1920 something. But they're gone, and the vehicles, so many of them are similar enough that they can step on each other's toes. But when it comes to signs, billboards, and the way you set up a scene, it's very important. And that's an important part of model railroading, is to come up with a story. And I am personally a big fan of Walt Disney, and I study his work. I have his books, I've read his books, and I kind of try to get into his head, and I can see what that's about, and it helps just boost my understanding of exactly what it takes to do what we do, and hopefully we do it well enough that you guys all appreciate it.
Now, what was, speaking as a modeler, what was your first structure? What was your first craftsman, in quotations, kit?
Well, when I was a kid, I had a kit from Sidam, which was a yellow box, and of course, you know, when you're a kid, you want to do everything in 20 minutes. And being a kid, I didn't know the difference. The first kit I ever built was a candle kit. And it was two buildings. It was a barber shop and a flower shop or something. And it probably took me 2 hours to build both kits. And of course they came out terrible. And the thing about it is they were so bad, even I knew they were bad. But having grown up back in the 1960s, I just didn't have a handle on exactly what was involved. And of course when I built them, I didn't like them. And my first reaction was, I'm not going to do this again. This just isn't where it's at. The thing of it is, we tend to jump the gun. Now, keep in mind, in my own favor, you couldn't even place a long distance telephone call in the 60s without a big deal, and certainly not in front of your mother and father. So there was no social media. The magazines were really terrific, but they were chock full of ads in stores, which was wonderful. But the graphics were not what they are today. You didn't have internet or email. You didn't have any of the niceties you have today. So where I got easily flustered, if I had been born into today's technological society, I would think that the most important tool in your toolbox is probably your fellow modeler, and maybe a company like ours who actually listens to you. So hopefully that answers your question. You know, we do have to do something, and I don't know if you have more questions, but it's 4:24, and we're going to do something a little different. You have a long time ago we used to make billboards, and they were terrific. And we had a few put aside because I do have a little stockpile of stuff for Artie, and that's my name in case you don't know it. And we came out with 3-packs, and they are some of the best billboards we've ever done, and we did them at a bargain price. This is not so much a giveaway as an offer, but it's only for a few people, okay? You'd have to specify scale on this because billboards are multiple scales, just like trees. Trees you can use in any scale, it just depends upon the situation you're using them. We have 4 different packs, 4 different 3-packs in limited quantity. Some have only a couple packs, some have 10 packs. Lenny, do you have them on the screen?
Yep, I'm pulling them up right now.
Well,
right now we have pack 2, checker cab.
Right.
Does it right. And
yeah, we have them all, but not all of them that would necessarily work in O scale or N scale. Like normally you'd use the N and HO would be swappable, and the HO and O would be swappable. If you'd like to purchase these, we will offer you, but you're going to have to do this online. You're going to have to write to us because we don't have this, okay? We will fill what orders we can. I have a couple packs here. In fact, this is all the same one. I have a few of these. This is the one with the chevron that does and the checker cab, one of my favorite ones. And these are $15 a pack. But if you order 2 packs, we will send you 2 packs with free shipping within the U.S. I can't do Canada on this because it's a package and it gets crazy, okay? But we will, if you want to write to us, tell us the scale that you're in, we will pick out what we have left because this is it's going to be very big demand, and I'm telling you, the supply is so short, I can't even do bookkeeping on it. The first ones in with requests will be served first, and we will get back to you during the week and respond to you. And remember, you're going to pay $30 because you have to buy 2 packs. And we will include free shipping on these. But quantities are limited. Please don't be disappointed. I hope I'm making myself clear. And a transaction like this will have to be handled over the phone with a credit card because it'll never hit the Bar Mills website. We can't do this. We don't have enough to make that work. Does that make sense, Lenny?
It does.
Did I leave anything out there?
No. I would explain better explain that you know the N and HO and O.
Right. Well, they're kind of a cross scale because the N scale is, if you're an N scale, you got to get the N to HO. You have no choice. The HO guys can get the middle size. It's like the Papa Bear, the Mama Bear, and the Baby Bear. The HO is like the Mama Bear. You can really use an HO, but you can also use it in O scale. It's a little small in O, but acceptable, and a little big in HO, but definitely acceptable. And then the HO to O scale is obviously HO, a bigger size for HO, and O scale is what O scale is. They're swappable. The HO you can use either size package. You'd have to tell us what scale you want. We will give you what we have, and we can't do it any other way because they're not going to be here. Oh, excuse me. At the end of the day, we simply don't have but a couple dozen packages, and if you guys are buying 2 at a time, that's only 12 sales. So this is not a big money-making thing, but it's a chance for you to do something special. They are on the screen, right?
They are. All
if you don't remember these, by the way, these are easy build. These are not difficult to build. You're going to need some primer and a little bit of yellow glue. Anything else? Oh, I have something coming in here. Let me just read this here.
Now, on those billboards,
yeah,
be sure to email us. And we'll go through the emails
right,
and then contact you back.
We will contact you by email. It's going to be the first come, first serve on these because if we email you and you don't email us back for a week, I mean, forget about it. It's going to have to be a pretty quick process. On the rulers, we have Tim Gilman. Tim, don't you ever leave the internet? Robert Kausch, K-A-U-S-C-H, Nate Carey, Jim Dustin, Bob Page, and Artie Kausch. Now, wait a minute. Robert and Artie both have. What do you think they both have the same last name? I mean, does this guy need 2 rulers?
I don't know.
No, he made it on here, so I'm gonna honor that. Okay, but you guys have to email us at barmillsmodels@yahoo.com. Mention the ruler and make sure you give us your total mailing address so we can mail these to you. We are not charging you shipping, and we won't have much in the way of correspondence with you other than to possibly let you know they are on the way, so you know. Okay. I don't know what else we have for right now. Jack will be coming up in 2 minutes. Do you know what his subject is?
You know, I wrote it down and I completely forgot. I have so many notes.
It'll be so interesting.
Weathering shingles.
Shingles.
There he goes. Wacka,
Shingles.
wacka, wacka. Weathering, what did you say? Weathering shingles?
Weathering shingles.
You know, I guess we're the only ones that actually don't pay attention to Jack. He can hear us. He's outside the building because we have to be conscientious about any noise inside the building because there's so much going on in here. Any other questions before I say goodbye in this segment?
No, it's about time to say goodbye.
Well, you know, the next segment is at 5 o'clock as far as I'm concerned, and it will be our last segment of the day. And by the way, it's not Artie Krass, it's Artie Krass, K-R-A-S-S.
Yes.
Nancy wrote it down wrong. Okay. I have to tell you, it's our last segment of the day. Jim Mooney reminded me of something that he probably wasn't aware of, but we always celebrate Mr. Earl Smallshaw. Earl was a very dear friend of mine. He actually showed up at my house on my 60th birthday all those years ago. And he was one of the founding members of the Hartford Workshop. He owned the Middletown and Mystic Mines Railroad, if you guys know that one. And he passed away a few years ago. But he used to work for us at Springfield, if you want to call it working. He would just go up and he would be just like the best of the best of the best. I'm telling you, there's nobody in the hobby who didn't learn something from Earl Smallshaw. And I mean nobody, nobody, nobody. He was the best. And we do want to remember Earl today. Those of you who have been around for a while, I know are kind of smiling and going, yeah, that's cool. That's a good thing to do. Anyhow, we're going to sign out right now, and I'm going to get a 5 countdown as soon as it comes along, and Jack will be next. 3, 2, 1, get ready for Jack.
I'm back here. This is just like Springfield. Never-ending clinics, one right after another. But that's okay. This is what we're here for. We're here to share the hobby with everybody we can, so they get to enjoy it more. When you take some of the stress out of how I'm going to do something, it does make it much more fun. I'm going to talk about shingles, wood shingles, preferably for a while, and then I'll go into the slate ones I talked about earlier. Most of the time, the shingles that come from the vendors and things like that, some come colored, some don't come colored, but consistency, they're all one color when they come. So you either get an all brown one, or all gray one, or all white, depending upon the way they come. And you don't want you don't want your roof to be all one color. You want some changes of color so it looks more interesting. So I like to take my my shingles and weather them before I put them even put them on. It's the easiest way to do it, because I want to make it look like each of those shingles is a different color. So if you're doing like a shake shingle and you're starting out on a white piece of paper, which ours are white, I want to make sure that when they go on, some are brown, some are white, some are gray, and I don't want to go and paint each one separately. So what I'll do is I'll make up a wash of grays, browns, a little bit of white, and some dark gray. And what I'll do is I'll put a little bit of water, not a lot, and I'll take a sheet of shingles that looks very similar to what we use, like the same size as our tar paper. And then what I'll do is I'll lay this on a piece of paper towel, and then I'll run stripes like this of different colors, and then I kind of fill in another color. I'll get some white over the top, some gray over the top, and what I have is these random stripes or wide stripes of different colors. And if you look at that, you can see what we're looking at. We've got all these random stripes. The nice thing is when I peel this individual strip off and I put it on the roof, the next one I peel off and line up, all those lines aren't going to line up. So what it's going to look like is that one, oops, got two there. This is a row of individually colored shingles, but it's not. It's just an easy way to do it. And when I put these back down on my roof, the next row is going to come up and it's going to look, the lines are not going to be there because you're randomly moving them back and forth. And I end up with a random color of weathered shingles. And that's your base color that you use. So here's what we have. This is our normal, this is our old dark gray. We have a lighter brown now. And if you do the weathered shingles, that's the difference between the two of them. This one is, if you get back just a little bit, this is all plain, almost one brown color, but in here it has a multiple number of colors, plus some highlights. So once I get these all laid out from bottom to top, remember we're going to use that same system with the starter strip. We're going to put it under the first row so that it's at that angle, and the rest of them will follow that same angle all the way up, and you won't have a line. A very distinct line if you do. It'll be sticking up in the air, and they're hard to stick down. And then if I go back over this with a white and dry brush from the bottom up, what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch the edges, the lower edges of the shingle, and it's going to highlight it. The other way to highlight it is when you take a very small brush and you're going to take your ink and alcohol and you're going to run it right along the bottom edge of it. Dip it in, run it again, dip it in, run it again until you get a consistent, basically what you're creating is a shadow under that lip, and it's going to look like it's going to accent that lip more, and your shingles are going to stand out on your roof more, and they're going to look like they're wooden shingles and they're thicker than they really are. It's a very simple way to do it and make them stick out. If you look at this building, if you look at this roof, you can see, if I get close enough, maybe you can see the shadow that's just underneath the front edge of the shingle. And these have been now hit with a little lighter brown over the total color, and then we've done a white brushing over the top of it. And you see we've carried the copper flashing here and here, which is just, remember now again, this is that pressure sensitive paper that I've used with the sea mist color, and then I dry brush white, and then I put the ink and alcohol over the top of it. Makes a nice little ridge cap, and where this would meet the wall, it's where the flashing comes out. Same thing with this roof here. You can see right here that the flashing meets the wall, and same thing down here in the tar paper roof. It just gives you a way that they would have flashed the roof. And that's what shingles can do on the roof. If you have a building that's all shingles, in other words, you're shingling the side and you're shingling the roof, you don't want all those shingles the same color. The roof is probably going to be a lighter shade of shingles than the walls because they're going to get more direct sunlight. So what you're looking at is you're trying to make it so it isn't all one color. I think the boiler company is all shingled wall and shingled roof, and you had to make them different so they didn't all look like one mass of the same color. So if you have a building, you don't want them all the same color. We do have some shingles that we do sell, which are a little thicker, which are kind of nice, good colors. We have them in a weathered gray, and we have them in a brown. And this, I like the brown one. Then you can go weather a little bit more and do that shadow along the edge, and those shingles jump right out. If you're doing walls, you can have some fun with it. So what I did with this piece, and I'll show you this piece, it's really kind of a cool little piece. This would be a back wall of a building. If you notice the shingles on the bottom, what I've done is I've painted some of my wall black, which would have been the tar paper underneath, and then some of them brown, so that would be the boards. And then I've cut my shingles into little short strips and put them up, and then taken some single shingles out that look like they're falling off the bottom of the wall, and it's made a very, very interesting wall instead of just a plain, basically gray wall with shingles on it. It's just a way to make a little more interest in the shingle of a wall on a very old building. Before we talked about shingles on a roof, which is a slate shingle. So this is what we have cut that look like slates. You're going to apply them basically the same way. You're going to have your starter strip, and then you're going to work your way up, staggering the joints. So this joint on this one is halfway between this joint, so it goes right up the middle, and that way you don't have water running down your joints and leaking in. But to add some interest to this, what we've done is I've colored individual pieces of slate. So we have on a roof like this, it begins a random color of white and black and grays, which adds a lot more interest to the roof than just a plain old beigey colored slate. And the way I do that is a very interesting way. I have to put my magnifiers on here. I think it's the age. What I'll probably do is I'll dip it in the ink and alcohol, and if I just touch it to that, it stays in the edge of each of the things because the way it's cut. And I can randomly paint them. It takes a little bit of time, but it's not too bad. And you're just trying to make them randomly like this. It's a little time consuming, but I think in the end it's worth it. I have a big building I've done at home. It took a long time, but that's basically what we're doing. We're just putting a little bit in, and it's staying in the believe it or not, it stays right in the confines of each shingle. And then when you're done, you can go back over it with some weathering powders if you want, and drag that down like we did before, just not so much, just a little lighter, and then the same way come back with your highlights and your white, and you're going to find out that your shingles begin to pop and jump out. That same shadow line we talked about before, if you want, you can run it just below. Now let me do it. Just below like that. Now that's really big and globby, but because of it's a wash, you're not going to get so much of that. So you're just going to kind of cut that right along like that. and you're going to create a shadow. It doesn't look, you let that dry a little bit, you're going to find out that that shadow brings that line right out. And if I had to, if I made a real blob down here, I can just bring those up like that. I can make it that way, so I can color them in. But you see, that line is even fading now. Just like that. It doesn't take long to whip right across. And what it's going to do is it's really going to highlight. It's going to highlight each row. It's going to pop right out. If you're doing diamond shingles, you have to. Diamond shingles, our shingles are really thin, and they kind of disappear. So if I do the same thing and go around the edge with the ink and alcohol, it's going to highlight the edge. It's going to leave a shadow, and it's going to really show the diamond of the shingle. The other thing I didn't do, and ruse, I got to cover this. Remember, cover it right away. I buy these glass jars on the internet, and the nice thing about them, they have a very wide base, so they're very hard to tip over. I've put so much ink and alcohol on my table and on the floor. So on our new firehouse we have out, we put on that firehouse a standing seam roof. But the standing seam roof is kind of big. It's kind of long. I mean, that's a pretty long span. And it's very, very boring. So what I did is I then made this sheet, and this should come in the kit when you get it. And I made this sheet, which fits over there like this. So we glue them together. And now what I have, oops, there we go. I have a highlighted edge. I didn't want them all the same. I wanted to have some difference so they pick up really good. So now you have one piece over the other where it overlaps the other like it normally would. And then by putting your ribs over the top of this, stop them here, start them here, stop them here, start them here. These should all line up, by the way. I guess I didn't do it quite right. But they should line up. You can do this if you want to change what you have on the roof of the building. You can make your own. This is no big deal. You just take the cardboard template that you get with the kit and you can make your own. So what you're going to do is once you're done, it's going to look a little like this. You've got, these happen to be styrene strips, and they're 30 by 30, just glued down with ACC. So, and a piece across the top. So when I put my ridge pole in, I have and this is my roof. And then the next thing you want to do is, again, we need to highlight that crack, that little piece right here. So what I'm going to do is kind of like this. And this would be just basically dirt. There would be accumulation on the roof, and you can go all the way down, which highlights everything. It's not going to be very noticeable on this dark green, but it's going to be enough to give you an idea that it's going to show that you highlight these. You might have to put a second coat on because it's so dark, but it works out pretty well. And now you have a little more interesting roof than you would have if you had just run one sheet all the way down the length. So you get a kind of a little idea there what it looks like. Len, do we have any questions?
Shadow Wolf says, unless in Alabama, then it's a mix of clay and pollen.
Clay and what?
Pollen.
What is? Oh, the dirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. That could be very well too. So if he is, what he wants to do, if he's going to model Alabama, he wants to know what color that clay is, and he's going to use that color in a wash, and he can do the same thing I did with the alcohol. He's going to get the same effect that he has at his location in the country.
Sure.
Very simple. You want to take what houses in your area or where you're modeling, and or buildings or things like that, and look at them and see what the weathering looks like. I know if you're not in the area, just look at what you have locally, and that'll help too. Anything else? That's it, huh? People going to dinner?
Maybe.
All right, on the next, I gotta go. On the next segment, I'm gonna do a thing that I do sometimes at Springfield. It's called, you don't have to buy everything at the hobby store. And what it is when I go around and look at these different places, I find these things I can use in the hobby, which are across from either some other hobby or some other application. And so if you guys have any of these, we're going to be asking you guys to chime in and let us know what you have found, so we can spread this out amongst the rest of us. I will have some stuff that I have found, you know, simple things like, I don't know, I use some makeup sponges and regular sponges and things like that. They don't come, I don't get them at the hobby, so I don't get them. Sometimes I get them at Michael's, which is close to a hobby store. But big box stores, things like that, there's a lot of things you can get at those stores. And it gives you one more source to buy the stuff. If you've ever built, it's very interesting, I didn't know that Michael's actually sells basswood. And if you ever run out on a Sunday and you need a couple of pieces, strips or something, you can sneak in there and get some basswood. I didn't know they sold it. I know they sold some balsa, but I keep finding these things when I go into the store. And I walk through the jewelry section, and I walk through the painting section where they paint. And I found a lot of things. My water material that I use to put on the top of my water came from the people that do acrylic painting. So it's an acrylic gel, and it works really great for water. So,
Rusty says Ace Hardware too.
Ace, yeah, hardware stores you can find stuff. It's amazing what I find. I found the jewelry. I went into the jewelry section, and I was looking for cable material, you know, for some heavier cable that they would use on like a lift machine or something like that. And I found some wire that they use that actually is stranded wire that's twisted just like cable. And it comes in a dark gray and a light gray. So I have it already colored. I don't have to make it colored. And it has some stiffness to it, which means if I want to have a wire that's hanging, I don't have to put something on it to make it stiff, which is really that's the kind of things we run into. And you can use all these stuff in the hobby. It looks just like cable. If I was working in O-scale, the next bigger one up, I would roll on the drums and everything else for, you know, to pulling the trees out of the woods and everything like that. So that's the type of thing we're looking for. Anybody else, Len?
Nope. We've got about another 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Maybe we'll have to sing. No singing. So you want to take all the stuff that we learn and take some of it and kind of stick it in.
Now, these videos here will be on our YouTube page, our Facebook page, indefinitely. And then also, if you go to our regular website, barmillsmodels.com, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there is a whole history of videos that we've done throughout the years, you know, covering many of these topics as well. Between there and then our YouTube page, there's a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, maybe maybe I can talk them into sectioning these out and bringing them back into the website too. Because if we just take this section of each one, it gives us 10 more to go down there.
David says, thank you. Is the India ink thinned? And how do you do that?
Okay, the typical ratio of India ink to alcohol is 1 pint for 2 tablespoons. That's the typical. What I use is 2 ounces, and it comes in a thing like regular ink. You want a waterproof India ink. I like the Higgins because it's been around forever. It has a little eyedropper in it. I put 11 drops in 2 ounces, and that's plenty. If you don't like it, if it's too dark, add a little more alcohol. If it's too light, add a little more ink. So that's where you want. But remember, you always want to work from light to dark, not dark to light. It's easier to darken things than it is to lighten things.
All right, Jack. Well, that's it for you. Well, no, we've got one more session. One more session, and we'll be back with you in about 35 minutes.
Great. We'll see you then.
I didn't notice you standing there. Hey everybody, this is John Sacerdote from Bar Mills, or is it Amber's Railway Society? I think today it's both. But that's only because a shout out to Artie and Lenny at Bar Mills is well deserved. Thank you guys so much for doing these 2 days of clinics, etc. This makes it a great weekend. We're doing our virtual stuff. You're doing your virtual stuff. There's so much going on this weekend. We're both all recording. You'll be able to see everything. So a real nice shout out. And Art, thanks very much for doing this. It's been a pleasure. And we'll see everybody back in person at 2022's show, which is the 29th and the 30th of January. So hang in there, guys, and I need to go back to work on my Berlin Bangor in Maine. Take care.
Shingles. Hi, already back. This is the last session for the day. We've gotten some emails, and you guys know who you are, that they've been on with us almost 7 hours today, and we try to mix it up. Some things we do have to repeat, like new product announcements, because that's one of the reasons so many of you are here. We've gone over the Stewart Rod Company. We've gone over the Smoky Hill Firehouse. We've gone over the upcoming release of the O-Scale Downtown Garage. Those are the three that we're working on through February, March, and April. Of course, you know, I have to keep reminding you that Cigar Corner is gone as of tomorrow night at midnight. That's when we stop taking orders and start on Monday fulfilling orders by starting to make kits in its second and final run for Cigar Corner. It's a big deal.
Now, you know something we haven't talked about, and for anybody new, or or anyone who was didn't happen to see it, is all the different brand new structures we came out with last year, starting really this time of year, February, at the end of January, February 1st.
We did. I made a commitment last year. I thought about it, and we got so well known for the high-end structures. But that wasn't our roots. Our roots were in $50 kits, $60 kits, stuff that you can have fun with, that you didn't feel intimidated by the price, because if you messed it up, let's face it, it's a lot harder to screw up a $150 kit and not feel guilty about it than a $50 kit and not feel guilty about it. So last year we went to Springfield with a lot of prototypes, and what we did was not sell them, because we were showing them off, but we were not showing them. Now, Jim Mooney just wrote to me, and he says, like the RMC ad, anyone who's gotten the most recent Railroad Model Craftsman, we have an ad in there that shows month by month all the new kits that we did last year. And this year we're going to try to duplicate the same kind of thing. We know a lot of you are in lockdown. We're not so much there, but the fact of it is, people are looking for things to do. On a personal note, I tend to be a guy that travels a lot, and of course we're not doing that now. I'm finding things in my wood shop or my musical endeavors, and I do some model railroading, especially with my grandson, and of course Bar Mills takes up my time. Lenny, what do you do basically at this point?
Hang out with my kids. I'm in a band. I'm a musician as well. Because I do this whole technology streaming thing, my church actually had to go online because we're not allowed to be in service anymore. So, as slow as I'm supposed to be because of everything that's going on, in other aspects I've actually been, even busier. We've learned a lot. It's helped us be able to do what we're doing today. But it's been a very busy, but not really going anywhere year. I can't wait for things to get back to normal.
Well, there is no normal anymore. There's certainly not going to be any normal anytime soon, the way things are looking. I'm looking forward to traveling, getting out and giving Bar Mills clinics around the country, which is something we're known. Jack will often travel. We'll send him out. We have to stay here in production most of the time. And looking forward to doing possibly a couple more train shows. We don't do that many of them. But it'd be curious if anybody wants to write in. My question is, and this is seriously just like if we were sitting having a beer, for instance, have you come a long way in your hobby, and hopefully the model railroading hobby, since this whole thing has started? Do you find yourself so far ahead of where you ever thought you'd be? In my case, I do woodworking, and I'm getting pretty good at dovetails, which is a kind of an interesting thing to do. So if you have any comments on that, let us know. We are going to bring up something for today, the last free thing going out to both the Canadian friends who they go, oh mon Dieu, the Canadians, you know how they are, and of course our Americans that are just sitting there laughing and scratching. We're going to have something that's available in both HO scale and O scale this time. These go for about 12 bucks when we sell them, and we sell a lot of them. They are our custom printed shingles. So if you're a builder and you'd like to get some shingles, do we have a picture of them up there, Len?
Pulling it up right now.
Okay, this may take a second. If you're into serious building, we have our shingles that come with our kits, and on rare occasion, when a kit is very high end, we include, instead of the ones that you paint yourself, we actually laser cut and print beautiful shingles, which can be used on any kit from any manufacturer to up the game, if you might want to put it that way. And are they on the screen?
They are.
They are on the screen, and we're going to be giving away not 1 or 2, but 8 packages. And you can write, and this is not a bad thing. Shingles are okay as long as you don't actually have shingles. Write the word shingles. This is a random drawing as usual. This will be free shipping to Canada as well as the US, and we will be sending out 1 package of shingles. They go for about $12, $13 if I remember, to each of 8, I'll say winners, but picks of the draw on this kind of a thing. If you don't win it, don't write to us, because we're getting a lot of people saying, oh, I won, and it's simply not the truth. We will know who you are, and you want to write your name and submit who you are so we know, and then you can contact us, at barmillsmodels, as you all know, at yahoo.com. So that's a great one-size-fits-all for so many people in the modeling segment. Now, S scales can kind of favor H or O scale on these shingle sizes. The N scale, guys, this is too big for you. We just can't do these in N, so you know. Okay. What else is up, Lenny?
Well, we're getting a ton of responses here. Well, now we're getting hammered with shingles. But I think, let me see here. Calvin Saxton, writes in from YouTube. I think he's finally figured out how to be a real modeler. His comment is, I don't know if I'm better, but I've learned tricks about covering up my mistakes. And I think you have a phrase, a trademark phrase about covering up
the funny thing is our phrase in model railroading is the same phrase they use in woodworking. And it says, and I believe this, the sign of a true craftsman is not that he doesn't or she doesn't make mistakes. It's that we know how to hide them, and that's a great input. We were talking about what have you learned since this COVID thing started with the time that you've been able to spend, in a private time as opposed to what you might normally do. And Calvin Saxton is a regular guy. It's an easy name to remember. It reminds me, I guess, of Calvin Coolidge. Not too many Calvins that you run into these days. Calvin Klein, nah, not quite. Anybody else coming in right now?
Shadow Wolf says, unfortunately, he was deployed for a few months.
Wow.
Came home to my train room being overtaken by the wife with a bunch of, I'll edit that stuff. She finally got it cleaned up, so it's his again. Well, congratulations. I'm glad you got your space back.
Well, he sent in the troops, and he went back with hopefully the American flag waving proudly, and reclaimed the top of Mount Sarabachi, I think it would be, or maybe the basement Sarabachi in this case. Don't forget that the shingles are available. You'd have to tell us what scale you model in, either O or HO. If you're not specific, you're not going to be able to get these things. What else we have? Anything? Or
well, Scott, very lucky man, says he retired 6 weeks ago, and this has been the most relaxing and fun day he's had thus far. Well, thank you for the compliment.
Scott, you're a very boring young man. And I know you're laughing because if you're not, you can't touch me anyhow because I'm in Cyberland over here. I think we forgot to pull. Did I forget to pull a kit that we're going to feature, or did I tell you one?
No.
You know what? I haven't. You're going to look for a certain stove company. So okay.
Yes.
We have a directive here going on. Right now it's 5:08. We have 22 minutes before Jack does his final clinic of the day. Don't forget, you can revisit all of this on either YouTube or Facebook. I don't know how many hours they'll record. You can watch a movie for a couple hours, but this is like the world's longest movie. It's 8 hours of enthusiasm, but I have to tell you right now, I'm getting a little tired. From my perspective, I can't tell you how good it feels to be able to have started something like this where there's so many people care so much about the hobby and each other, and frankly, about Bar Mills too. In a very sincere and an unabashed, humble way, despite my sometimes a gregarious personality, which is not a bad thing necessarily. You guys have made this all possible. We were strangers, now many of us are friends, and we try to support you guys, and I doubt, there's been a few people that have been issues with us over the years. But there's always that. Anybody in business knows that. But we certainly give it an effort, and we're not perfect, and we do make mistakes. And right now, one of my mistakes was doing this for 8 hours in one day. But we promise you, we would be here, and we are. And if you have any more comments, these are kind of closing comments for the day. You want to wrap it up, talk about your grandkids, it's okay. We are going to have one more special deal of the day coming up in a little while. The thumbs up means what?
I've got the picture if you're ready for it.
Okay, I'll tell you what, we still have 20 minutes on this, but we're going to do this anyhow. Now, this is for the HO scale guys. This was a classic kit that we did called the Stanley Stove Company, and I think we have one or two of these. I know we have at least one of these in-house, and we're going to make it available. How much did this go for, Lenny? I don't remember.
This one, I believe, was $69.95.
Yeah, which means it probably would be $89.95 today.
Absolutely.
Because it's a long time
At this point,
ago.
it would be.
Right, and here again, we want you to do something simple. We want you to write, let's come up with the word Stanley. Okay, Ollie, we'll just Stanley, and put your name so we know. You don't have to choose scales because it's only an HO scale. But remember, this is a random drawing, and there's only one available, just one. And by the way, I should have said this before. We've been getting a blistering response on the billboards, but we only have a few, and we have more requests than we could possibly fill. So do not be upset if you don't get one, because chances are you will not. But some people will, and maybe you'll be one of those people. You certainly have a better chance of this than winning the lottery, just despite what they may tell you. Let's see what we have here. Lenny, how many viewers? I mean, we're dropping viewers right now with standard time, and we know.
Yep. Right now we are. Let's see here. We are at roughly about 100.
About 100. We've been hovering about 125, but you understand that's over the average of a day, which means not the same 125, I can assure you. What else is going on that we should speak about? We've covered the new stuff coming out.
Yep.
Of course, we have to give thanks to the folks at Amherst. You've heard me say this
Absolutely.
before. It's not fair for me to look the other way on this. If there's something you'd like to see us do, chances are we've either done it or rejected the idea. But sometimes, believe it or not, we get something coming in that's something that is a new wrinkle, something that we can have a little fun with and bring a couple smiles to everybody with. So we'd like to hear about that as well. Maybe a line that you'd like to see us. We've expanded into Woodland Scenics. We've started to getting into the tool lines because we're able to distribute these tools. We do have, let me just see, I've got a message from Nancy is running inside the house here on this. Well, on the shingles, we have some winners for the 8 packs of shingles. And remember, it's 1 pack per person, and this is HO scale. HO or O, that's what you'd have to tell us. Brad Lobrecht, is that how you say it, Brad? Oh yeah, I already heard. Okay. Charles Chapuis, Chapuis. Sounds very Montreal, doesn't it? Richard Liu. Lloyd Landon. Now, Lloyd's a guy that we hear from on occasion. Al Cunningham. One of my best friends growing up was a guy named Al Cunningham. He had a Pontiac Firebird in 1966 or 67 when they were brand new. I still think that car is the cat's meow. Steve Lennox. No relation to Annie Lennox, doesn't he wish? Bill Croker and Dale. Come on, Dale, you know it, Morrow. Dale Morrow. So those are our 8 random picks. I can't call them winners. Everybody, we'd like to think that nobody here is really not a winner. And as far as the Stanley Stove, we're going to give that a little time before we get that one winner. Give you a little time to respond to this. Any other questions?
Phil Selinger asks, can he get a horse and wagon stable? Not many around.
We have. I have to wonder what scale you're in, Phil. I'm assuming HO, but who's to say? Because we do have something called the Jackson Barn, which is a perfect structure. We have an HO, not in other scales. We are actually considering developing it in N scale for the N scales out there. And it actually comes with a horse and wagon parked in front of a barn, and there's no reason you couldn't turn this into a livery as opposed to a Jackson barn. It could be a livery, a blacksmith shop, anything. I suggest very, very heartily that if you're an HO, you look for the Jackson, the barn at Jackson Corner is what we call it actually.
He says he has it.
If you have it, you have it. That's about as close as we're going to get. So,
Rusty asks about the display cases that you're sitting in front of.
All of our display cases are custom made to specific size. I can get a case if I need 35 3/4 by 11 7/16. We will get them. We have them all custom made for us out in Ohio by a place out there, and they do great work. I'm not saying they're the cheapest. I'm not saying they're the most expensive, because frankly, when somebody gives you good service, that's the other stuff kind of goes away. And we have so many of them. I kind of wish we had a mobile camera here, because I can count just from sitting here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The street behind me, that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I can count 18 just from here. So we use these a lot. If you like some information on where we get ours, we don't mind. We're happy to help you out. They're beautiful. The company handles you well. It's a very small company. You leave a message, they'll call you back. Okay, so let me know.
Wayne Lucas asks, when did we set out our first set out our shingle?
First set at our shingle. What's
When
that
did we
mean?
start? When did the business come into fruition?
Oh, our shingle in like a doctor's office. I'll tell you what happened. Oh, wait a minute. We got a hot wire here from Mr. Stanley, at least the Stanley Stove Company. Todd, is it Todd? Not O'Brien, just Todd Bryan has gotten that kit. Send us your mailing information, and you're going to want to call us because there's a $7.50 kind of reparations is wrong. But a little service charge to help cover with the postage. The building and stuff you're going to get for nothing. Okay, Todd? As far as when we started, what happened was I worked for Northeastern Scale Models for a few months back in 1997, 1998 as the guy who developed their kits. As a matter of fact, if you're familiar with Tenement Row, that was my kit. If you're familiar, they did one after that I wasn't too pleased with. And as it turns out, this was not meant to be. I did realize, however, that potentially I could do this. I had written articles for, especially in N-Scale, because that was my niche. N-Scale magazine had written over 60 articles, had done something for Narrow Gauge Gazette, something for Railroad Model Craftsman, and something called Model Railroading, which is no longer there. And matter of fact, Model Railroading, I've done so many articles. They appointed me associate editor. And when we moved up to Maine in 1998, we opened up our sign shop. We do signs. And what happens within 2 years, I really had an idea for doing something that I couldn't get another company to do, and that was the billboard. So I went out, I bought a laser, and it wasn't cheap. Our first laser, and they're a 12-inch by 24-inch bed, so you know what we're talking about, was $21,000. Now, I know the Chinese stuff is whatever it is, but our lasers work 40 hours a week, each one of them, and we have 6 of them. And they've been working 40 hours a week for 21 years. So I'll give a nod to American product. I wouldn't dream of buying anything but, to be honest with you. So we started with the billboards and quickly morphed into doing buildings, which was something obviously I had a lot of background because of all the articles I had written, and that's basically how this whole thing started. With actually I say $600, but it was $1,200 because you had to pay the first and last month payment on the laser. And that's how we started with the plastic boxes, because we didn't have to buy a lot of them to be able to buy them. Of course, today we have printed boxes that we buy 20,000 at a time. So,
Scott Maruti asks, do we still have the original dioramas that we used to bring? I believe he's referring to the ones that Mike Tylick helped with.
Well, yeah, originally we had two dioramas that were built with a curved face, Scott. And I want to say hello to Scott. Scott is one of the nicest guys, and one of the most talented modelers. He lives upstate in Utica, New York, if I remember right. And the first 2 dioramas we had were actually built to feature, one was built to feature our billboards, which we just referred to, and the other one was actually nothing but our one kit, which is a kit that builds nothing, but that's another conversation. And as a matter of fact, they're right next to me, about 3 feet off my side. We don't bring them to as many shows anymore because we don't make billboards anymore, and the one kit, although we sell it, we have so many things to carry around these days, we just don't have the space. So yes, Scott, we do have it. I wish you very well, my buddy, and I look forward to getting together with you when we can after this whole thing blows over. Anything else, Manny?
Pat chimes in. Let's not forget about you sitting in the kitchen talking about the one kit concept.
Yeah, the people that know me before I started Bar Mills know that we had conversations about me starting this company, and everybody was excited about it, but nobody ever thought it would come to this. It's kind of like I felt like wag the dog. The business is running me now. I used to run the business, but you guys are kind of running me ragged in a very positive and good way. And Pat is one of my original modeling buddies when I got back into the hobby. I was out for a number of years, but I actually joined the Long Island Model Railroad Engineers, I think it was in 1990. And 1998, we actually moved from Long Island and brought my Niagara and Pearl Creek N-Scale layout, which you may have seen in the video. We actually carried the whole thing, which is 11 foot by 26 foot, up to Maine. And that was in 1998, and in 2000, Bar Mills was born. So there you have it in a nutshell. I think we're starting to wind down. And is there anything else, or are we running out of air?
We have a couple of people that would love to visit our prize closet and figure out where all these long gone kits have come from.
Well, you know, actually, I have a closet in my spare room that I never told anybody who worked here that I was kind of glomming kits for myself, because, you know, like anything else, Bar Mills is going to come to an end someday, and it would be nice to have some of these. You know, I am surrounded by models that not most of you, every single one of you wish you had. And it shows the history. I even have some of the original billboards hanging on the wall as a reminder. Unfortunately, we don't have the best photographic equipment here. We're doing the best with what we can, with what we have. And I think I've gotten some pretty good response. Lenny, just so you know, the guy who speaks behind me is Len Lednam. He's our, Lenny's been with us, how long, Lenny?
20 years now.
20, and how old are you now? Tell the truth.
39, just like Jack Benny.
He's 40 years old just as of January this month.
January 13th.
So fully half of his life he spent serving the master. Actually, he's spent with Bar Mills here, and he's been my right-hand man, and he's put up with me more than he should have had. And he's probably going to walk out of here and never come back. He's tired from today. We've spent the last 2 days setting this up, so it's been a big deal. While it may be a little amateurish to some of you, hopefully there's enough in here that you've been interested, and we've kept you interested and given you some good deals and special moments. You know, life is, you know, John Lennon said, life is what happens while you're making other plans. Well, you know, things like Springfield Show, and in this case, this event right here, are the other plans, because you don't remember much of what happened yesterday, but hopefully you'll always have a little warm spot in your heart for events like this that, you know, we were able to spend some time together. So
I just want to reassure Todd Brennan that we're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, you know, there's another saying for you. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. So keep that in mind, Lenny. You should know that more than anybody. He goes to church religiously, as I say.
Let's give him a shot of Jack behind the scenes, just to kind of make him feel like they're
Jack
here with
behind
us.
the scenes.
Behind the scenes.
What are you showing that I can't see?
Well, I'm going to show them the picture that we just took of Jack.
All right, now we have a small studio set up here, and it's very tight, and it took a lot of work. And we had our dog here, our dog Sammy, a golden retriever, and he was tripping all over the wires, and cameras were going all over the place. So we finally had to give him an eviction notice. But you can see how tight we are here. A massive effort, really, and we're only a few feet apart. But hopefully we came off somewhat professionally. We'd like to think so. You have it up there for me?
I do, and that's what our messy bed looks like.
Yeah, and the guy sitting in the corner there that you only see the back of the set is Mr. Len Lednam, the guy who's kind of our Don Pardo of announcers over here, kind of holding everything else together. We have 6 more minutes for me today, and then I'm out of here. Then we start again at not 10 a.m. tomorrow, but 11 a.m. Because we're basically keeping show hours, except we're, in case you haven't noticed, we're still on and they're not. We shifted everything back a little bit for our Midwest and West Coast viewers to make it a little bit easier for them. If there are any other questions for today, we're going to close it out with one more clinic by Jack, or what do you think? Should we even do this today or just call it? I think we're going to call this today at 5:30. Jack is tired. He's inside trying to relax. And we haven't had, last night we worked so late, none of us had dinner. We ordered out for pizza, and that's about the best we could do. And so if anybody's got something, we got 5 minutes in counting. We will stick to the 5:30 mark, just so you know, okay?
You want to give everyone a reminder on the shipping code? PDC 750, 750.
Say that again?
PDC 750.
PDC 750. In case you haven't picked up on it earlier, because not everybody's here for 6.5 hours, we use that code, PDC 750, that if you make a purchase of $75 or more on the website, you will be issued a $7.50 refund on that order. Now, that seems like an odd number, unless you've heard this before, but $7.50 is our normal charge. It's a flat rate charge for kits from Bar Mills. There was no way we could assign it to a shipping code because the shipping in the U.S. and shipping in Canada is not the same. So everybody gets a $7.50 credit, and rather than look at it as a discount, look at it like free shipping, because indeed that's what it was designed to replace the shipping fee. So that's that.
Now, just a little housekeeping. If you have emailed us and we haven't responded yet, don't worry. We do have your email. But we will get back to you. You know, we just have hundreds of emails and hundreds of messages coming in at one time. So no fear. We did get your email, and we will be in contact.
Well, you know, behind the scenes, Nancy, my wife, who many of you speak to on the phone, has been, she's probably had the hardest job of all, her and Lenny, because they've been here constantly every minute monitoring emails. Matter of fact, Jack is coming in. Jack, come on in. We're going to skip the clinic at the end. We're going to wrap it up now.
Nancy did request one thing. If they do email in, they need to put on what they want.
Yeah, if you don't know what you want,
shingles, please give us your name. We have your email, but we need to know what you want.
Details.
We need to know. You can't just say I won, and then we got to figure out what you won.
Lenny, are we on me right now?
Yes.
Why don't you come over with Jack and give Lenny a little camera time here. You've all seen Jack because he's, by his own admission, the best looking guy, you know, pretty much around. He is.
And I'm the tallest of the group, just in case you wondered.
So anyhow,
I'm in the elevator.
Anyhow, in the I don't know if I'll be clipped off
make
here
you feel
because
better, Len?
Sure.
It's a different frame, but the bottom line here is this is Len Lednam, who's been directing and producing. Jack, of course, our master builder and our clinician. I want to say also thanks to Frank Bernard, who's helped us with some building. A big thanks to probably somebody who's not watching right now. It's Diamond Jim Mooney, our engineer. Nobody's better. Period.
You never know when he's watching, though.
You never know. He's like Santa Claus. You don't know when he's watching. He knows when you're sleeping, but you don't know when he is. And of course, Nancy, who's not here, but she's manning this whole thing from another location.
And Zach's help.
And my grandson Zach, who you don't see, but a lot of this stuff had to be dragged in and out in a very bitterly cold day yesterday. And thank God, what it must be like to be 16 again, because he did a great job of it. And somehow I'm getting a message from Nancy, my wife. I don't know why that is.
Yeah. Is that Jim Moon?
I think I hung up on her and didn't know it. At any rate, we thank you for joining us. And Lenny, you want to go out and we'll play us out? We're going to play one of our videos just to say goodnight. And from all of us here at Bar Mills, we thank you. Let me see what Nancy says. Nancy, what's up? Shift to the left. Because what?
There's a
Lenny was cut off. Actually, you only saw half of Lenny. Come back to you only saw half of Lenny, according to my wife Nancy. So if you want,
it was HO scale.
If you want to see all of Lenny, come back tomorrow, and we'll feature the part 2.
We'll put him on the other end. You can pass
They should stay in the middle, you know.
Yeah, put him on the other end.
We're big enough to be seen no matter what. Yeah. That's it. Lenny, are we counting down? Gonna give me a countdown?
Pull something up right now.
All right, he's just calling a little video up, and so for all of you, I know you're both basically probably all hanging up anyhow.
Thanks for hanging in there, you guys, and hanging in a long time. There were a bunch of you, and thanks for the guys for checking in for a short period of time. We appreciate all of you.
Thanks for shopping Walmart, by the way. Not true, by the way. Lenny, how are we ready to go?
Yep.
Do we have a countdown?
You will have a countdown in 2 seconds.
So he says.
So, yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, good night.